It began, as all great things do, with a dream. One man's dream to create a ribbon of tarmac that would test a driver's skill like no other. A circuit designed to separate the great from the good. And when dream became reality, it needed an event designed to separate the great from the immortals. And so, in 1996, Kartmasters was born. For over a quarter of a century, drivers from all corners of the globe have descended on this hallowed parcel of Lincolnshire countryside to try and conquer Kartmasters, to try and earn the right to wear the coveted GP plate. GP, those two letters, two simple letters that mean everything. But what makes Kartmasters so special, so unique, so intoxicating? Does this give you your answer? With the biggest, richest prize fund in British karting comes unequalled pressure and unrivaled action. 4 days of fast, frantic, furious racing, inches, no, millimetres apart from the moment the track opens until the second the final checkered flag falls. Each Grand Prix has more twists and turns than the circuit itself, for being the fastest isn't always preferable. Leading at the start of the last lap is rarely rewarded with victory. But being the toughest, mentally, physically and psychologically, is critical. Kartmasters is our sport's survival of the fittest. The Kartmasters Roll of Honour is filled with the greats, a list only outnumbered by the greats who have fallen short, sometimes agonisingly short, year after year. For this is where legends are born. Who can forget Lewis Hamilton claiming his first GP win in 1996, long before Formula One came calling, or Marco Ardigo's masterclass in those screaming Super Libras, or Mark Litchfield and Mike Simpson making the event their own in early years. For over a decade, Simpson's 7 titles seemed unmatchable, until Ben Barnicoat, the boy from Bolsover, finally eclipsed that record in 2019, becoming the first driver to achieve that elusive double-duty win in the process, as he claimed GP victories 8 and 9. We have witnessed Gary Weir beating all the boys, George Russell's 3 in a row, Callum Bradshaw's wave, Kean Dewis winning from the pit lane, and Brandon Carr's historic last to first. But Kartmasters' greatest moment? That is yet to come. Of that we are certain. For Kartmasters is, and shall remain, karting's grandest prize.
Hello everybody, welcome to Finals Day at Kartmasters. Quite simply, the biggest single day in the UK karting calendar. My name's Henry Beaudette, this is Piers Pryor, and it is our pleasure, it's our honour, it's our privilege to be able to bring you all the action as we look to crown our 2024 British Karting Grand Prix champions. Piers, it's been 2 long, hard days racing. We're in the commentary box, and we are going to bring you 3 repechages, followed by the pre-finals, and then the main events themselves this afternoon. This circuit, 1,382 metres. It was as flat as a pancake until in 2011 they put the bridge in. Now we've got the only karting circuit in the UK with a bridge and a banked corner, proper banked corner. Excellent. You can see the skies. Well, let's talk about the skies, shall we?
Yes, we've had warm-up this morning for all of the classes, and as if Kartmasters there wasn't enough trepidation, Henry. There's been a few spits and spots out on circuit, which means that in the last practice session this morning, Junior X30, we're actually about 10 seconds away, or 8 seconds away from a full dry time. So that's going to make the repechage even more tricky than it once potentially would have been.
Now, it's not just myself and Piers Pryor bringing you the action today. Nicole Sutherland, who's been busy in the live lounge, interviewing over 50 members of the community over the last days. Nicole is down in the pits to take us through the first of the repechages.
Thank you, boys. It's Nicole Sutherland down here at the last sector above one of the garages. Yesterday, absolutely action-packed day of heats. We've seen drivers win heats from 6 seconds away and get disqualified. We've seen drivers clean sweep across the board. There's been absolutely all sorts of things going on. No doubt today it will be the same story. Kartmasters is one of those events where you truly can't predict what is going to happen. It's been great to see, of course, as well. I've been up in the Kartmasters live lounge. We've heard 30 different motorsport stories from over 30 different Kartmasters attendees. That coverage is over on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, as well as the Trent Valley Kart Club Facebook and Instagram. I'm really looking forward to seeing what's going to happen today. To give Pierce's little legs a bit of a break, I'll be down in Parc Fermé and on the grid for pre-finals and finals. Up to the box then for the first repechage of the day.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Piers' little legs are very, very appreciative of your service. Here we go then, it's Senior Rotax, the first repechage. 6 drivers to qualify for the main events. Jack Collins and Omar Kanoum, whose birthday it is tomorrow, he starts on the front row of the grid. Harry Blore and Ollie Goodyear on row 2. Charlie Webb and Luca Osman-Price, row 3. Neo Clark, who almost won a race yesterday, then got disqualified, finding his rear bumper coming off. He starts on row 4 is Sam Longley.
Yes, and then we have row 5, starting with Ralph Youngling and then Alexander Cole. Row 6, Luke Bates and James Lingard. Row 7, Enzo Dickenberg and Danny Shields. Row 8, James Tester and Jeremy Montgomery Swan.
Row number 9, we have Iggy Smith and Stephanie Hobika, the only all-female crew. Jess Matthews, Stephanie's mechanic, starting on row number 9. Zain Salim from Egypt, Mark Quinn from Ireland, and Adish Mehta, now living in the United Arab Emirates, but from India originally. And before we get underway, a huge hello to everybody on the live chat. Too many people to mention, but again, lots of support for lots of drivers. A big hello, Astrid Schelper. It's Enzo Dickenberg's mum. She is watching from the Netherlands.
And we've got watchers
from Malaysia,
Asia as well. We've got watching for all over the globe for what is going to be an absolutely brilliant day of racing.
So, 10 minutes plus a lap, 6 drivers to go through. Who's going to make it? Lights are out. Let's go racing.
Let's go racing indeed, and it is Jack Collins from the front row of the grid for the Pro Train, who's managed to get away in the lead. Sketchy through here, circuit isn't completely dry, so you see them run wide, and that is in second place now. I think that's Harry Blore that's got to the lead.
Yeah, the number 146 kart of Harry Blore, the Precision Racing entry. Now, all these the drivers that failed to finish inside the top 30 in the point standings after the 4 heat races.
Yes.
Oh, and
spinner.
already a spin. It's it says number 71 car. Oh, that's Stephanie Hobika. It's the Dan Holland Racing kart, the Lebanese young lady. It's going to be tough for her, but it's Blore leading. The number 12 kart, Jack Collins, for the Pro Train Racing team, takes the lead, and you can see them signaling to each other. It's like, okay, now let's just let's not battle, let's just go. Somebody else getting edged a bit wide going through the Mike Wilson complex. This is Mick Spence. Mick Barrett, named after Mick Barrett, who is still here running teams, one of the original Trent Valley Kart Club members. We complete the opening lap.
Right, so repechage, of course, in most other races we have this weekend, it's whoever finishes first is the most important. It doesn't matter if you finish first in repechage. Oh, well, it does, I mean, you're through, but the battle we're going to be looking at a lot is the battle between 6th and 7th. Currently, Luca Osman-Price is the one that will go through to the main event, and Omar Ganoum is the one that is missing out. But that's probably about to change, and I'm sure it'll change many, many times before the end of this race. And things always get a little bit heated over that 6th place spot in a repechage race.
Yes, indeed. You can see the 3 MS kart race suits here. So Jack Dex Racing, James Tester, Iggy Smith and Zayn Salim all in this race. There's the CRG privateer driver Ollie Goodyear. Up the inside, that's making a move, the number 51 kart, Sam Longley. For Sam Pollitt Racing. He's moved over from Strawberry Racing to Sam Pollitt. People watching from South Africa, from Australia, from Greece. Watching. Someone asked me, are these fixed setups? No, not at all. The teams, the mechanics, the drivers, they can modify the setups in any way they want. Neo Clark makes a move for Thule Motorsport. That puts Neo into 3rd place.
Oh, and a battle. And a good move up the inside. The 114 going up the inside.
Alexander Cole, the Scotsman.
Yes, past Luca Osman Price. That is a very important move because that is our
bubble spot.
Our bubble spot, as you would call it, Henry. But yes, the kart's not fixed setup, but of course all chassis has to be homologated to regulations, and there are parameters in which the karts have to be within. So they can't be wider than 1.8 meters at the 1.4 meters at the back. There's various things like that.
And everyone is on the same brand of tyre, and one set of tyres for the entire event until he gets the Grand Prix. James Lingard, a veteran. I think James is the oldest driver here in his late 20s. It's a tough one for Lingard at the moment, the Huddersfield-based driver. He has dropped back to 10th position. At the moment then, Jack Collins, a Pro Train Racing, the Welsh-New Zealander. His dad's Welsh, his mother's from New Zealand. Jack Collins is leading. Neo Clark for the Thule Motorsport team in 2nd. Ollie Goodyear on the CRG. There he is with the black and orange race suit.
Oh, no.
Oh, and there are 2 drivers off. That's Jeremy Montgomery Swan, who is making his UK debut. He's and the Battenberg flags are out. The Battenberg flags are out. There's some barriers at Mixed Bend that have been dislodged. And it's Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Zayn Salim. So our only Egyptian driver here, Zayn Salim, the real Salim Shady, is sadly not going to make it to the main event. And Jeremy Montgomery Swan has been a rough baptism to British karting for Jeremy, but he will go away. Jeremy is a runner-up in the World Rental Kart Championships, and is now realising, okay, he races Rotax out in the UAE, but he's now had his first real introduction to British karting, and he will come away a bit battered and bruised, but a lot stronger for it.
Yes, absolutely. The people that this Battenberg will help is that battle 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. I was actually about to comment before the Battenberg came out that there was battling for the 7th place, which is absolutely not what you want to do.
Wow, that was a bit... They took out some real barriers there. Team TV KC, the Orange Army, hard at work to get the track back in ready. So, let's look at Jack Collins, Neo Clark, Ollie Goodyear, Harry Bloor. There's Zayn Salim walking away with the Chief Marshal here at Trent Valley Kart Club, Glyn Griffiths. Deliverer of the many Mawams to the Coventry box. Alexander Cole is 5th, and Luke Bate is 6th. Luke Bate for Jack's Motorsport P6. Outside the top 6, you've got Omar Ganoon, Charlie Webb, Ralph Youngling, Sam Longley, James Lingard, Luca Osman Price, Iggy Smith, Adish Mehta, Stephanie Hobika, Enzo Dickenberg, James Tester, Mark Quinn, and Danny Shields.
Yeah, Stephanie Hobika has also been helped out by this this Battenberg flag. She had the spin on the first lap into the first hairpin.
There's Luke Bates, the Jack's Motorsport kart number 95, and there is Omar Ganoon,
we've gone already.
the
We've gone
Lebanese
early.
driver.
We've gone early. Sorry, Henry, I cut over you there. But Jack Collins
go for it.
decided that he wanted to get this race underway quickly and get a gap if he can, because if he can win this race, that means there's no pressure for him not making the final. Already we've got drama into the first corner. The 114 looking up the inside, Cole looking up the inside of Bloor, and that's going to pull them back into the clutches of the group behind her. They are right on that cusp.
Yeah, indeed. There's Luke Bates in 6th position. The XR Motorsport kart. Oh, and Harry Bloor gets shuffled a little bit wide coming through turn number 4. That will help. Luke Bates, and here comes Omar Ganoom, the Lebanese driver, into the top 6. The XL Motorsport man in kart 365, and he now makes another move.
That's a good move. That's a good move up the second hairpin.
Yes.
He actually looked like he was going to stick behind, but then realised that there was a space there in which he could fill. And yes, it wasn't for the 6th place; it was for 5th. But you know, if you can get yourself one place extra, up in the position, you're not the man at risk, should we say?
Yes.
Person at risk, because we've got not just male drivers.
Risk, yes, well, it's thank you, Piers. We've also got people watching from Fiji. We've got animals watching from Fiji. The Doge has learnt how to type. He's in Fiji, not Fiji anymore. Here we go. Omar Ganoum.
Oh no,
Luke
Bates. That was the battle.
Bates, and that was Bates, and it's the number 51, Sam Longley, out of the race. Ganoum raced in Kartmasters last year, didn't make the main event. This is now the battle. The 1-1-1. Ralph Youngling, his younger brother Timo Youngling is out racing in Kristianstad in Sweden, preparing for the World Championships. Youngling, I think, is good. Well, that's the battle for 7th. He's one position out. Harry Bloor, very nervously, is hanging on.
Yes, and also coming into the back of this battle is Stephanie Herbaker. After that spin on the first lap, she's potentially in with a spot if she gets make her way through. She's on the back of this battle, but the 95, wasn't it, that spun round at the first.
Well, so here's Charlie Webb. Look at the number 24 car. Charlie Webb qualified 14th on Friday, finished 13th, and then 5th.
Great day on Friday.
DNF'd in both his heats yesterday. So there he is. He's chasing down his Precision Racing teammate, Harry Bloor, at the moment, and he's got Ralph Youngling having a look. Not quite. Webb goes wide. Youngling up into 7th. These drivers have got to get themselves sorted because the top 6 is pulling away.
Yeah, top 6 pulling away, and Webb will be, he had a great day on Friday with a 5th and a 13th. If he'd have had a 5th and a 13th again on Saturday, he would have been probably inside around about the top 10. Because senior road tax has been so competitive.
Yes, he was looking down what was going there. Webb has had a problem going into. Keeping it up. That's the coach. The coach, Danny Shields, just about keeping it off the barriers. There's Enzo Dickenberg in the number 152 Sony kart chassis, chasing Iggy Smith. Stephanie Hobika back into 15th position. She's got to make a little bit more progress. Just over a minute to go, Piers. And Neil Clark has the lead. Alexander Cole 2nd. Jack Collins is 3rd. Omar Ganoum is 4th. And Ollie Goodyear in 5th.
Harry Bloor back in that pound seat. The one who is just about going to make it through to the main event. And he's got a little bit of breathing space, which he'll be very happy about, back to 7th. So Youngling, Lingard and Osman Price would do well to just sit it out and push themselves into the next group. And we've got a scrap going on with the 365. Is it 365? Yeah, that's 4th, 5th and 6th. I don't know why they're scrapping. They should just chill out because they're going to bring the rest of the pack into this fight.
These drivers, they do not need to do this at all. They're going to slow each other down. Neil Clark, somebody look at that. Goodyear has just been passed by Ganoum. So Ganoum is 3rd, Goodyear 4th. Then it is Bloor in the 146 car in 5th. And at the moment, Alexander Cole shaking his head. Smacking the steering wheel. Alexander Cole for the Guy Cunnington Racing team. He was 2nd. He's now back outside the main event. Youngling moving up as he made the move. Yes, Ralph Youngling battling his way in. Here comes the veteran, James Lingard, making his bid for the main event. A true privateer in every sense of the word. Lingard, he does a lot of mechanicking and karting, and then this is his once a year where he comes out for a go.
Youngling up one more position in the 2nd hairpin.
Now
Good
it's
move.
Ollie Goodyear really in trouble. Ollie Goodyear in 5th. With Bloor in 6th. So it's the 146 kart. Precision Racing. That is the last driver currently qualified for the pre-final and the main event. Cole in the... He's almost got Welsh flag colours on his car, which is very nice of him. He is in 6th. Cole is there in 7th. Lingard in 8th. Then it's Luca Osman Price for Jack's Motorsport. Omar Ganoum under pressure. This is good. Well, of this group you're looking at, 4 will qualify, the rest won't.
Yes, because we have Omar Ganoum in 3rd. Then 4th is Youngling currently. Youngling looking like he wants to get past because he doesn't want to get dragged into the back of the battle. And that is the battle for the final place.
And Cole is forced a little bit wide. It's now Ollie Goodyear on the hot seat in kart number 55. James Lingard. Green and white Tony kart suit, white crash armour, under pressure from Luca Osman Price. I know James's other half is here. well, I think it was the other half. They were sitting together having a drink. So, and here's Luke Ross and Price going wise. Here comes Charlie Webb, Alexander Cole trying to get back into the action as well.
This is the last lap, so it looks like, unfortunately, James Lingard is probably just going to miss out. Oh, someone's come off at the last corner. Who was that? Is that Blore?
Oh,
no, it's not Blore.
Charlie Webb. Oh no, poor Charlie Webb, as there goes Ian Quinn across the line. Charlie Webb in kart 24 having a problem right at the end. Sam Longley crossing the line. Now, of course, you have the potential for post-race penalties for nose cones and what have you. That could be a 5-second penalty. Unofficially, here is your results.
So the first 6 that are going to make it through will run down the provisional results. A good race from Neo Clark, up 6 places to get the first promotion spot. Second place, Jack Collins. Third, Omar Ganoum after a strong defensive race. Ralph Youngling 4th, Harry Blore 5th, and the final promoted driver to the main event, Ollie Goodyear. James Lingard 7th, unfortunately will just miss out. 8th, Alex Cole. 9th, James Tester. 10th, Enzo Dickenberg. 11th, Nicky Smith. 12th, Luca Osman Price. 13th, Stephanie Baker. 14th, Adish Mehta. Then we roll out to 15th, Mark Quinn, Charlie Webb, who had that issue on the last lap, Sam Longley, and Sam Longley was the last of the finishers on the lead lap as we lost Danny Shields, Luke Bates, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, and Zayn Salim. So that's our first repechage done. We have repechages in Senior Rotax, Junior Rotax, and Senior X30. And next up will be Junior X30. But before then, we're going to hand down to, in a moment, we will be shortly be handing down to Nicole Sutherland. But, Henry, that was a dramatic repechage race.
So what the drivers will do now, they will go and they'll get weighed, they will have the nose cones checked, and then they will arrive in the company of Nicole Sutherland, who is going to be interviewing a couple of very happy drivers, relieved drivers.
First repechage of the day here then at Kartmasters, and what a repechage it was. Let's go into Parc Fermé Garage where scrutineering will happen to catch up with our race winner Neo Clark. Neo over here, the Thule Motorsport driver, would have never normally found himself in a repechage, but has been this morning. Neo, I was just saying to the audience, you know, repechage is not where you normally are. You're normally at the sharp end of the field. How did you find yourself here, and how was that driving the repechage?
Yeah, it weren't too bad. I think we got to the front and then controlled the pace, but it's just up to this point we've had a really rubbish weekend with just bad luck and just not everything going our way. So obviously we had a bumper fall off in the last heat yesterday, and that made us called us DSQ because of non-compliance. But hopefully today's a bit better. Hopefully we can find the pace we had yesterday and keep it going.
And I just watched you up there in that race pretty much just pick drivers off one by one like it was nothing. Do you reckon you'll be doing more of the same later on in the Prix?
Hopefully. I mean, we were there at the front end yesterday and we were keeping up with the front 5 all the time. So hopefully we can pick our way through, get to around top 20, top 15 for the final, and it gives us a chance for the final.
Thanks, Neo. We'll head over then to Jack Collins, who was P2 in that B final. Jack, you started at the front end and we saw you drop back, but then fought back through to P2. How much were you panicking when you kind of dropped back halfway through that race?
Well, I just had to keep calm. I think if you lose your head in a B final, you're just going to end up going backwards. So I thought, you know, I'll try and push the guy in front of me a bit, try and build a gap. I thought I saw some people coming up behind, so I thought I'd do the move into turn 1. Just to have that buffer between the guys behind, and by the end had a good gap to the guys behind, and yeah, good race.
And here at Kartmasters, we've seen drivers literally win finals from dead last, but you've got the pre-final to go and then the final. Game plan for the pre-final, or are you going to take it as it comes?
I think just make as many places as we can. I mean, we're starting at the back, we've got not much to lose, so aggressive on the first lap and see how high up we can get in the pre-final to start the final. Up there, hopefully.
And you're with Pro Train this weekend. You've been with them for quite a while now. You're one of their only drivers here this weekend. What have they said to you ahead of the final day?
Pro Train have been great to me so far. I mean, they've brought me since I was a novice. Since I literally, the first time in a proper go-kart was with Pro Train, and they brought me to where I am now. They've given me good kit. I can get up the pack. I'm pretty sure, and yeah, Alex has done a great job.
Great, thanks Jack. We'll see if you can get up the pack, and then we'll head back up to the next repechage of the day.
Yes, thank you, Nicole. That was the first repechage. You heard from a happy driver that made it through. And we're going to have some more happy drivers in the Junior Road Tax repechage. And on pole position for this race is Eva Morris alongside Oliver Meek. Second row is Adam Wooden and Ryan Gill. Third row will be Aras Majauskis and Aidan Mitchell. 7th place, Nathan Kappen, and 8th place, Zach Turner.
On row number 5, Braith Murdoch and Jacob Woods, Logan Howes and Riley Sims-Ezard. Then you have Riley Cranham, Jack Robinson, Shane Chandaria from Kenya, and Harry Holland. He's got the brightest cart here in cart number 77.
Go on, Henry.
Oh, sorry. Charlie Cox, Isabella Stansmore, Wilson, Sebastian Lusch, and Daniel Bridgen. A couple of bits of any other business. So, Riley Cranham qualified on pole position. Yes, on Friday for the Fusion Motorsport team. He then won his opening heat race.
But that didn't go so well to plan.
He hasn't finished a race since. Watch out for Cranham. Watch out for the only Praga kart here. Right at the back, Daniel Bridgen. They're into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Now, there are only 2 CRG karts here in the entire paddock. We've just seen Ollie Goodyear qualify for the main event. And Oliver Meek from the outside of row number 1 takes the lead to try and get both CRGs into the main event. You can see the very bright green, lime green. Oh no! I was going to say, Harry Holland spoke to me yesterday. He went, I've had a rubbish day. I've crashed in every single race. And he's already, oh dear. Harry, he's sponsored by the ukbailiffs.org. Yeah, they'll be wanting to collect their rent. And there's number 43 going slowly. That's not good news. That's Ryan Gill. He's got Oliver Clark driver coaching him this weekend. He started 4th and is now dropped 2-4. He's 6th. So there's the Evolve Motorsport car. Ryan Gill on the bubble. Very early stages yet.
Yeah, it looks a little strange. It looked like out of the second hairpin, Ryan just struggled to get away. So hopefully that's not a carburation issue or anything that will play out in the rest of the race. Because if it is, he's going to struggle to hold on to that final promotion place. But also, Eva Morris from pole position just had a bit of a slow getaway. We've got to change the lead, Henry. Change the lead. Oh no, change the 3rd place.
Yes, indeed. That was Eva Morris for KR Sport. A very talented young lady, made the final of the International Trophy Reel recently. There is Nathan Kappen going through. He's got the Dojo Moto race suit on. That's the team he races with. And that
239 of Jack Robinson in the pits, so he will not be making it through to the main event.
So Cato Motorsport loses a kart from the event, sadly, for Cato. Cato Adams, a multiple Kartmasters champion in his own right. The number 72 kart, that's Aris Majauskis. There were unfounded rumours that I was taking Aris Majauskis' mum out for a drink later on. I don't think Aris's dad had approved it. That's why they're unfounded rumours. All the lady said was she liked my jumper. She liked the cut of my jib. There we go.
Right. This is the battle we have for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. So these 5 would do quite well to just push each other along, because the orange cart right behind them of Braith Murdoch is going to be right on their tail and looking to take it. In fact, already Braith Murdoch's getting involved. Braith has now made it up into 5th place, I believe, on the bridge.
Yes, we have also Logan Howes not starting this race. So both Cato Motorsport, well, 2 out of the 3 Cato Motorsport karts out of the race. The 3rd one there getting a little bit feisty.
Is on the cusp as well.
Yes.
So 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. It's going to be hard to keep up with who's where in this one, because it changes so quickly in the Junior Rotax class, as with many of the categories we have this weekend. Currently, as far as we're aware, Nathan Kappen has the final promotion position and Jacob Woods is the one who needs to move forward.
Yes, he does. The 251. Looking at Riley Cranham still.
Oh
no! Oh, that is a driver into the barriers. He's up and out of his kart, hands on his head. Marshall's running to the scene. That was Nathan Kappen. Kappen, poor Nathan. He's out of the race. And with it, MLC Motorsports' chances have gone as well. And Harry Holland getting squeezed wide. Here comes Riley Cranham. Now, Cranham for the few. When was the last time we saw a Fusion car in a Repechage? It's been a while.
Yeah, not very often. Riley Cranham now in 7th place. Has to bridge a gap of about 8/10 to find that extra position to get him into the main event. And we know the speed that Riley has had this weekend. Pole on Friday.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Riley Cranham, there's 12 drivers here doing double duty. Riley is one of them. He is a former Kartmasters champion. In 2022, Riley won the Army Cadet Grand Prix. So this is not where he'd expect to be. 3 DNFs from 4 starts. And that's after being fastest of all Friday morning. Okay, Adam Wooden, who was at the opposite end of the scale, Adam Wooden qualified 50th and last on Friday. He now leads comfortably. Here's the battle for second. The Precision Racing Kart number 14, Aidan Mitchell, Aris Majewskis and Eva Morris all battling away with Braith Murdoch in 5th. There, just going into the corner now, that is Jacob Woods, kart number 84 for the Hunter Motorsport team. The Sam Pollock Racing team. They got very similar graphics kits, I have to say. My bad.
Ryan Gill has got the idea here. He pushed Riley Cranham down the straight towards Fullerton Esses. Riley Cranham looked over his shoulder and Gill went pointed forward like, I don't care, I don't want to finish 8th, let's go.
I don't want to battle over 7th. They got their heads down and they're chasing down the number 84 kart of Jacob Woods, who's just set the fastest lap of the race, however, and that could be important. Eva Morris will then be looking nervously. Braith Murdoch up with the 4th position. Majewskis and Mitchell 3rd and 2nd.
Let's have a look at the sector times as they come over the line. The first sector, guess who's fastest on circuit, Henry?
Would it be the driver on the bubble?
It was until we actually had Shane Chandaria, but at the time, the first sector, Riley Cranham was a good 10th.5 faster than our 6th place driver, Jacob Woods.
And now we've got a battle. So there's 3rd, 4th and 5th on our screens. And a little bit further back, it's now Eva Morris is the driver. No, it's Riley Cranham is there. Eva Morris is 5th. Here's 6th and 7th on our screens. 4 minutes to go.
The 84 is the driver that currently has promotion position. The 118 of Cranham is the one that needs to move up to get promoted. Here we go. We've got just under 4 minutes plus a lap remaining, so still plenty of racing to come. But this is the battle we want to keep an eye on. A warning for Eva Morris.
Yes.
And Eva Morris is right in the front of this. And now Riley Cranham looks up the inside. This could be decisive for his weekend. Side by side onto the bridge. Can't get the move done there. Slotting back in, and now it is the 84 of Ryan Gill who wants to get involved. Cranham does not need this, but Gill's got all the way alongside. Cranham breaks late. Defends from Gill, but also manages to get past.
That is Aidan Mitchell getting shuffled wide. Mitchell's gone from 3rd down to 5th, and now he's out of the main event.
He is. That is Mitchell, who is now the one who is going to be being demoted if he can't make his way up. So Cranham currently, as it stands, safe just about.
There's Harry Holland in the number 77 car being chased by Riley Sims Ezard. Have a look at those gloves that Riley Sims got. He had his Ayrton Senna gloves on for Friday. I'm not sure if he's got the same gloves now. Ryan Gilted, Oliver Meek is down 11th in the CRG. Then it's Charlie Cox, Zach Turner, Shane Chandaria has dropped back to 14th. Sebastian Lush, Daniel Bridge and Isabella Stansmore Wilson. They're the last carts running as we look at the battle that is just outside the top 6. So Aidan Mitchell now has got to get his head down. And there's a gap. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th with Woods in 6th. And here's the battle now. Ryan
Gill goes up the inside, but unfortunately runs wide, and that's allowed the 142 of Sims Ezard to go through as well. Gill is fighting hard in this one. He doesn't think he quite has the pace at the moment, so he's having to fight hard for it. But it doesn't matter. Ryan, you need to just work with the drivers around you, because the promotion positions are currently a couple of positions ahead of you.
Yes, indeed. So Aidan Mitchell was looking pretty at the moment. At Precision Racing, they were a very, very successful team in TKM racing. I think they still are. Obviously, coming across, you've got a couple of TKM teams, Klassen Motorsport being another, Tim Wilson Motorsport being another, that are now branching into X30 and Rotax racing. So even though they're not doing wonderfully well at the moment, they're very, very good teams indeed.
Cranham up the inside of Morris.
Jacob Woods, got to be careful. Morris goes up the hill.
Comes back down to Morris now, down a couple of positions. This is okay though for Morris. This is, if she gets overtaken, she's now in 6th. okay for now, but then those drivers right behind, Mitchell and Sims Ezard, will be looking to close this gap. And this fighting is not helping at all, because that 14 kart and the green Tony kart of 142, they are the drivers pushing on to try and get to this group, because currently, if they stay where they are, they're not going to be in the main event.
No, at the moment. Hello to Alex Goldschmidt, who's watching from kart circuit somewhere in the world. I'm not quite sure where Alex is again. Hungary, possibly? Lithuania. So he'll be cheering, he's commentating on the Lithuanian Championship this weekend.
Riley Cranham moving up another position, showing the pace that he has, up into second place past Majalskis.
Yes, and again, Cranham, this is where Cranham, he shouldn't be in this race at all, but he is, and he's proving that sometimes it's very difficult to navigate your way through these races, because it's elbows out for the word go.
Absolutely. One thing that's a slight change for this year, we've mentioned it a couple of times, and we'll explain that in the, later on as well, is that the juniors and seniors, if for the main event, have to take a brand new set of slick tyres if they're racing on slicks. Now, this actually means that there's less of a disadvantage to being promoted from the repechage, because normally if you're promoted from the repechage, your tyres have done one more race. But for Riley Cranham, for example, we know he's fast. He's going to get on exactly the same tyres as everyone else.
Exactly. Track position is going to be a problem.
Yes.
Rubber will not be.
Yes, exactly. So Cranham now has closed the gap to the lead as well. Has he closed the gap to the lead? It was 3 seconds at one point. No, that's second place, actually, isn't it?
So...
Hang on. Has Cranham been repassed by Majalskis? Yes, he has. We didn't see that.
I mean, this is KR Sport versus Strawberry Racing versus Fusion Motorsport in a repechage, which tells you how competitive it has been this year. Braith Murdoch for Cato Motorsports getting passed now by Jacob Woods. Oh, Jacob Woods runs very well. You don't need to do that, boys. Don't need to do that.
No, that's the second time they've swapped positions this lap as well, so just not helping each other.
So, the clock strikes 0, and it's number 32, Eva Morris for KR Sport. On the bubble, she has got Aidan Mitchell and Riley Sims Ezard closing in. Zach Turner's had a good race. He's up to 9th. Had a Charlie Cock, Oliver Meek, Shane Chandaria, Harry Holland and the rest. They're not a factor. This is where it's at. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th starting the final lap.
Here we go. This is the lap that matters. Eva Morris, that driver there with the white helmet, KR Sport driver, is on the bubble. She needs a clean lap to make it through to the main event. The drivers behind, Aidan Mitchell and Sims Ezard in the 14 and 142, need some scrapping to bridge that gap, because they have to close down about a 3.5 deficit.
Harry Holland, the UKBailiffs.org sponsored driver. I think he's probably got his rear bumper needs repossessing.
Ava Morris is now looking at the back of a cart of Braith Murdoch, who is defending and thinking, Braith, what are you doing? I don't care if we don't need to defend. We don't need to battle over this. Because as soon as they start back defending, they could quite quickly, that gap that they have, their little buffer could be eroded. But it looks like into the final sector, potentially, this is how it will end.
Yes, and for those wondering on the live chat, the pre-final results decides the grid for the Grand Prix. So it's the results, the pre-final decides the grid of the Grand Prix. It's not like a superheat done on a point system.
Yes.
As the checkered flag waves, Adam Wooden breathes a sigh of relief. The entire KR Sport team breathe a sigh of relief, because both their drivers have provisionally qualified for that. There is a look at cameraman falling over. We were going to have a look at some of the good, the great in the grandstand as we wait, but the grandstand absolutely packed. The spectator banking is absolutely packed. Here, though, are your provisional results. Adam Wooden, Riley Cranham, Aris Miauskis. I have to say, maybe I should take his mum out for a drink if he's going to drive that. Well, I'm only joking, she's married, don't do that. Jacob Woods, Braith Murdoch, and Eva Morris, your provisional qualifiers.
Yes, the ones that missed out, unfortunately, Aidan Mitchell, the first of the drivers whose weekend is finished in the junior rotax category. Riley Sims Ezard was 8th, Charlie Cox 9th, 10th Zach Turner, 11th Oliver Meek, 12th Shane Chandaria, 13th Ryan Gill, 14th Isabella Stansmore Wilson, 15th was Sebastian Lusch, 16th was Daniel Bridgen. Then, unfortunately, Holland and Nathan Kappen, who did not finish the race. So, Junior Rotax Repechage done. Interesting one. That was tense for a while, but then in the last few laps, Eva Morris just found a position and thought, you know what, I just need 6th. She will be starting last in the main event.
Now, of course, yesterday, we commented up here in the box, yesterday with Lewis Mackey, you were the first person to sort of get the scoop that he'd been excluded.
Yeah.
Nicole Sutherland will be the first person that will be able to tell us if any of them have got nose cone penalties.
Of course, nose cone penalties. 5-second penalty, not a 10-second penalty as it was back in day.
Back in day?
Back in day when I was racing.
Me young lads. Oh, why are we talking like we're from Yorkshire? Let's get flat cap and whip it up here. In comes Box. I can't speak.
We'll probably have some moments like that later on, Henry. I am almost certain of it. And we've got the drivers ready for the Senior X30 repechage, pretty much ready to go. But before then...
There's Ty McKeer, Australian born, now lives in Bahrain. He's got the Bahrain International Kart Circuit. Big hello to everyone at the Bahrain International Kart Circuit, my brothers out there. Right, Nicole Sutherland is ready, so as we look for the next race, Nicole Sutherland will review the last one. Take it away, Nicole.
Riley Cranham joins me in Parc Fermé. Riley, I'm not sure if you're aware, but I think you're actually our provisional winner for that repechage. We wouldn't ever see you in a repechage. You had a pole, a heat win, and then some really bad luck. Can you tell us about that?
I mean, the past 2 days haven't been the best. Obviously, we had the pole and the first heat win, and then from then on, we've either crashed or had a otherwise broke down. But with the pace that we have, I mean, we're really quick at the moment, so going to the pre-final can make up loads of places.
And then, you know, you've got 2 chances, pre-final and a final. Have you got any kind of game plan? Are you going to race the pre-final differently? What are you thinking?
I mean, I'm hoping not to get a nose cone in the pre-final. We're aiming for like a top 15, because as long as you're there or thereabouts for the final, then you've got a chance of winning it.
Great to hear them from you, Riley. Best of luck for the rest of today.
Thank you.
We'll keep heading through Parc Fermé and we'll catch up with our 4th place finisher, who is the SPR driver, Jake Woods. Catch up with you quickly. How are you feeling after that repechage? How did it go? And it's not really a position a driver wants to find themselves in, having to do that extra race, but what are your thoughts?
Well, I've been crashed into and crashed out of every heat, and then we went into warm-up this morning, got drove over, sent to the medical centre, so it's been quite a hard race with my leg in pain, but I just sent a few moves and made it through, so it should be good.
Having an injury then, do you think that's actually a bit more motivating? You feel like you've got some business to go and complete, some unfinished business?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's helped more with like adrenaline, making me faster, just wanting to make more moves, so yeah.
Great to hear from you and the best of luck for the rest of today.
Thank you.
Good to hear from our Junior Rotax Repechage finalists. They will be heading into the pre-finals later on. We'll go back up to our next repechage.
Thank you, Nicole. Yes, we are here for the final repechage of the morning. We have the Senior X30 repechage, and on pole position it is Robbie Buckley. For 2nd place, Tony Kazugul. 3rd place, Ty Mayer. 4th, Isaac Marsh. 5th, Freddie Housley. 6th, Darren Marshall. 7th, Eden Spantovic. 8th, CJ Bennett. And it will be 9th place, Saka Al-Masherji. 10th, Piotr Jurovic. 11th, Katie Ashman. 12th, Josh Palfreyman. 13th, Harry Yule. 14th, Harrison Morrow. 15th, Emilio Vanulberger. And 16th, Joel Hull. 17th, Daniel Archer. 18th, George Mayle. And 19th, Natalia Dabek.
We will not have George Mayle out on with us. I went into the S8 Racing tent this morning. He was involved in an incident with Natalia Dabek, Robbie Buckley and Christopher Bingham yesterday, and he's hurt his ribs. So once again, we have 18 drivers, 6 transfer spots for the main race. Before we get started, Darcy Sausage is on the bank. Harry Friel Sausage Dog, the worst paddock show pooch ever. Biter of many commentators' ankles over the years. Here we go, into the tram line. We are not racing. So Robbie Buckley. So we've got Ireland, France, Bahrain, England. The top 4 rows. It's like the mini Olympic Games here, isn't it? And we got Moldova in this race. We've got Kuwait in this race. Poland, Belgium. So Emilio van Overberger.
Yes.
Berger. Berger. It's
Van Overberger.
It's like for those of you that watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine and Charles Boyle, one of the characters who he adopts a child from called Nicolaj. And
Nicolaj.
Nicolaj.
No, Nicolaj.
Nicolaj.
No,
Yes,
it's pronounced Nicolaj.
Yeah, but I said Nicolaj.
No, Nicolaj.
Exactly. Now you get the joke. When we were interviewing Emilia van Overberger for the paddock show, I swear we were saying the same name multiple times. That Berger. Yeah, no, Berger.
Yeah.
Let's hope we can mention his name a few more times for the right reasons later on. This Freddie Housley, he's been run by Piers Sexton this weekend. Piers, those jets off to China. Race series out there. There's Robbie Buckley on the croc cart. Tony Cazagal from Tim Wilson Motorsport is next. Timer here from Bahrain, also on a croc. Then Isaac Marsh. Isaac Marsh officially employed, did you know, as Gus Lawrence's stunt double. There we go, lights out, we're off and racing.
The 2-1-2 goes well wide.
That is...
That was from the outside of the front row, Tony Kazuko.
Oh dear, and he gets back on right at the back.
Yeah, he just got shoved basically wide and got 2 wheels on the grass, which we've had a bit of drizzly rain this morning, so that grass is slick as something you can fill in, Henry.
Yes.
But unfortunately, that's going to make him make an uphill battle for him to get through to the main event.
It's slicker than my Riz with a single karting man. There we go. How's that?
There we go, Henry. But currently, we have a battle for the lead, 3 battle for the lead, and also about a 10-kart battle for the promotion places.
Here we go into the Fullerton S's for the first time. You see Harrison Morrow going through on that very smart ARC chassis for the Klassen Motorsport team. We've got one kart here, but apart from OMS have got a hot tub. The Klassen Motorsport got a paddling pool. You know, I know where I want to be. Here we go as they cross the line now. It's a complete lap number 1. It's Robbie Buckley leading Freddie Housley. Timer here, CJ Bennett. So 2 Irishmen in the top 4 at the moment. Isaac Marsh for Tim Wilson Motorsport and Eden Spanswick, the number 69 kart. He is the Anglo-Moldovan driver. And Spanswick, you can see the white car with sort of the grey and yellow kart with the yellow flecks on the outside of his rear bumper. Saka Al-Masherji, kart number 34 from Kuwait. This is the second time that Saka has been here at Kartmasters. Last year he made the main event in Junior X30, finished 32nd. It's a tougher ask this year in Senior X30. There's Harry Ewell in the number 65 kart, battling with Piotr Jurovic. Katie Ashman is there in 10th. Joel Hull 11th, Harrison Morrow, Josh Palfreyman, Emilio van Overberger, Daniel Archer, Tony Kazga and Natalia Dabek.
Absolutely. So it is Spanswick that's currently got that position that will take him through to the main event. Al-Masherji's right on the edge. Oh, we got side by side on the bridge. We got side to side rubbing once again. Not for the promotion places, I don't think. That's it is actually. No, that was.
It's the 157.
The 34 Al-Masherji is up the inside of the 69 Spanswick. That is a move to get him in the main event.
Well, and he taps his head saying...
He says, follow me, because I'm going to go through and you're not.
Yeah, that's Kuwaiti for follow me. Tap in the back of your crash helmet. In Europe, they sort of point forward. But in Kuwait, in the Middle East, they tap the back of their crash helmet, say, right, that's what we've got to follow. Back of this crash helmet. Interesting, different karting cultures, different signals. I wonder if Eden Span, I don't know what Moldovan is for follow me. It might be a case of there isn't one, and Eden's going to go right back up the inside as they start another lap. But Al-Masherji for the Jade Racing team on that Birrell ART chassis. Scott and Ross Allen running that team. Of course, next month they'll be hoping. Well, last 2017, Scott and Ross Allen ran Danny Curl to the World Karting Championship. Danny Curl's also here in the paddock with his brother Ben, not Gary, Ben.
The Ram.
For the Ram Racing team, and Daniel Ferguson. We'll see him later. Craig Corbett,
move the lead.
Some great racing from watching from New Zealand. We haven't got Glyn Griffiths has provided the commentary box with Malwams. Thank you
Legend
very much.
Glyn, thank you so much. Chief Marshal.
Head Marshal.
Head Marshal.
Numero uno Marshal.
Yes. I said there was
waving of flags.
No, sorry, I said that earlier on this race there was a change for the lead. It wasn't. It was Buckley defending into the second hairpin from Housley, and we're looking at that battle right now. Housley in the 20, Buckley in the 1-2-5. These guys do not need to fight. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that 6th red car is the one that is going through to the main event. Eden Spanswick doesn't just quite have the pace to bridge the gap to Al Masherji at the moment.
I think we may have lost Katie Ashman. Or Katie Ashman or Tony Kaz. Let's have a look there. David Marshall didn't start either.
We've got moved the lead this time. That is Freddie Housley going through and defending the lead. Guys, what difference does it make? You're going to start. This is only the difference in the inside and the outside of the 16th row of the grid. So not a huge difference there, but I suppose these guys want to just make sure that they don't get caught up in anything and get shuffled backwards. But at the moment, everything is sort of fairly well behaved as we speak. But then again, I've, of course, commentators curses many times this weekend, so I'll try not to touch in woods. Henry?
Nope. We'll see what happens. You've got Freddie Housley, Robbie Buckley, and then timer here. So 2 Irishmen, sandwich in the top 4, first and 4th. And, well, actually, no, it's second and 4th now. Timer here in 3rd, then Isaac Marsh and Saka Al-Masherji. Al-Masherji being chased by Eden Spanswick. Harry Ewell is not far behind Spanswick in the number 65 kart for clock promotion. And then behind Ewell is Joel Hull in the Tim Wilson Motorsport number 31. There is Isaac Marsh, followed by Masherji. Al-Masherji, rather. Katie Ashman is 10th. Sorry, I thought we'd lost it because, no, her transponder has got an intermittent problem. It's got a weak signal. So, 5-second penalty
the
for
28. That's no one in...
Josh Palfreyman.
That's no one in the pound seats as it stands. So, unfortunately, Palfreyman will drop down, but also was not in a position to be promoted regardless. Although, you know, there's still plenty more racing to come.
People ask what the average age of this class is. Well, in senior excerts, you can move up to senior in the year of your 16th birthday. It's 15th birthday. 15th
if you have a certain license grade. I can't remember the deal. I wasn't 15. It's been a long time since I was 15, Henry.
Touche.
Yeah. But, I said the average age of drivers in this class is probably about 18 or 19 in the senior X30 class. You have drivers in their early and mid-20s, but...
Most of them, I'd say, you've got late teens. Late teens.
Yes, and the same in the senior road tax. Actually, senior road tax may be, probably similar. This is a move.
Careful now, Saki, you don't need to do this.
No.
Well, he does need to try and make a move, actually, because he's got Eden Spanswick sitting right on his chuff.
So this 3-kart battle here, the 40 of Isaac Marsh, the 34 of Al Masherji, they are safe, and then Eden Spanswick in the 69, currently not safe for promotion. So Al Masherji now looking up the inside. This is to guarantee himself safety and not get shuffled backwards, and that now puts Marsh in the position that is at risk. So he is currently going through. Spanswick is licking his lips and going, right, this is helping bring them towards me. Spanswick sniffs an opportunity. I'm sure he will be going for it.
Now, CJ Bennett, he's racing as a privateer. The graphics kit on that car is the Audron Henry racing team. Audron Henry, great character. Actually, believe it or not, so here's Audron Henry's claim to fame. He got to the semi-finals of the Mojo tyre changing competition in Bahrain last year. First Irishman to get through. It was actually to the semi-finals, the top 8. There's Dan Barrett in the middle of watching the action on screen, and we'll see the McBarrett racing karts a little bit later. Saka Al-Masherji, fast lap of the race, closing in on CJ Bennett. Now, Al-Masherji doesn't need to battle. Here's the big battle. It's Marsh in the number 40 kart and Spanswick in the number 69.
Yeah, those two are the ones that we will touch on in a second. But Al Masherji's found an excellent turn of pace at this stage in the race, going fast on that last lap, including the overtake he made on Marsh as well. So that kart coming on strong at the end of the race, and he's guaranteeing himself, well, I say guaranteeing, he's putting himself in a good position to not be at risk of going through. But that kart there, the number 40, that is the final promotion position at the moment, 6th place. The 69 of Eden Spanswick had a quick look in the inside of mix, but that would have been a bold move with 1 minute 25 to go. Spanswick is going to be pushing as hard as he can. Marsh will be feeling this pressure.
Yes, he will. But his work as a Gus Lawrence stunt double means that he soaks up pressure like a sponge. True fact.
Is his hair quite as majestic?
Yes, exactly. That's why. Never seen Gus and Isaac in the same room. They're going to have a problem, though, if Isaac qualifies, because they're going to be in the same race later on. I don't know how that's going to work. Brilliant. There are similarities, visual similarities between them, and hair similarities. But, because he knows that. But Isaac Marsh, again, very experienced driver in the TKM class. He's with Tim Wilson Motorsport team, who are a championship-winning team in TKM. Harrison Morrow for the Klassen Motorsport team has just been battling with Enzo Van Overberger. Now, okay, let's talk about this. So, Harrison Morrow, I spoke to his dad, Rich, and they decided to, hello, that's a battle.
That's a move. That was a 1-2-2 time, Meia on Robbie Buckley, so Robbie Buckley going backwards, and now Al-Mashirdi is getting involved, and Buckley could quite quickly find himself in a dangerous position here, because these two right there, the 69 is currently the driver that wants to make up one position. Buckley getting shuffled backwards as now Bennett goes up the inside in the first hairpin. Yeah, and so this is the battle. The clock has struck 0. Next time round, they will see the last lap board. There's a lot of hand signals going on there. They've got to be careful, though. Marsh is the one who has to try. And I mean, those Tim Wilson karts, they look so smart. They're very, very distinctive on the track. They're the privateer Tony kart of Ed Spanswick. This is England versus Moldova. Well, Ed Spanswick is half English, he's half Moldovan, but he likes to keep it international, keep it 100, keep it 100 like Snoop watching the dressage. Here we go. Freddie Housley starts the final lap. Had a timer here. Saka Al-Mashirji up to 3rd with the fast lap of the race. Then it's CJ Bennett 4th, Robbie Buckley 5th, and here on the screen through the bowl is the battle of the 6th. Yeah, Spanswick is pushing on hard. He can see that is the position he wants. He's just out of touch ever so slightly. I can guarantee he'll be urging his kart forward, trying to do everything he can. He's driving cleanly, but at this stage in the race, just doesn't quite have enough. And if Marsh just keeps it clean, that should be enough. You can see the flecks on the outside of the rear bumpers. They don't signify anything. It's a stated rule saying that you've got to have some sort of bright colour on the end of the bumpers to help the drivers visualise, and so that it minimises, bumper-to-bumper contact. Yes.
Maybe I said it, but to minimise contact, that's what the rule is. But here we go.
There is Freddie Housley that is going to take the win over the line. A good drive from him, and he's through, and you can see what it meant to Ty Magia. Yeah. He actually did a fist pump over the line. He's like, yes, right, that's it, job done in the main event. Got a chance now, new set of tyres. Yep. And away they go. Morrow.
Harrison Morrow, Harrison Morrow crossing the line in 13th position, just behind Natalia Dabek. But let's put this into perspective. I was going to come back to this point. Harrison Morrow spoke to his dad, Rich. They raced TKM. They did a little bit of national level racing. Harrison has come to Kartmasters first time, own drive on an ARC, one of the least experienced drivers, in terms of this level of competition. And he has beaten Emilio Van Overberger, the Belgian driver, racing for the Wim Eijkmans team. The Wim Eijkmans team, Wim Eijkmans almost ran a Formula 1 team. International driver, so life is not all bad. Let's have a look at the complete provisional finishing order.
Right, so our drivers through are Freddie Housley, Ty Magia, Saka Al-Mashirji, CJ Bennett, Robbie Buckley and Isaac Marsh. The driver that didn't make it through to the main event but still had a cracking good weekend of racing was Eden Spanswick, Joel Hull, Josh Palfreyman, Harry Ewell, Katie Ashman, Piotr Jurovic, Natalia Dabek, Harrison Morrow, and Emilio Van Overberger, Daniel Arsher, and unfortunately Tony Kazugiel did not finish the race in that one. So that is the end of those drivers 7th and down for their weekend. They can sit back, relax, start packing up and enjoy the main events, which will be coming up very, very shortly. That is the end of our repechages. Next up, we have all of the pre-finals, which will be an extra 2 minutes longer than we've had in all the heats so far.
Yes.
Heats and repechages, 10 minutes plus a lap.
Yes.
Pre-finals, 12 minutes plus a lap.
One thing that we will do very quickly, we're going to mention today is the day we play Kart Mechanic Bingo. So, this is what you've got to be watching out for. Nicole Sutherland will be on the case. This is what you got to watch out for. Kart mechanics have to have tight t-shirts, team logos on, tight-fitted shorts with the logo cut just above the knee. They need to have expensive and or brightly coloured trainers.
Or both.
Or both. Expensive haircuts. They need to have an earpiece in with their radio tucked around and the radio tucked in behind their back. There's bonus points if you have a team apron with a logo, if you have the T4 rule, sleeves up over the elbow, over the shoulder, Ray-Bans, not Roy-Bans, Jake Dalton, Tan, and Dan Hazelwood Teeth. Nicole Sutherland, take it away.
In Park Ferme, and I'm joined by Freddie Hasley, who will be in the final today. Freddie, not the best of Saturdays for you, but you've made it through to the finals. What's been going on and how are you feeling?
Yeah, obviously made it through to the final now. Had a little crash in the last heat yesterday, but knew we had the pace to win the B final and make it through to the final, so that's all we needed to do.
And you've done multiple Kartmasters now. In your opinion, how much does a Saturday change compared to the races on a Friday and how much does a Sunday change compared to the Friday and Saturday races?
Quite a fair bit, to be fair, because obviously it's finals day and everyone wants to win the GP plate, but nevertheless Saturdays are still very hard racing.
And you're with Piers Sexton this year, PSR. How has Piers been helping you throughout this weekend, and what's he really said to you to get you in that right mindset to get through the repechage?
Obviously he's helped me a lot over the years. We've worked together for a lot of years now, but we've just been working on the setup for the past couple of weeks for this weekend, and he just told me before the race just to do what I needed to do and win and get through to the final.
Thanks very much, Freddie. We'll head back up then for our first pre-final of the day.
Thank you, Nicole. Yep, things are beginning to get serious. Our first pre-final. And the pre-finals set the grid for the A-final. So direct finishing position is the starting grid. And it is Waterstriff restricted up first. Alfie Davidson has been absolutely on fire this weekend. First place in the pre-final. Daniel Ferguson alongside him. Joshua Cook in second. James Roots third. Chester Fawkes fourth. Chester Fawkes fifth. Oscar Kenny sixth. Atika Mir seventh. Alessandro Salas eighth.
Outside the top 8, Mason Hibbert and Harry Chapman. They round out your top 10, followed by Hugo Williamson, the Good Times Racing driver, Reggie Chandler, Harry Fable, George Greaves, and Finley Bedford Rascal.
You were talking about the Bedford Rascal the other day, Henry. I think it was Friday.
I'm looking to buy two things in life. Well, diets, which are starters, but Graham Bell has brought me a glass bottle of Iron Brew 1901 recipe, which has had sat in the fridge for 4 days, and it is absolutely delightful.
I'm
also going to buy a Bedford Rascal and a Basset Hound.
Yes, I'd never had an Iron Brew ever before, Henry, and you gave me the first sip of that.
I blooded him, ladies and gentlemen.
If you've never had Iron Brew, I imagine it's what licking...
Proper Scottish warriors drink.
It tastes...
of Scotland.
Intense is what I'm going to say.
Exactly. I can't show the Reggie Chandler merch, but it is here. I'm going to drink my cold Iron Brew and my Reggie Chandler mug. How's that?
Here we go. Waterswift restricted pre-final. Inside of the front row, the Fusion driver Alfie Davidson been unbeaten so far. 4 race wins in the heats, and now we are racing. Green flag for the pre-final, and it is Davidson that leads the way, and followed closely by Joshua Cook from the inside of the second row. Unfortunately, Ferguson just dropping a little bit further back in that blue Ram racing car, and everyone else further back is just falling into place. We're just looking at the number 21 going through there, James Roots, who's fallen back a couple of places off the start as well. And again, we don't need to look for 6 backwards now. This is the race.
Yep.
This is the pre-final. This is to set the grid for the main event. So the drivers will be pushing to get a good slot for the main event, but all is not... they're not going to be fighting as hard as they maybe will in the final, because a DNF in this one would not help their chances for the main event.
Yeah, what the drivers do need to do, however, in this class is they need to collectively figure out a way to try and beat Alfie Davidson. The Fusion Motorsport driver has had a clean sweep. He didn't qualify on pole, in yesterday's time qualifying, but he has won all 4 heat races. Not always by a big margin, but he does need. He hasn't been beaten yet.
He's had periods where he's not been in the lead. He's had to work for it, but he's always found a way to get to the front of the field. And at the moment, with Joshua Cook pushing him, it looks like he's going to have a good chance of either a front, or probably a front row grid slot.
Oh, Chester Fawkes!
Yeah, proper Brexit overtake up the inside there. Unfortunately, didn't go. Went a little bit wide on the exit, so they both lost position.
What is it? When you say a Brexit overtake, that means it was fed to us on live and didn't work when he made it.
I'm not going to get involved in that, Henry, but I think people know what it means when there's a Brexit overtake. But like a Brexit tackle in football, it was robust, shall we say, and unfortunately it wasn't the most effective because Daniel Ferguson is now in 3rd place once again, owing to getting the cut back on both of them. Ferguson has had an up and down a little bit. He's had paces at stages and not quite, not potentially been in exactly where he wanted. He had 2 second places, a 6th and a 3rd, so pretty consistently inside the top 6. But just occasionally I've just seen he's been shuffled back a little bit. But in this race, he's worked his way up 2nd position, and he'll be hoping that someone will just latch onto the back of it. Maybe the number 21 of James Roots. Nope, they're going to go up the inside.
The Roots is on fire, not quite though. Daniel Ferguson dampens the blaze as, the Cookie Monster trying to have a little nibble at the rear bumper of Davidson's Fusion Motorsport kart. Ferguson holding off Fawkes. Salas was up a position. Now he drops back behind Roots again. Then you have the first of the 2 Oliver Rowland Motorsport karts. That would be Oscar Kenny, followed by Mason Hibbert. Reggie Chandler on the Falcon is 9th. Atakamia 10th. Hugo Williamson. I mean, Atakamia's mechanic, I'm expecting big things out of Ashtia in Kart Mechanic Bingo.
Unfortunately, Daniel Ferguson getting shuffled back in this lap. He's lost 2 places and are potentially about to lose a 3rd. So it was Chester Fawkes that went out. He's lost 3 places. It was Chester Fawkes. And now Kenny's up the inside. And the 33 also of Mason Hibbert. And he's gone. Ferguson has really been shuffled backwards this time. Not a great lap for me. He didn't really do anything wrong. He just got overtaken. Then the momentum was rearward from that point onwards. So over the line, that is Ferguson, who's gone from 3rd place to 9th place in 1 lap.
Yeah, Lionel Brown on the live chat. Wanted to thank everyone on the live chat for the advice he was given regarding getting his son the correct safety equipment, and that's what we want to try and do. We laugh and we joke, but we do want to make sure that newcomers into the sport are given the best advice possible, and there's a good move. So once you beat the Grand Prix racewear, other Delta racewear are also available, but Grand Prix racewear are right around the corner from you, Lionel, so I understand that. And it won't be long before little George Brown is out on track doing exactly what James Roots has just done to Chester Fawkes, and that's pass him clean as a whistle.
Yeah, that's a repass, I think. Yeah, it was, because Chester Fawkes must have gone up the inside, either into the bridge or off the bridge. We didn't quite catch that, but then back through goes James Roots. Roots wants to hold on to that 3rd position. Closely followed by these two are Salas and Oscar Kenny. Salas in the 28, Kenny in the E-plate. Kenny winning the E-plate meeting. I assume that was the one at Shennington.
Yeah, the Shennington Super 3. The Nat Johnson fan club are on the live chat. They're not speaking to you, Piers. We let them down yesterday.
What happened? Oh, I didn't chat to him, did I? Nicole's going to do better than I did.
Yes.
Nicole's far better at that.
Yes, she knows. Nicole knows. Nat Johnson fan club. Don't panic.
Chester Fawkes dropping down a position, going behind the number 28 of Salas. Salas must have made a move in the 1st sector.
Actually sat next to Nat Johnson at the Motorsport UK Awards night last year. Nat and his family. Very, very nice family.
There you go. There's a lot of nice families in karting.
There are, yeah. Especially on a Saturday night when there's a few adult beverages being handed round. If you want to see a real idea of what this paddock is really like and the importance of it, watch the paddock show that we filmed yesterday. It'll be going out on the live stream during the lunch break today. It'll be shown on the big screens here at PFI. UKSTR asking, how come the karts always start? Why do we have rolling starts, not standing starts? Well, because these are 2-stroke engines, the clutches would not tolerate a standing start. Now, in Honda Cadet, which are 4-stroke engines, and in KZ2 gearbox karting, there is a... is that a Stu Stratton sighting?
No.
Is it a Chris Walker sighting?
That's a Chris Walker sighting.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure.
I thought Chris Walker standing at the other side of the circuit. No, that's a Chris Walker sighting.
Yes. Another move. That's the 28 of Silas going into third position now with the brightest rear bumper in the paddock on that car.
Yes.
We do enjoy that, don't we? It's the Jade Racing Team Birrell ART. And it's got a
news from one of the Repechages, Eva Morris, penalty out of the Grand Prix. We had a penalty for Adam Wooden, who won the pre-final. That dropped him to 5th, though.
That is toit.
Toit. That is like the toitest of nups. And Aidan Mitchell, hello.
Sorry, Henry, to cut over there, but we had very, very close racing for third and fourth. That was Silas getting passed by both Roots and Forks into turn 1, and it was rubbing is certainly racing today, Henry.
Yep. It is indeed, and it will be that way, I'm sure, you know, even more rubbing as the day progresses. There we go. Let's have a look. James Roots, Chester Forks, Alessandro Salas and Oscar Kenny. Daniel Ferguson dropping to second. We haven't seen much of Alfie Davidson and Joshua Cook. Cook is sitting and waiting patiently behind Alfie Davidson, trying to suss out a place where he can potentially make his move. Now, the Chester Forks, the Danger UK, danger. High voltage.
Oh, I see.
I was queuing you up there, Piers. But Chester Forks. Now, you're not going to see Chester on that with that crash helmet much longer, because Ash Crossy is busy designing Chester's new lid. Here is the battle for the race lead.
We're calling it a battle for the race lead, but I think these two have basically decided, you know what, should we just start in the front row? Yeah, I think we will, and we'll just we'll push each other along for at least the first 5-7 minutes of this race.
They will help each other because they don't want Roots and Forks and Salas and Kenny to catch them.
No, they don't, because that then increases the risk of them starting many positions further down. They've had it fairly easy in this race so far, the two of them, as we see another move. That is Silas going up the inside of Oscar Kenny, taking that position back. He lost it from the start of the lap and then retook it. But yeah, these two actually, let's look at the last lap times. Who was faster? Ever so slightly faster actually was Roots and Forks, so only by a couple of tenths. So the 2-second gap is unlikely to be eroded in 3 minutes unless Davidson and Cook decide that they're going to squabble over pole position for the main event. Oh no, we've had that. That is the Good Times Racing.
Williamson. And he's the two Good Times carts, George Greaves and Hugo Williamson, have come together. Bad times.
Oh no.
Bad times for the two Good Times drivers.
Oh, they're going to still go at it for the remaining minutes, because I can see they come out the last corner pretty much nose to tail, so they'll continue their race. It may well be the last race they have this weekend. No, because we're not in a repechage anymore. Henry, what am I talking about? They'll be on the rear of the main event.
The rear of the main event, yes.
So this is still the quote-unquote battle for the lead. It's a very well-behaved battle, because these two of Davidson and Cook, 46 and 9 for both Fusion and Chaos Sport respectively, will probably be quite happy to be in first and second. I'm interested to see if Joshua Cook will try and just go and one-up Alfie Davidson, because Davidson, of course, has gone first place in every single heat. And it might be a nice little psychological check mark to say, if Cook took this one, say, you've had it all your own way so far, but Sunday's going to be my day. And I think if Cook gets an opportunity with a minute or so to go, he may well take it. I mean, we saw that, I think, in was it the final heat? I think Cook took the lead on the last lap and then was repassed by Davidson, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. I mean, Alfie Davidson, he has done things all his own way, but he has found a way to win every time. And the Cookie Monster, Josh Cook, looking over his shoulder, and again, he's got 1 minute 45 seconds to go. He's probably thinking to himself, no, I haven't got a big enough lead. It's only 1.3 seconds.
Here we go.
Although Davidson runs a bit wide, but no, Cook falls back into line. Cook knows if they start battling side by side now, Roots and Forks will catch them.
Especially considering that last lap, Roots and Forks were a quarter of a second, 2.5 tenths faster than the lead group. Gap now down to 1.6 from 2 seconds. So if it continues that way, then they may well catch them right at the end of the race, because once you get within about 4 tenths, the slipstream comes into effect, and the Roots and Forks train may well be coupling with the front group.
I've got to say, we seem to have 4 members of the presenting crew today, because I've got to thank you to Isaac Barker on the live stream. He's looking obviously at the motorsport-timing.co.uk results, and when the results get posted, there's a move for the race lead. Josh Cook takes it.
And it's now a 4-way battle. Look at this. As we said a moment ago, it is now a 4-way battle. There is nothing between any of these. So this potentially may be a little bit less well-behaved, maybe a little bit more dramatic, as we now have the 21 Roots taking second place away from Davidson. So we have seen this before this weekend. Davidson has shuffled back to second, third and fourth places before. Will he manage to bridge that gap back to Cook once again? Davidson's got a good exit out of the second hairpin, retakes second place, but they've lost touch ever so slightly with Alfie Davidson, and this will be the penultimate lap. So when they go over the line next time, it will be the final lap, and you can see Davidson saying, look, we've lost the gap to the leaders.
Yep.
Think ahead. Can we get back to the lead? And
well, I mean, this is Chester Forks' opportunity to maybe, after Alfie Davidson, and this is how quickly fortunes can change. Alfie Davidson undefeated throughout the day on Friday and Saturday. Get the Sunday, and there's a potential he doesn't even start the Grand Prix from the front row.
Yeah,
it can change that quickly.
It really can, and it's defensive into the bowl goes Cook, and he's managed to hold a tight line on the exit as well, so no cutback for Davidson. Forks right there. Roots right there, and joining the party is Kenny and Sarlas as well. You can see them in the back of shot, but it's now Cook defending down to the first hairpin, covering off the inside line. Will Davidson go wide? Yes, he will, and he's followed by
Chester
Forks. And Forks is going to get a run. He's going to get past Davidson almost certainly. Can he get the lead into second hairpin? Not quite now.
Now Forks is at risk here because Oscar Kenny and Mason Hibbert. Suddenly we have 6 karts battling for the lead. It's Alessandro Salas and Oscar Kenny. Not Hibbert has dropped back to 8th position. Here we go down the back straight for the final time.
Here we go into Bobby Game. It is Davidson looking for a cutback. Can he get it done? He's got alongside on the curb. Cook's done it. So Cook is almost certainly going to take the win now. And they're fighting a big handful of oversteer from Davidson through mixed corner. But it is the first time we've seen a new winner this weekend in Watership Restricted. Joshua Cook takes the pre-final. Will start on pole for the main event, unless there are any after-race shenanigans.
You've got to get through post-race tech. Hello on the live chat to Bathurst, Australia's very own Michael Burke. A big say hello. Lionel Brown, because his son George wants to go race. He wants his dad to race with him. Lionel's 53. Is there a veteran race? Well, yeah, Lionel. If you're an old fart, it's called Rotax 177. There you go.
You don't have to be old. You can be heavy. You can be heavy.
Yeah, you can. Yes.
Or heavy and old.
Here's a look then at the provisional race results from the Water Swift Restricted pre-final. Joshua Cook winning by 0.3 of a second. That's one of the undefeated records gone this week. Alfie Davidson's P2, Chester Forks P3, James Roots, Oscar Kenny, Alessandro Salas. The top 6 covered by just 0.8 of a second. Daniel Ferguson, Mason Hibbert, Rachel Chandler and Attica Mia are next. Harry Fable, Harry Chapman and Finley Bedford, with Hugo Williamson next and George Greaves rounding out the finishers.
There we have it for Water Swift Restricted. The next time we see them will be for the main events. They are the first Grand Prix this afternoon, coming at about 2 p.m. Well, I say about 2 p.m. Start time should be exactly 2 p.m. But we've got plenty more pre-finals to come before then.
Tom Butters, watching in Glasgow from a very wet Glasgow standard. I can't believe Henry missed out saying Forks has got the knives out. Took their position. Tom, you obviously were watching. I got that one in the very first heat. Got to get up early in the morning to catch me when it comes to cheap punditry. Von Swaley, hi from the standby medics in the ambulance. Big up the medics. Hopefully the medics have got a very boring day just sat in their ambulance. But here we go. Nicole Sutherland is going to be down interviewing Alfie Davidson and possibly Josh Cook down in the pits now.
Your pre-final winner there then was Joshua Cook. Joshua, Alfie Davidson, your competitor, has been unbeatable so far this weekend, but you got him in the late stages of that race. Why did you choose to overtake and not just stick with him?
I chose to overtake at Bowl with like a minute and a half to go. Alfie's been very dominant this weekend, so I'm quite happy to beat him.
And going into the final then, what are your thoughts? Have you got any tactics, or are you going to keep that to yourself for now?
Keep them to myself.
I know you're busy and you've got to run over to your next race, so good luck, Josh.
Thank you.
I also want to talk to Chester Fawkes. Chester, you've still got your helmet on. These drivers have literally just come off of the track. But Chester, what's it been like for you running at the front of a Kartmasters race?
It's really good. It's my first ever Kartmasters, so it's really hard, but I think I've done well so far.
And do you think then, because this is your first Kartmasters, that gives you a bit of an advantage? You're not really thinking what to expect, so you're a bit of a fresh face and got an open mind to the racing?
Yeah, it's a lot harder because I haven't had as much experience at Kartmasters as other people, but I think because we're on the inside row for the final, I think if I just push Cook through, and then we could just have a squabble at the end.
And everybody is here to win, but have you got a specific goal in mind that you want to try and achieve?
Yeah, my goal is just to come top 3 because it's our first ever Kartmasters, and the top 3 would be awesome.
And you're a privateer driver as well. What's that been like at Kartmasters, not being in a big team and being by yourself?
It's hard because a lot of people are privateers, but big teams have an advantage. So it's just like you need to make friends with them on the track.
Great to hear from you then, Chester. Good luck for your final.
Thanks.
We'll head back up to the comms box then. Great to hear from the youngest drivers here at our weekend. Here at this weekend for their pre-final, we'll go up to Henry to introduce the next pre-final of the day.
Thank you, Nicole. This is Water Swift Inter, the next class, 29 drivers. Now, I was listening to Chester Fawkes' interview, but then I got distracted. Do you know why I got distracted?
Tell me.
Because I spotted Darcy, the sausage dog, on the banking. I can see her. She's having a sniff around, looking for a commentator's ankle to bite. Oh dear, now let's have a look. It's just a little bit, we'll come back to that later. We'll do sausage dog spotting later on. But she's there, I can sense her, Here we go then, the starting lineup in Water Swift Inter. Austin Newstead starts from pole position alongside Derek Babicek, Will Green and Jarlath Sayer on row 2. Colby Patterson and George House on row 3. Max Mason and Sukmani Kira on row 4.
Row 5. Harley Musk alongside Enzo Butterazzi. Row 6, Harry Williams and Austin Gibson. Row 7, Freddie Wood and Blair Smith. Row 8, George Clark and Oliver Warner.
On row number 9, we have Luca Narroway and Charlie Clough, Mason Brooks and Callum Graham, Zach Champney and Jensen Ackerman, Finley Lines, watch for him make progress, and Nathaniel Hodges.
Here we have 25th, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. 26th, Baron Altinsoy. 27th, Grayson Wortley. 28th, Derek Rivera. And 29th, rounding out our 29 kart grid, Orion Meta.
Now, Finley Lines qualify, well, it's just gone from bad to worse for Finley Lines. Yesterday, though, he did salvage 13th place, the 16th place finish, cracked chassis, and then just a very, very heavy competition. But let's see what the E-plate holder can do. Zenek Babicek is the only other driver apart from Finley Lines doing double duty in this race.
Here we go, the 74, Austin Newstead on pole position in that orange PMR restart kart. And are we going to go racing this time? No, we are not. We're going to go around once more. The formation was not to the liking of Nigel Edwards.
No, that's quite correct. We've got to get things right. It is important, so they'll go around again. The pre-finals are 12 minutes plus 1 lap. The Grand Prix events, 15 minutes plus 1 lap. And I'm looking, I don't think we've got Charlie Clough out there. Charlie he missed a couple of heats yesterday. I'm wondering if there was a bit of a lingering injury or he's not feeling very well. He's tried to battle on and maybe it might come out for the final.
Yeah, maybe he's saving himself for an event. Because again, this is one of the classes where we do not have a repechage, so therefore everyone makes it through to the main event. So maybe he's saving his energy or components, who knows, for that event.
The only driver in this class that has previously won a GP plate, it'll be Austin Gibson. He was last year's Water Swift Restricted GP plate owner, and Gibson is one of 2 drivers in the race to have won a Motorsport UK British Kart Championship title. Gibson won Water Swift Restricted last year. Austin Newstead, our pole sitter, he was the 2021 Bambino Motorsport UK British champion.
Yeah, we have Water Swift Restricted first. We now have Water Swift Inter. So these chassis 50 millimeters longer, and the engines are less heavily restricted, so much faster lap times actually than the Water Swift Restricted, and also generally an average age of a higher, because restricted 8 to 11, this group age group 10 to 13. Small overlap depending on driver size to give those who drive maybe age a bit or grow up a bit quicker an opportunity to move up to a faster kart sooner because of the weight restriction. But it is Austin Newstead who takes the lead. Will Green follows through from the inside of the second row. That's something we've seen a couple of times today already. And the rest of the pack very, very close nose to tail. So it is Babicek who's just dropped back into 3rd position. And the number 9 we can see going side by side. Sukmani Kira on the outside of Max Mason going down towards the hairpin.
Yeah, that's good driving there. And here comes through the middle Ollie Warner trying to thread the needle.
He's going to get it done.
Number 23, is he going to get it done at the inside?
I think he is. I think he's going to make the most of that. Yes, he is.
Well done. Passing Enzo Butterazzi. One of the stars of the entire weekend, in my opinion, Enzo Butterazzi, qualified pole overall, and he's had a 3rd. He's had 3 top 12 finishes. He's up there racing inside the top 10 around all the teams. Finley Lines making good progress as well.
Yeah, good start from Finley Lines actually. We'll confirm exactly how many places he's made up on the first lap. He's had difficult races in this category. He's been much better in the mini max category, but we'll concentrate on Water Swift for now. So Austin Newstead at the moment leads the way from Will Green, closely followed by Colby Patterson. Small gap back to Babicek, Mason, and then another small gap for pretty much everyone else. We're looking at the back there. That is the back of the. We're looking at the group between Oliver Warner and Harry Williams. Warner in the 23, Williams in the 63, cutting back to the lead of the race. It is a 3-kart. I say breakaway. It's a very small breakaway at the moment, but they are going to be probably trying to do exactly that, because if they can guarantee themselves the top 3 positions, they absolutely will. Because this race effectively only counts for the grid positions for the final. So as important as that is, it doesn't actually mean a whole heap.
No, exactly. If you're going to get one race in Kartmasters that is calmer than all the rest, it is the pre-final, because nobody wants to risk, making a move and for the race lead, coming together and then finding you're starting 34th for the main event.
Yeah, the risk versus reward is not really worth it in the pre-final.
The ratio is way out.
Because it is a direct qualifying. So yeah, the riskier moves may be saved for the final, because you had contact in this race and fall to the back. That makes your day a lot harder than if you just sat in the position you were currently in.
And now, so Will Green in the number 2 kart, he's a Sunday driver. What do you mean by that? Well, this year in the British Championship, they have double-header rounds. Will Green is undefeated on Sundays. He's won every Sunday final. What's today?
It's a Sunday.
So looking at Will Green's results, he's had a 1st, a 2nd, a 3rd, a 17th.
He's trending though, because his
trending
first race
in the right way.
Yeah, because it was 6th, so decent. Then he went not so well in the second. Oh no, that was 6th for qualifying, and then he went 17-2-0-3. So yeah, and here we are. That is the E plate of Finley Lines. Finley Lines
has made, he's up to
8
15th.
places.
Yeah, he's now behind Enzo Butterazzi, so that'll be for 13th position.
Yeah, another driver's made up a decent number of positions is Oliver Warner, the 23 that we were looking at just a moment ago. He's up 8 positions to 8th from 16th. There's another move. Can't get that done for Finley Lines on Enzo Butterazzi.
Good driving from both drivers. People say you can't go too wide through the Enzo Ferrari, the Bruno Ferrari S's. Well, Lines and Butterazzi have just proven that theory wrong. Will Green makes his way to the front of the pack. Colby Patterson up into second. Austin Newstead back to third. Denny Babacek is fourth. It's Zenek in Czech, but you translate to British, it's Denny.
Should we go with Denny for the rest of the day?
Well, it's up to you. I mean, I like that. Yeah, Denny's fine. Yeah,
Denny rolls off my tongue. So Denny Babacek it is in fourth place.
Then it is Max Mason and George House. George House, second last year in Water Swift Restricted, got the drive of the weekend, performance of the weekend. Very, very talented young man. Speaking to his mum and dad lately, they were one of the pooches. Sorry, you would sit down there, please.
No, Henry, you continue to sit.
George House's dog was one of the dogs that featured at the start of Friday's paddock show, which was a somewhat chaotic affair.
I mean, when are the paddock shows not slightly chaotic,
well,
Henry?
Yes, whenever I'm not here is the answer to that. There's a problem there. Here comes Matt Mason. Now, George House. So this is what Austin Newstead needs. Austin Newstead, for the BMR restart team, has got a teammate. Now, up the front now, we've got, Denny Babacek. He's running, that's a TEPS racing entry. He's running as a privateer in this class. He's running with Strawberry Racing in Minimax. But there's only one on this, the only Oliver Rowland kart. There's a name missing from this picture. So you think back, Kartmasters, the last 20 years, you're looking at one of the cadet classes and the lead battle. What's the name that's missing?
Is it Edgar?
No, it's Fusion.
Oh.
Whereas the leading Fusion driver is Jarlath Sayer in 7th place. And wheel-to-wheel action there, Colby Patterson and Austin Newstead, which, and I say this, Fusion have done some fantastic things for the sport. They've now got an OK and an OK junior team, so they'll be racing with the best in the world. And I think that, Ricky Flynn Motorsport have got one of the best teams in the world, best British teams in the world. Fusion are going to be on that level, I am sure. I've got faith in what Dan Hazelwood can do. And the rest of his team that he's got out there. It's a huge, huge operation. Isn't it great for the health of British karting that we have got Will Green on... there are lots of these using Kart Republic karts, which are Synergy chassis, but, no, Kart Republics. The MS kart for Denny Babacek, the Birrell ART, which is all Synergy. There's a Falcon out there as well with... Luca Narroway, Orion Metas on an OTK product of some description. But isn't it good for the teams? There was a time where, you went to Fusion or you went with ORM. Then there was Fusion or AIM, Fusion or Eclipse. Those names. Strawberry had a little go for a while. Fusion or Next Gen. It was that type of thing. Now the drivers, their families, they've got options. There's 5, 6 teams, Jamie Green, but BMR, Oliver Rowland, Fusion is still there, obviously, George Gibbons Motorsport, the Synergy Factory team, OMS Karting, Evolve Motorsport, Premium Karting have got teams. There's 9 teams just in this race, and it's so important because these are the young drivers. When you're starting out in the journey of karting, if your family aren't from a karting background, you need that bit of mechanical assistance. Yeah, there's now a whole paddock full of teams to go to, not just 1 or 2.
And competition breeds competition. Yes, it does. So therefore, that's going to be better for both the competition on circuit and hopefully also keeping the sport as affordable as we can do. Because if there's less of a monopoly, then that means that there's more competition in terms of price. And we want to, as much as this is the pinnacle of British karting, so therefore, a lot of these drivers, it's not on a shoestring, shall we say?
No.
Not on a shoestring. However, we want the sport to be as accessible as it can be for as many people as possible.
Yeah, there's how many drivers in this race? 28. There's 28 sets of parents there going, shoestring. Oh, I can remember when I could afford shoes. Now I just afford car
boots.
Parts. Yes.
Car boots.
Here we go. Here is the number 71 of Max Mason, being passed by Oliver Warner. And there goes the number 63 of Harry Williams for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. Jarlath Sayer has slipped back to 9th.
Yes.
And Sukhmani Kira has fallen back to 11th.
Yes, they have. Oliver Warner having an excellent race, up from 16th to 6th now. Also having a good race is Finlay Mines, up 13 places. If it finishes... if things finish as they are, that would be one of Finley Line's best results this weekend in this class.
Yeah, well, why are drivers? I mean, Finley Line's, fantastic overtaker.
Yes.
A lot of these drivers are, but Finley, you really spot on. Why isn't he gaining? He's gained 10 places, great, but he's a long way back. Why? Because it's a pre-final, and you can see drivers are using their heads. It's a calmer race.
Yeah.
Newstead has made one move to get back past Patterson. There has been one change of lead. They're content to sit. Now, the last lap is the last lap. But the drivers in this class, even if Austin Newstead goes for a move on Will Green, I do apologise, showing my age again, and it goes wrong and they both go off, that means they start from the 14th row of the grid. Now, drivers have won Kartmasters from further back than that. Cian Dewis won from the pit lane, Brandon Carr won from 32nd on the grid. But in this grid, this level of competition, starting on the 14th row, no.
It's not ideal. It can be done and has been on a number of a couple of occasions, but it's the exception, not the rule.
Your
want
destinies
to be
not in your own hands.
No, you definitely want to be, or the drivers want to be, at least in the front 2 or 3 rows, ideally, if they want to be giving themselves the best chance. But Finley Line's having his best showing so far in this class. He had a 26th and 27th on Friday, a 13th and a 16th yesterday, inside the top 10 for the first time. Well, no, not inside the top 10 for the first time. I think one of the heats he was actually inside the top 10. And
then it was the lead of both heats on Saturday, and then crashed on the last lap of both.
Was it? Oh, yes, it was. That was it. It was this class, wasn't it? Yes, of course.
It's funny. I speak to Finley Line's dad, Stuart, who runs the TCR UK Championship in the UK, and of course, at the end of Friday, Finley was 28th in the point standings, and Stuart in his sort of own inimitable sort of Brummie accent went, "Bloody hell, you mean there's someone worse than us today? God, I feel sorry for that poor bugger." There was, but that was, which was, they couldn't believe how bad a day they got. But again, laughing about it, it's like, okay, look, there is Finley Line's the Maximum Motorsport sponsored, or the Maximum Networks backed driver for the Synergy Factory team. Of course, Mike Spencer running that team. I'm just having a little look at the old history books here.
Spencer's definitely won a Kartmasters.
Mike Spencer. How far back do we go? Mike Spencer was the inaugural JICA Kartmasters champion. Back Junior Intercontinental A back in 1996. So here we go. Hamilton won in 1996. They named Grand Prix. No, they didn't name Grand Prix after him.
Well, they've named the main start-finish straight at Silverstone after him.
Yep.
He's Sir Lewis Hamilton these days, as we found out in the anagrams yesterday.
As we found out in the anagrams yesterday.
Oliver Warner looking at the inside of Jarlath Sayre, but not quite getting that move done.
Bobby Game, in the inaugural Kartmasters champion, corner named after him. Here, PFI. Mike Spencer. What are we going to name after Mike Spencer? He deserves a part of this. Part of the paddock, maybe the toilet block, no? The grandstand, I don't know, the Spencer grandstand, I don't know. The rest, but again, justice for Spencer, hashtag justice for Spencer. Get it trending. Hashtag personal lives matter. After yesterday's little comment on the live chat.
Yes.
So anyway.
The 35 there that we're looking at is Babicek, followed by Sayre, followed by Warner, followed by Williams. So that battle is still raging on for sort of fifth downwards, but George House ever so slightly just being left behind by the front 3. He must have made a small mistake and lost the toe. Front 3 on the final lap now, so they are just starting to fan out and jockey for what will be the best starting position in the final. As we see Will Green now going defensive. They've all been very well behaved up until now. Green defensive up until there and looking for the cutback. Is Colby Patterson. Sorry, what do they call it? What does Tom Fleming call it?
It's a naughty cutback, but Tom Fleming's not on the live chat yet, so we haven't got official Fleming approved cutbacks yet.
No. And look at this. House has now joined the front 4, but I think into the last sector in the cadet and inter classes, it's hard to overtake in the final sector. So probably going to see this race finish as it is at the moment, which is Green, Newstead, Patterson, and House. But further down the field, is there any more fighting going on? No, I think this has been one of the more settled races that we've seen this weekend. But that's definitely not what the final is going to be like.
Whilst Jamie Green, I've done it again.
It's Jamie Green Racing, you can save it.
Next time I say that, Piers Pryor, I have permission to slap me. Will Green wins again on a Sunday. It's what he does. He beats Austin Newstead by 600ths of a second. Colby Patterson, George House, Denny Babicek, Oliver Warner, Harry Williams, Jarlath Sayer and Finley Lines, with Max Mason rounding out the top 10.
The fight for 16th place was the closest on circuit. 15th place, George Clark finished 13 seconds and 0.04 behind the leader. 22nd place, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio finished 6/10 behind him, so 8 places within 2 or 3 tenths.
Here we go then. This will be unofficially your starting lineup. Will Green and Austin Newstead will start the Grand Prix for the front row of the grid. Colby Patterson and George House on row 2, Denny Babicek and Oliver Warner in 5th and 6th. Harry Williams, Jarlath Sayer, Finley Lines, well, he did a lot of the hard work there. He'll be in the top 10. Max Mason, Shukmani Kira, she will start just outside the top 10 alongside Hardy Musk, Freddie Wood and Mason Brooks. There we go.
Second half of the grid, 15th place is George Clark, 16th was Jensen Ackerman, 17th Luca Narroway, 18th was Blair Smith, 19th was Callum Graham, 20th was Grayson Wortley, 21st was Enzo Butterazzi after that incident, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, 22nd, 23rd Austin Gibson, 24th Nathaniel Hodges, 25th Zach Champley, 26th Derek Rivera, 27th Baron Altinsoy, 28th was Orion Meta, who was the last finisher, and then Charlie Clough didn't make the start of the pre-final, but we'll be seeing him in the main event.
And a big hello on the live chat to Gabe Balanka, the Wizard of Oz, racing out in the United States these days, formerly of the British Championship. How you doing, Gabe? Hope you're well. I'll see you in Vegas, I hope. Right, I need to refresh I've got refreshed my Reggie Chandler mug with an Iron Brew. And now I'm going to go and refresh my lungs.
I've never seen anyone drink Iron Brew from a mug.
I'm cultured, see,
The most cultured. That was the Water Swift Inter pre-final. It was a very calm race, and we're hoping we're going to be able to grab a web with some of the drivers as Nicole is preparing herself down there. Let's see if the drivers are going to be as calm and collected after the race as they were during that race. Nicole, who have you got down there in a moment?
Parc Ferme then with Will Green, who's just won that pre-final. Will, you're one of the probably most laid-back drivers I've seen in this paddock. How are you going to use that in the final, and how are you going to stay calm?
Just got to relax and try and get to the front from the start, and then hopefully battle it out on the last lap and come out on top.
So do you think that's your plan then, to get to the front, stay there and leave it to the later stages of the race?
Yeah, hopefully we can do what you said then, and we can maybe come home with the GP plate, which would be nice.
Great, thanks, Will. We'll throw back up then to our Micro Maxes.
Thanks, Nicole. Good to hear from our pre-final winner in Water Swift Inter. Now, Micro Max, and the grid is as follows. Austin Oman on pole alongside Josh Husker. Lucian Smith and Luke Millward round the second row. Third row is Maximilian Abrahart and Sebastian Behrman. Fourth row is Joshua Cook and Max Jolly. Fifth row, Charlie Page and James Root. Sixth row, George Climo and Ava Lawrence. Seventh row is Albert Farrow and Arthur Farrow, an all-brotherly seventh row. Eighth row, Daniel Ferguson and Dax Farah. Ninth row is Otto Ami and Archie Loveridge. 10th row, Alfie Mayer and Buddy Hugo. 11th row of the grid, and rounding out the top 22 places is Teddy Higgs and Kuryu Kiyotake. Kuryu Kiyotake. Micromax has been hotly contested this weekend, but it has been generally a Sam Pollitt Racing affair, with Austin Oman taking all of the wins in the heats. Josh Husker has been closely followed him on Saturday, but they had a 2-6 on Sunday. And here we go. Are we going to get a green flag for the first time in Micro Max? Yes, we are. And it is the Sam Pollitt Racing drivers that go 1-2 into turn one. Side by side they go, giving each other room. And Husker is going to have the inside for the pole. And following through is the KR Sport driver of Lucian Smith, I think that is. Oh, There's a little bit of wheel rubbing on the bridge there. We'll be wanting to make sure they make it through this cleanly. The rest of the fields, actually looks like Max Jolly is losing positions from his grid slot, going backwards ever so slightly, and it is our perennial leader in this class of Micro Max, Austin Oman, who takes the lead.
Well, cautionary tale. Alfie Davidson came into today undefeated and lost in the pre-final. Austin Oman comes into this race undefeated. Can he continue? It's only Albie Friend, who we'll see shortly in Minimax, who I'm told is not feeling very well.
No.
But his dad's T-shirt's going to make up for it. We'll see that in a minute.
Clouting the curve was the 17 through Bobby Game corner. The 17 is...
that would be
Buddy Hugo. He's actually made up a fair few positions on this first lap, so he's had a good start.
Yes, indeed. And one of the zip carts at the back of the field there, that's Teddy Higgs.
Sam Pollitt Racing no longer have the lead as the 44 of Lucian Smith goes up the inside for Chaos Sport, and following through is the Chaos Sport teammate in
Luke Millward.
Luke Millward. So it is now KR versus Sam Pollitt Racing.
And for those of you that believe in superstitions, guess which team spoiled Alfie Davidson's perfect record just a few races ago? It was KR Sport. So there we go. That's a good bit of news there for the KR Sport team. They've come to play today. Let's be fair about that.
Tell you else who's come to play today is Alfie Mayer, up 9 places, 2/10 from 19th on the grid for the Zip Factory team. So keep an eye out for him in just in the bottom end of the top 10 at the moment. But we are concentrating on this lead battle for now, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 karts for the lead at the moment. 37 going up the inside of Jack's move. Yeah, good move from Behrman up the inside of Bobby Game corner. You can only really get up the inside there if the driver runs wide from Bobby Game into the Mike Wilson complex, and he did make the most of that small mistake.
I mean, other people do make moves, but they sometimes help the drivers running wide.
Yes, encourage them to remove themselves from the racing line.
The little hip and shovel. There's a zip cart.
That is the Alfie Mayer.
Alfie Mayer from 19th on the grid.
Up to 8th and now 7th.
Yeah, the runner-up in the International Trophy at Le Mans a couple of weeks back.
Runs wide.
And gives a hand signal as well. There's now. See, why are the drivers lifting up the radiator cap a flap on their carts?
Yeah, that was the 38 of Luke Millward. Just put his hand over. These Rotax karts, they have a radiator on the engine as opposed to the Iamis, which have the radiator on the other side of the kart. Of course, the radiator keeps the engine at
optimal condition
and temperature. The flap, of course, basically covers up some of the fins on the radiator, which means you can get the engine up to working temperature quickly. Right. And then once it reaches optimum temperature, you pull up the flap to allow the air to hit the whole radiator. It also adds a little bit of a scooping mechanism at the top. So
yeah, and if you look at the steering wheels of the karts as well, we'll get a look there. And here comes Austin Oman, flap up.
Yeah, flap up on all the karts now, pretty much.
And you can see on the microns on the steering wheels. These drivers, that is Lucian Smith up and over the back, vaulting over the back of Austin. Was that Austin Oman? Now has he? Who did he vault over the back
Austin Oman, I think.
And look at the exhaust. Look at the exhaust. The exhaust is still attached.
Okay, yes.
That's okay. But on the steering wheels, you can see they've all got these little rev counters. That's lap times. That's engine temperature. That's revs. The drivers, while they're racing, they're also studying that to make sure that the temperatures are still okay, that they're in the right rave. No, that was me in the 90s. The right rev range. That's the one. Yeah.
Here we go. Let's have a look at that again. So it was up the inside. Oh, actually, I think almost.
I knows what happened there. Lucian Smith was about to try the undercut, but he saw at the last minute his teammate was there and sort of jinked, and that was carried him up over the back of Oman's car.
And it was unfortunate placement because it was front wheel to rear wheel touch there, and when you go front wheel to rear wheel, it just lifts the front of the car up, and of course when you've got no front wheels on the ground, you can't turn. And it was lucky for Austin Oman, because sometimes when that happens, as we saw in the senior Rotax yesterday, the front bumper of the driver that rides up on the back and pull the exhaust off of the driver you are mounting. Not in this occasion though.
Yes, no, you can see Josh Hushka there in kart number 55, plain white crash helmet. Nicole Sutherland will explain as well later on. However, if Josh Hushka wins this afternoon, is the GP plate winner, that white crash helmet will no longer be white.
Is that an incentive that the family are putting on?
That's been a promise.
I'm keeping an eye on Alfie Mayer in 5th place, the number 15 driver, up 14 places now to 5th place. He's actually in 4th now, so he's up 16 places. That's that zip kart driver with the yellow and black kart. He's actually just broken away from this little group that we're looking at right now.
So Earl and Earl Panettiere, Earl the Pearl, and David Belchambers, Roger Pitchford, Luke Hines, and the team at Zipkart are working feverishly away. Alfie Mayer is closing in. Maximilian Abrahart from the Richardson Chassis Engineering team, only one entry from them this weekend. Abrahart there, he's got the TP, the Travis Perkins sponsorship on the top of his crash helmet, and he's gone backwards a little bit there into the clutches of number 55, Joss Huska, who has slipped back a little bit now. Where is social media superstar Max Jolly? The answer is 9th.
Yeah, Max down 1 place from his 8th position grid slot, and there we are looking at him in the number 14, trying to get past Josh Huska.
Not senior shit. Charlie Page, drive behind him, coached by Max Scheuer, who I now remember his name yesterday, thanks to Ollie Hancock on the live chat. Charlie Page, very distinctive car. Now, Charlie does run for the Synergy Factory team, but with a slightly different colour scheme. Just to sort of, again, why does he drive that? Well, it might be a sponsor. It might be Charlie's favourite colour, but it also might be to help parents who, if there's 5 or 6 other people at the same team, anything that makes your driver stand out. But also, this is the same for my son in basketball. He's got bright luminous yellow basketball shoes. Why? Because when my parents, when Nanny and Papa watch my son play basketball, it's easy for them to spot, especially if it's on an iPad or a phone or something like that.
Yeah, well, that's exactly why I had a bright print crash helmet. My dad got fed up of not being able to find me on circuit.
Yeah, and then he thought, oh, it's the one at the back. Sorry.
I would have fair few races in my time, Henry.
You just absolutely laid yourself wide open there, just same as Sebastian Behrman, leaving the door wide open for Austin O'Man to go through.
Henry, it was only a matter of time, wasn't it?
Yeah, sorry.
It was only a matter of time. Well, hey, clearly if I had one more race, maybe I wouldn't be in here with you. exactly. Yes. Fail as a racing driver, then Henry will take you in, because I'm the king of the failed racing drivers. Landau Kart Club Senior Honda Champion 2005. I'll say that, nothing more. Here's the battle for the race lead. Luke Millward to the inside. Doesn't make the move. Had a look, but didn't fancy the high-risk manoeuvre. We spoke about it in the previous race. Oh, talking about high-risk manoeuvres, a beautiful dive up the inside was from Mayer, but then unfortunately touched the curb and ran wide. And now he's going to lose a position.
Oh, it's above the bridge. That is George Clymer with the number 83 Coles kart running wide.
Yeah, Mayer's dropping backwards now after all the positions he made forwards.
If you have a look at the bottom of the NASA panel on Alfie Mayer's kart, it seems to be flapping up a little bit. Maybe the bottom bracket, not on the nose cone, but the bottom bracket on the NASA panel has worked loose. It looks like, remember the old Triumph TR7s with the headlights that go up and down, like the Lanciers from the 80s, you know, the sort of the opening headlights. It looks a bit like that. We were alive in the 70s and 80s. Why am I asking you, Piers? There's your revenge. The glance that Piers Pryor gave me, talking about the 1980s, tells me that, yes, I 1-1 Piers.
I've got a question for you, Henry. Seeing as a man that is very much ingrained in the Barbadian karting community. Bahamian, sorry.
Yes.
Bahamian. Of course, Nassau is in the Bahamas.
Yes.
Why is it called a Nassau panel?
Because in Luke Millward takes the race lead. 2 minutes to go. Side by side between Behrman and Oman. And that goes the way of Oman. Put simply, 1959, part of the Nassau Speed Weeks, which is an annual festival of motorsport for all the Formula 1 drivers, sports car racers, IndyCar drivers of the time. In 1959, the World Karting Association, not the CIK, before they came into being, and the Royal Automobile Club of the United Kingdom decided to put on an official World Karting Championships. And they put it in Nassau for that, because you had Sterling Moss racing, you had Pedro Rodriguez racing. Drivers from all over the world shipped their karts, a lot of them are handmade, home-built chassis, to the Bahamas. And then suddenly they realised, there's all these famous drivers racing. Dan Gurney was racing in it. Formula 1 drivers racing the first World Karting Championship. Who, spectators were going to come out. How are they going to know who they're watching? Some bright sparks. Well, if you put a little panel on the front of the car and paint the number on, so that everyone will know who they're watching. and thus the Nassau panel was born. And on that day, Jimmy Yamin from California, he was an ex-World War II serviceman living in California, where of course go-karting was born back in the late 1940s, early 1950s. He won the first ever World Karting Championship on a home-built chassis, which is still in existence, I am told. Jimmy Yamin only passed away a couple of years ago, aged 96.
There you have it. And the NASA panels have gone through a bit of an evolution in the last 10, 15 years. We used to have little ones that kind of just went straight down, and now they're all bulbous. Oh, 44, it's Lucian Smith. Just again in front. That was almost exactly what happened to him earlier on in the race.
Yes, that's twice. Twice he's looked at the inside, twice the door is closed, twice he's vaulted over the back of another cart, twice he's got away with it.
Well, got away with it in terms of not permanently damaging his race, but on both occasions he's lost a fair number of places because he was fighting up for the top 5 and now down outside the top 10.
Yeah, so we look at 41 seconds to go. Once again, KR Sport. At the moment, oh, Charlie Page up the bank. Didn't see he went right up the banking there. At the moment, KR Sport, the ender of undefeated streaks here at Kartmasters 2024. Are they going to do it again? Sam Pollock Racing's Austin Oman. He's been so clever.
He has.
This week, because there have been both races yesterday. Austin Oman, with half a lap to go, was not even in the top 3. And yet, this corner, he has won both times.
Yes, he has, and he's currently second position. He's within touching distance of Mill Ward in the lead. 2.5 tenths was the gap last lap. It's going to be less than that this lap, I can almost guarantee that. But look at the pressure that Mill Ward is feeling. He's having to defend into turn 1. Right there also is Sebastian Behrman in the green Jack's Motorsport car. Defensive into the bowl goes Mill Ward. Austin Oman still right there. Behrman looks up the inside, not quite. Round the outside, the O-plate of Josh Cook is looking. Cannot get that move done. Now, this is the crunch time of the final lap. It is the hairpins where we see most overtakes here at PFI. All queuing up the inside. Who's going to go to the outside? The O-plate, Josh Cook does it.
Tries. Nope.
Not this time. The defensive into the second hairpin now.
Look for Oman to swing out wide. No, in fact, Oman can't swing out wide to get the undercut because Behrman is already there.
No! Oh, no! That's it.
That was Cook into the back of Behrman, pushing Behrman sideways into Oman, and Luke Millward escapes to victory.
Yes, that is very unfortunate for someone who has won every single heat.
Yep, undefeated on Friday and Saturday, and I'm looking, Oman has got going again in the blink of an eye. Austin Oman goes from red-hot favourite in this class to an outsider starting on the 7th row.
He will have to make up 13 positions to win the race.
I mean, okay, I say outside.
Here we go.
Probably the wrong choice of words, but here we go.
Here we go. So it was Behrman that got the overlap, side by side. Oman just sees Behrman and comes across, and then it's wheel to wheel.
Yeah,
I'm going to say the word, Henry. I'm going to say it.
Yeah, say the C word.
It was contact.
There was. And what happened was investigation into Austin Oman. Well, what happened was Behrman had the undercut. Josh Cook sort of had a bigger undercut. Josh Cook had such a good run out of that second hairpin. That pushed him into the back of Behrman, that forced Behrman up over Oman.
Bit of a racing incident, in my opinion. Unfortunate, but that is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Henry runs for the results.
Luke Millward, Sebastian Behrman and Joshua Cook, the top 3. Alfie Mayer from 19th to 4th. Then Joss Hushka, Lucian Smith, Maximilian Aberhart, George Climo. Max Jolly, Arthur Fair round out your top 10. James Roots, Buddy Hugo, Daniel Ferguson, and then Austin Oman. From row 7, he'll have to start on the Grand Prix. Archie Leveridge, Charlie Page, Dax Farah, Ava Lawrence, Kuyo Kiyotake, Otto Amy, Albert Farrow and Teddy Hicks. The top 20 separated by 9 seconds.
So,
great race.
Austin Oman is going to have to go up at least 13 places in the final, but it can be done, as we saw from Alfie Mayer in that one. He went plus 15 places to 4th. So it can be done, Henry.
Jake Oram, he races a race at Landau. I should be tearing in a pro kart row or seated pro karting at Landau. Don't get me started. I've got to try and commentate and maintain my composure. Nicole Sutherland will try and pick the bones out of that one down in Parc Ferme. Over to you, Nicole.
I'm joining Luke Millward down in Parc Ferme. Luke, race win there, how do you feel?
Great, but you always have to look forward to the final, but there's always the questions what's going to happen in the final, but we're on the inside starting on pole, which is the best place to be, but we have to make that work.
And you've got experience at Kartmasters. What have you learnt from last year that you've used this year?
Well, what I've used is leading a race. I've learned that in different places, but also knowing when to overtake and when not to.
And how confident are you that you could maybe lead the final from start to finish? Do you reckon that's possible?
It's totally possible. I have my teammate, I think he finished third, so hopefully we can just push away and win it, but it depends whether he's going to overtake me on the last lap.
Do you think then you might work together and then have a bit of a battle, or is it every man for himself?
It's every man for himself on the last lap. Whether there's a gap or not, every man for themselves.
And this weekend then, Luke, who have you been working with in the team to make sure that you've stayed fast, and who's helped keep your head in the right place?
Lucian Smith, one of my teammates, and Josh Cook. To be fair, I saw Cook in the race because I can see the actual board up there, quite funny. But yeah, I just used the board to help.
So when you've been driving around, you're actually looking at the timing screen to see where you are?
Yeah, and see who's under pressure or not.
Very good. I always found when I was racing, I could never see up there quite clear enough. You must have some quite good eyesight.
Yeah, but it's so quick as well that you just have to have a quick less than a second look.
Good luck then, Luke. Hopefully I'll see you on the grid walk later on for the final.
Thank you.
We'll keep heading around Parc Ferme then to see if we can catch up with some more drivers. See if I can get Alfie Mayer to come out and join me. He's over there. Alfie, come over. How was that pre-final, Alfie?
It was a good pre-final. I went from 19th to 4th, so it was a good race.
So you're picking off lots of places confidently as well. What helps you to do that, and why do you go for those moves and know that you can get them done?
You just need to be good at braking, know that the kart's good, and just go for the moves.
So would you say actually it's confidence in the kart that helps you to do that?
Yeah.
Well, best of luck to you then, Alfie, for the rest of today. Do you reckon you'll be taking a GP plate home?
Hopefully.
Good luck. We'll head back up then to the comms box for the next pre-final of the day.
Firstly, what a great little interview from Luke Millward there. Very, very insightful. And again, he's saying about looking at the boards, there's a huge screen. It's on the outside of the Fullerton S's that's showing these pictures to the grandstand, and the drivers actually looking at themselves driving around. Here we go then with Minimax, Albie Friend, who I'm told is feeling under the weather today, as he did go out and practice this morning. He starts from pole position alongside Finley Light. Emerson McAndrew Ewan, who put on a clinic in race number 4 yesterday, starts on P3 ahead of alongside Jensen Chalk. Luca Holmes-Ballack and Tom Reed are next, then Denny Babachek and Zach Starbuck.
Row number 5, Theo Bradshaw and Max Gilman. Row number 6, Max Wheatley and Oliver Spencer. Row number 7, Jack Collinson and Edward Haynes. Row number 8, Josh Cormack and Leo Livings.
Next race up, it is Joshua Griffin and Alfie Ward, Finley Hines and Otis Cleary, Harry Taylor and Sebastian Clark, Alfie Mew and Cameron Tipping. Still the drivers come.
25th, Riley Murrow. 26th, Ollie Thompson. 27th, Miles Burton. 28th, Benjamin Lawn. 29th, Ari Kallenberg. 30th is Devin Taylor. 31st, Archie Rogers-Tyler. 32nd, Larry Price. And then rounding out the grid, Warwick Milam, Fraser Anderson, Soren Gallagher and George Fountain. Fountain.
Yeah, George Fountain. The fountain, like up here, the fountain of youth springs eternal. Now,
I don't know what fountain you're drinking from, Henry.
I said, all right, 2-1. Albie Friend, again, spoke to him. Luckily, his dad George has got an amazing Panda T-shirt on in recognition of Alfie's mechanic Panda, Lee Taylor. We'll try and see if we can get that on the live stream later on. Finney Lines, both hands. Oh, it's a tardy getaway, but the lights are out and we're off and racing.
Oh
no! And that is Jensen Chalk who gets catapulted to the outside. He's okay, Mummy Chalk. You can look up now. And there's another pile up under the bridge. Oh, there's a couple of carts off. Marshall's running. One driver is sat in his cart on the inside of the bridge. And the yellow flags are out. It is to wave yellow. Let's see. Well, Jensen Chalk at the back. Who else has gone slowly? Max Wheatley is there.
There's a Thule Motorsport. Is it Thule Motorsport car that pulled off on the bridge? We have the Battenberg flag out, Henry.
Yeah, Alfie Ward, Otis Cleary, and Ari Callenberg. Oh, there's Alfie Ward. The MLC Motorsport car. He's the Anglo. He's based out in Dubai.
Yeah, he looks like he's in some sort of discomfort.
He's taking a bit of a winding. He's got a fitness, sort of mindset coach, Debbie Hansen, and so Debbie will be able to. Anything there? Yeah, he has pulled off. He is sitting in his cart. Dan Ashton again already with him. Marshall already with him. And he sat in his car. He's holding his side, so he's now getting out. He 100% had the wind knocked out of him, but Alfie Ward's family is okay. He's up and out of his cart and walking away.
It's hobbling away. So
hobbling away.
A little bit of a sore either leg or foot. We're going to go Battenberg for one more lap.
Yeah, the other driver who is out the race is Otis Cleary, the Simon Wright Racing Development livery cart. And he is also walking away from that incident.
And Alfie Ward as well. So is that Alfie Ward we were looking at? Yes.
Alfie Ward we were looking at. Otis Cleary there's Alfie Ward on the screen. It's going underneath there. The cart at the inside has been moved aside, which is quite good because that cart was sitting directly under Anthony Jordan the Pigeon's nest.
And that would have filled up fairly quickly with the amount of... the
amount of the stuff that Anthony Jordan the Pigeon drops. So
but anyway, ones to watch in this one for me: Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Luca Holmes-Ballock, and Tom Reed. They're currently sitting 2nd, 3rd, and 6th on the road. Why are they ones to watch for me in this stage? Well, because yesterday in the final heat, they made their way from pretty much nowhere to all within inside the top 6.
Yes, indeed. Now, one driver that will be very grateful for this Battenberg flag is Jensen Chalk. He started on the outside of the 2nd row, but just got spat out onto the grass. He is there in 33rd position. However, he is caught back up with the rest of the pack. Also, this... I think, yes, I'm going to look back at that at the start. Now, look for the second cart on the outside, number 64. And 64, watch for Emerson McAndrew. Chalk tries to go to the inside. Emerson McAndrew-Uren coming to the outside. Chalk gets a little nudge from behind, which unsettles him. He then makes side-by-side C-word with Emerson McAndrew-Uren and gets spun round. The order, I've got to say, Albie Friend is probably quite grateful for this because he's feeling under the weather. He ate something last night that didn't agree with him. I spoke to the team this morning saying he was throwing up and he was just not in a good way. However, Albie Friend, he stood on the grand final podium. He should have been really racing. He had 3rd-degree burns on his hand after an incident in the sauna of his hotel.
Oh wow!
Yes.
Anyway, we are racing once again, and it is Friend that leads us away and has a good start ahead of McAndrew-Uren, and they've both bolted away from Ballock and Holmes-Ballock and Lines. So it's even though we had a Battenberg, we've already got racing, and it's spread up the field a little bit. A good move in the back of shot. Couldn't quite catch the number, but we're still side by side on the bridge. Is that Holmes-Ballock? No, that's 36.
That is Tom Reed, the farmer Tom Reed, who's looking. He's been. We talked about this in our preview video, our ones to watch. Tom Reed, pace is unreal. Racecraft is getting there.
Well, he did great racecraft in the final heat, as we mentioned yesterday.
Yeah.
Went up about 17 or 18 positions, I believe.
Yeah,
up
but,
until
he's,
inside
but,
the top.
he, but he also
well into
had
the
a
top
race
10.
where he finished 22nd.
Yeah, he did. That's
and
why
that's
he
the
was.
problem. That's the problem that Tom Reed has. You have one amazing race and one race where it's not so amazing. But I'll be friends. Okay, let's have a look. 3 drivers came into today with a perfect record. In Waterswift Restricted, Fusion Motorsports Alfie Davidson, beaten by KR Sports Josh Cook. In Micromax, Sam Pollock Racing's Austin Oman, beaten by KR Sports Luke Millward. The third of those 3 drivers with a perfect record, Albie Friend. Where's the nearest KR Sport kart? It's Oliver Spencer in 6th.
Yeah, Spencer had a good start.
So,
Up 6
so it's
places.
looking good for Albie Friend in that respect. Side by side, McAndrew Uren and Finley Lines. Now, if we're going to see some great overtaking manoeuvres, then what better place to start than with these 2?
Yes, we saw great moves from McAndrew Uren through the field yesterday, up over 20 positions. And Finley Lines, we know, can overtake. We've seen it many times before. He's the O-plate in this class. Had a tricky day in his, tricky 2 days in his Water Swift category, but has been there or thereabouts in Minimax from the word go this weekend, and is there or thereabouts right now.
Fraser Anderson, I think, was one of the drivers involved in that incident. He has also retired. Now, Piers, you're getting a first request, not to interview somebody, but can you say hello to Thua37, please, on the live stream?
Thua37.
Yeah.
Good morning to me.
Good morning to you.
Well, it says say good morning to me, so.
Good morning to me.
Good morning to me.
New leader, Luca Holmes-Ballack. The Synergy 1-3 now, Strawberry 2, Dan Holland 4, Strawberry 5, Holmes-Ballack wants to defend, Friend straight back in, and here comes McAndrew Uren. He takes both Synergy factory drivers in one fell swoop.
2 for the price of 1 from McAndrew Uren.
Special offer.
Lovely, that was good. We've seen that a lot this weekend with cutbacks into the first hairpin. It's all well and good steaming into the first hairpin and taking your place on the way in, but you can't forget about the way out.
The way out, yes, and this is helping Tom Reed to close in.
Tom Reed in 5th place, number 36.
It is.
He's currently about a second, was a second back, but he's just in the back of the shot. We'll see him come over the line in a moment. There he is, Tom Reed, 36, orange helmet, green Tony kart for Strawberry Racing. Strawberry Racing 1st and 5th at the moment, with a Dan Holland in 2nd, Synergy 3rd and 4th, Strawberry in 5th. Tom Reed set the fastest lap on that last lap as well. He is motoring up to the back of this lead group.
Yep. Now there's Zach Starbuck running in 6th position, Jack Collinson. For Sam Pollock Racing is 7th. Sorry, for Hunter Motorsports. No, Sam Pollock Racing, sorry. Then it's Oliver Spencer, Josh Griffin and Denny Babachek. Edward Haynes, Max Gilman, Theo Bradshaw, Harry Taylor, Finley Hines, Max Wheatley, Alfie Mew, Josh Cormack, Sebastian Clark and Leo Livings are your top 20.
Yes, we do have now pretty much a 5-car kart battle for the lead. It is Friend still from Holmes-Ballack. Lines had to defend from McAndrew Uren into the first hairpin, and Tom Reed only a couple of tenths back from the rear of McAndrew Uren's car. And then this is also a monumental battle. We've got from 6th of Starbuck pretty much all the way down to, I'd say, pretty much the back of the field is less than half a second between karts. But this is going to be the main battle. Again, reminder, this is the pre-final, just setting the grid for the main event, the Grand Prix race later on.
Oh,
I was about to say, so therefore moves will be a little bit less risky than potentially we'll see in the grand final, but that was a bold move.
Another inside lines?
Yeah, unfortunately, didn't work out for Holmes-Ballack, as now Finley Lines is in 2nd place and applying pressure immediately to Albie Friend at the front of the field and back around the outside. Holmes-Ballack tries to get that move done, ends up being side-by-side on the exit with McAndrew Uren. Look who's involved now, Tom Reed side-by-side with McAndrew Uren. I can't keep up, Henry.
Oh, well, you've got 2 sets of teammates and Emerson McAndrew Uren. This is really, really good. 3 wide onto the back straight as Reed defends from McAndrew Uren. Lines will try to go up the inside. Patented manoeuvre. Inside Lines into P4.
Naughty.
That is official. I think that would be a Thomas Fleming certified naughty cutback.
Lovely move there from Finley Lines. Saw that McAndrew Uren was out of position going into Bobby Game. Got the wide line, got on the power early, got alongside. No C-word in sight.
No. Again, that's the last 2 laps. Luca Holmes-Ballack has done that manoeuvre. It hasn't worked either time.
Ooh.
Both times, Albie Friend has seen it at the last minute and just left Holmes-Ballack enough room. And the farmer into P2. Tom Reed goes through, lines up to third. Emerson McAndrew, you're down to fifth. Holmes Ballock, 2 corners ago, was going for the race lead. Now he's battling to stay in the top 3.
This is turning into a bit of a scrap in a pre-final, which is potentially not what we expected, but it's helping out Albie Friend as he's got nearly half a second. That'll be maybe the group of four from second down to fifth will be thinking, right, let's just resettle down for a second. We don't want Albie Friend to run away with this. We know he's been strong this weekend. Of course, won all 4 heats. Again, as we've seen in the previous
good move, Emerson
mini
McAndrew,
cadet classes, we don't want, or they won't want, a driver to go through all 4 heats and a pre-final with a win, because it just gives them an extra layer of confidence they can do it for the final. Anything that you can throw, anything you can do to throw your competition off their game for the final event will go and help you towards your own championship aspirations.
Yeah, and now moving into 6th position is Joshua Griffin. He's past Zach Starbuck, who's down to 7th. Jack Collinson is 8th. Spencer is 9th. Harry Taylor runs in 10th position. Theo Bradshaw, who is out for revenge this year. Don't forget, won in Micromax on track last year, then got excluded. Eventually got that exclusion overturned, but again, by that point, Kian Bernard had been using the GP. It was a mess. It was a mess. But Theo Bradshaw, you know, redemption arc is underway for Theo Bradshaw. Connor Clancy on the live chat supporting the Strawberry Racing team. He raced for them at Le Mans recently, and here comes Finley Lines closing in on Albie Friend with under a minute to go, and Emerson McAndrew Uren in third.
Yes, he sets the fastest lap of the race on that last lap as Emerson McAndrew Uren. It's now the penultimate lap. The next lap past the start-finish line will be the last one. Friend defensive once again. Finley Lines can't find a way through. Reed looks alongside McAndrew Uren, gets a good exit out of the first hairpin, slots in. Again, Friend defensive. Lines looking around the outside. Small touch on the back of Lines' cart from McAndrew Uren. Holds him up, and now Reed once again is looking for it. And now we have a move for the lead. That's a great move up at the Fullerton S's from Finley Lines. He leads this race for the first time today. Brilliant move into the Fullerton S's. Caught Albert Friend slightly off guard, I think. I think Friend thought he'd done enough to be able to take the racing line, but nope, Finley Lines threw it up the inside. Brilliant move, and he leads on to the last lap of the pre-final. He'll be trying to hold on to that to hold pole position, but it's not going to be easy.
57, Finley Hines for Coles Racing gets a penalty. Here we go, into the ball, Lines to the inside. McAndrew Uren's going to try and feed the gap. Albie Friend, high, wide and handsome. He's going to tough it out wheel to wheel with Lines, but he can't, and Lines leads. Friend now tells McAndrew Uren to think these two are good friends, and here comes Tom Reed to the inside. No, Friend!
Oh, that was a friendly helping hand.
But yeah, but then he doesn't pull alongside, he falls back into line. Lines to the inside. Watch for Luca Holmes Ballock to now get a good run. He passes Reed for 4th into the Fullerton S's. Albie Friend's undefeated streak is hanging by a thread. Finley Lines has the lead. Oh, he runs wide. Lines a little bit wide. He scrambles back into the apex. I thought he was going to just lose out there, but it's going to be Finley Lines.
Finley Lines takes the first win from another driver other than Albie Friend, closely followed by Friend. You can see the frustration from Friend banging the steering wheel. McAndrew Uren third with the fastest lap. Holmes Ballock in 4th, and Tom Reed ends your top 5 and your leading group. Then it is Joshua Griffin, who actually went up 11 places in that race, up into 6th. Oliver Spencer 7th. 8th will be Collinson, 9th Starbuck, and Denny Babacek in 10th. So, yeah, excellent drive from Joshua Griffin. We were concentrating on the top 5, but from 17th on the grid to 6th goes Joshua Griffin, putting himself in a great spot for a good result in the final, because the margin will be reduced. Here is the provisional results, the pre-final, and subject to any changes will be your grid for the grand final in the Minimax category. Finley Lines took the win ahead of Albert Friend. Albie, of course, took every single heat victory but couldn't manage that one. Then Emerson McAndrew Uren, Luca Holmes Ballock and Tom Reed, who are in that leading group. Joshua Griffin, who we just mentioned, went up a lot of places to 6th. Then Oliver Spencer in 7th. Jack Collinson was 8th. 9th was Zach Starbuck, and then Denny Babacek in 10th. 11th place, Edward Haynes. 12th, Theo Bradshaw. 13th, Harry Taylor. And 14th was Max Gilman. 15th, Finley Hines. 16th, Leo Livingston. 17th, Max Wheatley. 18th, Jensen Chalk. 19th, Josh Cormack. 20th, Alfie Mew. 21st, Ollie Thompson. 22nd, Devon Taylor. 23rd, Cameron Tippin. 24th, Sebastian Clark. 25th, Miles Burton. 26th, Larry Price. 27th, Ari Kallenberg. 28th was Archie Rogers-Tyler. 29th was Warwick Milam. 30th was George Fountain. 31st, Soren Gallagher. 32nd, Riley Moreau. And 33rd was Fraser Anderson. Unfortunately, those last two drivers did not finish on the lead lap. Wow, 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 what a pre-final, the best one we've had so far today. I'm going to be interested to hear about that pre-final from the driver's point of view with Nicole. Nicole is just preparing herself, going to get some of the reaction. I'm imagining she'll be seeing some, or listening into some of the conversations post-race. I think it will be fairly well-mannered for now, but who knows what will happen in the pre-final. Brilliant, brilliant race from all of the top 5 down there. Very much enjoyed calling that one. If anything, the GP plate final is going to be only more interesting. Nicole, who have you got down for us there? It'd be great to hear the reaction.
Finn, race winner then for the pre-final. How difficult was that?
It was a good race. There was a lot of clean battling. There was no like dirty challenges or any dirty overtakes. So I think it was a clean, good fight that I hopefully will see in the final as well.
And do you want a battle in the final, or would you prefer to just run away?
Well, it's Kartmasters. Obviously, some people call Crashmasters. There's going to be something that's going to go wrong. So hopefully, if there's a little pack like us 5 that's got away, that would be ideal. But at the end of the day, whatever it is, I can't decide.
How excited are you then, Finn, going into the final and starting at the sharp end of the field?
I'm feeling confident. As for the past few days of having to come like not on that top spot, but now I feel like I've done it and now I can do it again.
And like you said, we've seen you maybe not at the top end of things a couple of days this week, which is not what we'd normally see from you, but you seem like you've kept your head and you don't really seem fazed at all by that.
No, I think yesterday and the day before, I think I was just like not in my game. I don't think I was driving as well as I could. But today I'm feeling on it and ready.
Well, we'll see if you can be on it in the final and maybe take that GP plate win. I'll probably see you on the grid later on.
Thank you.
We'll also see if we can catch up with Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Emerson, if you come over. Am I right in saying that this is your first year doing Kartmasters in the mini class, not in the micro?
Yeah.
And how much of a challenge do you think that change has been?
The change from mini to micro is quite a big difference. Obviously, better power. I think the grid's harder this year and it's way tougher.
And how excited are you for the final?
I think we've got a good track position for the final, so really excited and hopefully we can bring it home.
See if you can bring it home then, Em. I'll see you on the grid.
Yeah.
We'll head up then for the Junior X30 pre-final.
Thank you, Nicole. Doing a much better job at remembering what race is coming up next than I did in the last couple of days. So it is exactly that. Junior X30 up next, which they'll be coming out of the grid any second now. Henry is rejoined after going, I imagine, getting himself... Oh, no, what have you got there, Henry? I'll let you put your headphones on and tell us what you've got. Actually, before you do that, we'll run through the grid.
Yes,
on pole position, it is our current GP plate holder, Taylor Orridge, and alongside him, the privateer, Rocco Leon Shenton. A great day yesterday. Lewis Goff, who's doing double duty as well, also in 3rd place, and Zach Green in 4th. Joey Brown, 5th, and George Edgar in 6th. Riley Cranham, 7th, and Harrison Mackie down in 8th. He should have been higher, but unfortunately was a little... Did a big wee before one of the races yesterday. Unfortunately, that cost him.
Yes, Sam Branston up into 9th place. Evan Purcell from Northern Ireland will round out the top 10 ahead of Morgan Moore, Aston Sharp, Alfie Brown, Cameron Edmonds, Nat Johnson, and Archie Owen. The Nat Johnson fan club being vocal as always on the live chat. Now we look at row number 9. That will be Theo Palmer and Aaron Richardson, Max Yule and China's Yao Chen Chi on row number 10.
Row number 11 is going to be Charlie Myers and Maisie Creed. Row number 12, Alexander de Benedictis and James Harris.
On row number 13, Macaulay Guy from Jersey and Ethan Woodward, and Monty Brathwaite, Jacob Bashler, Max Wright, Marley Pareo, Jake Brook and Spencer Allen racing to raise money for St David's Hospice.
Last on the grid, I think it's going to be Ethan
Higgins for S8 Racing.
Yes, Jacob Bashler was involved in that incident on the exit of the Floods and S yesterday. Back out, I think they had to do a bit of a well job. But Henry, you've got a goodie in the comms box. What's that?
Yes, thank you very much to the Reed family. I wonder, I tell you what, while we're on the road that, very quickly, we can just chuck to the commentary camera. Here's something. What's this, ladies and gentlemen? On the commentary camera, the Reed family. Don't forget their nickname is Tom's nickname is the Farmer. What's that? Here we go.
We'll let you pontificate on that at home while we watch the Junior X30 final. It is from the lead of the race, our GP plate holder Taylor Orridge, who takes the lead in the first lap, and followed closely by Lewis Goff. It is Rocco Leon Shenton in second, and going wide through turn one. I saw one drive. I'll pick up who it was in a moment ago.
It was a Mick Barrett racing driver.
It was George Edgar
going over the grass.
Yeah, or was it? Could have been. Yeah, I think it was George Edgar. Oh, and
48 carts. That is the
Pareo.
Marley Pareo, sorry.
Yes, it is. Rocco Leon Shenton's actually got a gap in third place now, so he's done pretty well as the rest of the group are battling behind. Round the outside of his teammate goes Mackie on the outside of, it must have been Riley Cranham. So those two going at it already in this race, but it is from the front of the field, Taylor Orridge. Wonder if he's going to be singing in this race. We saw in the final last year. He caught up with Chris McCarthy after the race. Said he was singing "Heads Will Roll."
Heads will roll. Yes, on his way to victory. That was the way that Hannah Stilp said, look, you know, how do drivers cope with their nerves when they're about to win a big race? Well, the best way that Taylor Orange discovered was he sings to himself.
Do you want to know a little bit from my perspective why I think that works, Henry?
Go on.
Is a lot of the time, these drivers have a good move up the inside, actually. That was the Fusion Motorsport driver of Joey Brown going up the inside of Rocco Leon Shenton. The drivers, very wide!
Sideways. How did he save that?
That save of the weekend so far. Leon Shenton nearly took out Joey Brown. Joey Brown gesticulated saying, what the hell are you doing? But I don't think he realised quite the handful that Rocco Leon Shenton had on him.
I think if we have a look, if we do have a look back, you'll see that as they were braking for that, I think Rocco got a little bit of a nudge that pushed him sideways under braking, and he was like turned sharp left when he wanted to be turning sharp right. Luckily, Joey Brown was there on the outside. No harm, no foul.
They all live to fight another day through the field. Mackie already making his way up past Rocco Leon Shenton, sideways through the first corner. Following through is Joey Brown, giving him a helping hand, his teammate. And then that is the crop promotion car of Samuel Branston.
So Sam Branston, who described his day on Friday as mid, it's now upper mid.
Well, he said yesterday it was upper mid, so today maybe good.
Maybe good, yeah, upper mid.
Probably spelled G-U-D because he's a Gen Zer, isn't he?
Yeah, good.
Good.
Like food. I want food.
Anyway, I was following. As we see now, Rocco Leon Shenton taking that place away once again from Branston. But I was talking about Taylor Orridge singing. Generally, in karting, sometimes the less hard you try, the best you drive, because the subconscious part of your mind, Henry, is a lot better driving a go-kart than you are.
Really?
And that's
and that's going to be Aston Sharp and Morgan Moore getting involved. Evan Purcell going through as well. That's Scotland, Northern Ireland, and the Republic of Ireland, all discussing independence.
Yeah, the part of your brain that that allows you to walk downstairs and breathe and stuff. The stuff that takes over, where you don't have to think about. That can also do things a lot quicker, and therefore, if you occupy your conscious mind, you don't get in your own way.
Yes, look at that. There's a move. Sorry, that's the number 36. Who's that? Is that MTL?
Morgan Moore at the inside of Branston. Good move off the bridge. Green pointing forward, saying, "Come on!" Well, no, that's not green. It's someone wearing a green suit.
Yes.
A suit with green on it. Who was that? Ahead of Branston. That must be Evan Purcell?
Evan Purcell, possibly.
Let me have a look. Let's see if we figure out who it is.
No,
it's a white
Purcell's
helmet.
got Purcell on the back of his race suit.
It's a white helmet. I didn't catch the number. It's in a green cart.
Oh, okay. This is going to be
It's that car there, 23.
Ah, yes. Which is
Nat Johnston for Jamie Green Racing. That makes sense with the green on the race suit.
And that's why he didn't get an interview, because he's like undercover. he's disguised as somebody
Talking
else.
about Greens, the actual Zach Green, going up the inside of Lewis Goff for second place. Green was rapid on that lap, as was Harrison Mackie in fourth place. Harrison Mackie again had to start further down the order, owing to that disqualification for coming in ever so slightly underweight. It wasn't a deliberate attempt at cheating, it was purely just a miscalculation from the team and how full Mackie's bladder was going to be.
Yeah. A hello to Jacob Bashler. He's got family watching. Yes, last weekend at Shennington, Bashler entered and wished he hadn't. And then for some reason, they thought, well, if it went badly in the British Championship at Shennington, the only way up is Kartmasters.
Yeah.
Which is it's an interesting train of thought.
No,
and Jacob Bashler at the moment is 21st.
Yeah, up 7th place, and I must say he had a pretty monumental shunt in the race yesterday.
Yes.
They got the kart fixed, and they're out again. It's at points yesterday. He was setting purple laps and purple sectors, and I must also say that Matt, his father, great. They love their racing. Matt used to actually sponsor me in karting as well. So.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh,
absolute
Aston
legend.
Aston Sharp passing the number 11 of Joey Brown. This is the battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Yeah.
Sorry, 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Don't be
Rocco
confused.
Shenton in 5th, Sharp in 6th, Sharp in 5th, Shenton in 7th, Brown up to P6. Gives the finger to Rocco, saying, let's go. Not that finger, the finger that points forward.
Yes.
He wasn't telling Rocco that he thinks he's number 1 or anything like that. No.
Don't be confused. That sort of grey and purple helmet there, that is Brown. If you see the back of his race suit, it says the word Mackie on it.
Yes.
That is not Harrison Mackie. Harrison Mackie is his teammate who's a couple of places further up the grid.
Now, that's either because Joey Brown's parents haven't bought him a new race suit, why? Or that they have and Joey's grown. Who knows?
Who knows? Well, the mullet's certainly grown.
The mullet is growing. It's not William Antrim's victory mullet level yet.
The lead! That is Zach Green, who's actually chomped down the lead of Taylor Orridge. Overtaken once again into the bowl underneath the bridge. That seems to be the overtake of choice for Zach Green at this stage in the race, and he's already pulled a couple of tenths, and now looking over his shoulder is Taylor Orridge from behind, because he knows that Harrison Mackie is already there. Didn't even matter that Mackie got a penalty yesterday. He's already fighting for the lead positions and up the inside of the second hairpin. That is clinical, Henry.
Yes, indeed. But Angus Fender, who works with a lot of the teams, shout out to the Jamie Green boys, because they've had to do a reframe for Nat Johnson.
Nat mangled his frame yesterday.
Yeah, so it's a Oh, hello. So they went out this morning and the cart was not right, so they've literally reframed it from between warm-up and this race.
Wow.
So
that's a hell of an effort.
And Nat Johnson is repaying their hard work by moving up from 15th on the grid to 9th at the moment. There he is, the white nose cone, just in front of Evan Purcell. Aaron Richardson is in 11th. Riley Cranham breathing a sigh of relief in Rotax after making it into the main event. He's in 12th ahead of Alfie Brown. Sam Branston's day has gone from upper mid back to mid. He is 14th. Macaulay Guy having a good run. Macaulay Guy from Jersey now up into P22.
Movers and shakers in this race. Harrison Mackie up 6 places to 2nd. Aston Sharp up 7 to 5th. We've also got Nat Johnson up 6 to 9th. Aaron Richardson up 7 to 11th. And a downwardly moving driver, unfortunately, is George Edgar, who went wide at the first corner, I think, and he's down 13 places to 19th. That's not representative of his paces. We've seen Aston Sharp going up the inside in turn 1. That was a good move. And Goff also being following Aston through was... Oh, hang on, we've had a move. No, we haven't.
That's the race. Harrison Mackie has taken the race lead.
Yes, so we have had a move. Yes, that was it. So, and also that shuffled Zach Green back into 3rd place as well.
Yes, so it is now Mackie, Orridge, Zach Green. Then a gap back to the fast-moving Aston Sharp, who has got Fusion teammates Joey Brown. Oh, no, not teammates. Joey Brown and then Lewis Goff. Behind him, Rocco Shenton 7th, Morgan Moore 8th, Nat Johnson in 9th. Here we are looking at the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, headed by Aston Sharp, and I think Nat Johnson, he's gained another couple of places. No, that's Rocco Shenton with the white nose cone pointing forward, sorry. Rocco's privateer graphics kit is a bit similar to the Jamie Green racing graphics.
Yeah, right. 3 minutes to go, as we see Moore going up the inside of Rocco Leon Shenton, a good exit onto the bridge.
Yep.
The front three, I think, have realised they've all got fairly similar pace at this stage in the race and are happy to just sit there until probably, I'd say, about 2 laps to go. Although saying that, Mackie goes ever so slightly wide, making an uncharacteristic error, which allows Orridge around the outside. Zach Green goes up the inside for the Jamie Green racing team. And it's
Jamie Green hasn't had this many mentions on a commentary since he won in DTM.
Yes, and he did many times.
Yes,
and the championship as well. Very accomplished racer, of course. Now turned his attention to running go-karts at a very, very high level.
Yes, indeed. Probably because he's got lots of kids and nephews and what have you. And so, yeah, the family team expanding and running lots of drivers now. And they in 2023, they were my team of the year.
Two changes for the lead in 2 corners. Sorry, Henry. It was Zach Green up the inside of Mackie, and then Mackie returned the favour immediately, and now Green back down to 3rd. Now I reckon Orridge is going to have a go for the lead here now with just under 2 minutes plus a lap to go. Green going to get a good exit. Is going to be alongside Orridge down towards the 2nd hairpin. Cuts back in. All front to rear pushing.
Yes.
I think that was accidental, if I'm completely honest.
3 wide, almost, no. Mackie, Orridge and Zach Green. But look at now Aston Sharp. Sharp is bringing Goff, Brown, Moore and Shenton. Now we've got a battle for 8. Aston Sharp, the Scotsman.
Now Brown's gone through as well, so Green is going backwards very quickly. That move that Mackie put in under the bridge was decisive because it was Green who took the lead at this stage last lap and then lost it immediately. Warning for Taylor Orridge, that'll be for the contact into the 2nd hairpin.
Yep.
Orridge now looking up the inside, gets it done, brilliant move, and following through goes Aston Sharp. Sharp going for the lead. And someone's off, and there's a car over. That is a car over. That is the
that is a brand new frame for Nat Johnson, which has now barrel rolled out on the banking, and there are more drivers out as well. Oh dear, Zach Green is involved. So the 2 Jamie Green racing karts have just been reduced to twisted metal. Oh, absolutely. Lewis Goff has been delayed as well. And the red flags are out. The red flags are out. But I can tell you now that Nat Johnson and Zach Green are up on their feet and walking away.
Yeah, Zach Green looks A-OK.
Let's have a look there. I think Mum and Dad are with driver.
Yeah, he did walk away from the car with assistance. He's sat down now.
Yeah,
we'll keep you updated as and when we can.
That is Nat Johnson.
But that was a nasty incident. It was just a coming together. It was kicked off actually by the move by.
With 30 seconds to go, the drivers are being told to hurry up and get into the pit lane because the ambulance crew who are going to be heading out. There is another ambulance already with the drivers. We have 3 marshals and they're with, and again Nat Johnson is sitting up, talking, communicating. I can see him taking his crash helmet off, so he is okay,
relatively speaking.
Now it's time to we'll look at that now. Here's a look at that's the outer spectator banking on the back straight, so that you can imagine how full. Here's Nat Johnson. Okay, we can show that because there's plenty of people out there watching this, so supporting Nat Johnson. He's sitting up, helmet off, sort of half smiling at the camera.
Yes, so we'll get your provisional results shortly, but that all was kicked off by Aston Sharp and Taylor Orridge. Taylor Orridge went up the inside of Mackie into the bridge. Aston Sharp got a double cutback, and they went almost 3 wide up the bridge, and then everyone just checked up, and it was just a racing incident, Henry.
They checked up, and of course Johnson and Zach Green were behind the initial check up.
And unfortunately, that's really... Well, I suppose we're going to go back a lap, aren't we? So it will be as they came over the line before that incident, I would imagine. Again, the provisional results, we'll get you to them as and when we can. They won't be immediately. But at the point when they came over the line, it was Mackie and Orridge and then Sharp. to see what the person who's going to be most disappointed is going to be Zach Green, because he was fighting for the lead and then, of course, fell backwards and then involved in that incident. But the provisional results are coming up in just a second. Again, this will be very provisional because things may still change. But it was Taylor Orridge who led over the line, ahead of Aston Sharp, Joey Brown, and I think that's Harrison Mackie in 4th. Then Morgan Moore in 5th, Rocco Leon Shenton in 6th, Riley Cranham 7th, Aaron Richardson 8th, Evan Purcell 9th, 10th was Theo Palmer, 11th was Cameron Edmonds, 12th was Samuel Branston, 13th Alfie Brown, 14th George Edgar, good recovery drive from him after going off at the start, 15th Archie Owens, 16th was Max Shewell, 17th Jacob Backler, 18th Lewis Scott, 19th James Harris, 10th Macaulay, 20th Macaulay Guy, 21st Ethan Woodward, 22nd Charlie Myers, 23rd Max Wright, 24th Monty Braithwaite, 25th Alexander de Benedictis, 26th Ethan Higgins, 27th Marley Pereo, 28th was Spencer Allen, 29th Xiao Chen Ji, 30th was Zach Green, 31st Nat Johnson, the 2 Jamie Green racing drivers who were involved in that incident, and then the drivers that did not finish on the lead lap after that incident, Jake Brook and Maisie Creed. So, Henry, we are probably not going to be running to timetable in the short term while we clear this incident up. For final and amendments and stuff like that, I would head over to the Trent Valley Kart Club website if you can on your device that is connected to the internet, and the results, you can find a link to the results through there, which are on Motorsport Timing, and they will be updated with the most updated results. The results we just read out, provisional.
Yes, they are indeed. The Jamie Green team have got 2 wagons to repair again. Right, online chat. Keep it karting related, and Thua 37. All I will say to you is goodbye. Here we go. Now, let's have fun. Let's pick on people in the grandstand, shall we? Who's got with a CK55 top on? He's got my haircut, whoever he is. Oh, it's Dame. Right. Teddy Pritchard 55. That's pointing with a white t-shirt with the red sleeves. That is Damon Pritchard Williams. That is Teddy's dad. Now, he's just realised he's going to be on the live chat. Teddy Damon had a couple of beverages on Thursday night. And when we saw him, he was feeling rather, he was, how should we say, he was very, very happy with life. I'm sure he wasn't very happy the next morning, but there we go. Here we go. Nicole Sutherland, down to you.
Joey Brown is with me down in Parc Fermé. Joey, I think provisionally you're in the top 3 for the final. How difficult do you actually reckon the final is going to be, though?
I reckon it's going to be like anyone's race, really. I reckon it's going to be a big hack. Yeah.
But are you happy to be starting in the front 2 rows?
Yeah.
How big of a benefit do you actually think it will be, though? You know, we see people win Kartmasters from literally 36th in the grid. Do you think, you know, it's going to actually help, or is your mindset just going to be it's a hack?
Yeah, it's just like it's anyone's race, really.
Good to speak to you then, Joey. We'll head over, see if we can catch up maybe with Morgan Moore, the premium karting driver. Morgan is talking to his mechanic over here, who I believe is his dad as well. Morgan, we'll catch up with you quickly whilst we've got some time to fill. Bit of an accident back there, but how are you feeling about that race? How did it go for you?
Yeah, I was really happy with it, to be fair. I mean, like, we went from 11th to 4th or 5th, whatever it was, so happy. I mean, good decisions, so looking good for the final.
Good decisions then. What does that actually look like?
Just avoiding crashes and stuff, like avoiding drama, you know, just staying out of hacks.
Have you got any predictions for the final, or do you think it's just going to be every man for themselves?
I mean, it's obviously going to be every man for themselves, so like, there's not really much point in trying to predict anything because anything could happen. Like, so.
I'll also talk to you a little bit about Marcus Luzio, who's one of the senior drivers in Premium. Marcus is ranked #1 in the FIA ranking at the minute, and I feel like maybe for you, as a younger driver, do you look up to that driver? Has he been saying anything to you during Kartmasters?
No, I think I've been telling him more than he's been telling me, to be fair.
What have you been telling him?
Just been coaching him, like just telling him how to take racing lines and stuff, how to drive in the wet. But he kind of needed it. I think he was like 10th in quali. But yeah.
Great to hear from you then, Morgan. I can hear carts heading off behind me. Henry, over to you.
Thanks very much, Nicole. It's not Henry, because Henry's out opening his lungs up once again. It's me instead. We have Senior Rotax pre-final now, and Henry is just outside the window, because of course he can't open his lungs up the way he would like inside, because it's against the law these days. And he is gesticulating to me, saying that there is, as they would say in France, il pleut. So it's beginning to drizzle out there, which will make things even more interesting. The grid is as follows. Guy Cunnington on pole, Teddy Pritchard-Williams second, Caden McQueen third, Jaden Tian fourth, Gustav Uzakovs in fifth, Joshua Graham in sixth, Ryan Ward seventh, and eighth place is Kai Hunter. Ninth will then be Macaulay Bishop, 10th Brandon Klein-Nagelvor, 11th Tyler Harris, 12th Austin Lee, 13th Jamie Pirelli, 14th Jack Lilly, that's going to be a difficult combination, 15th Matthew Higgins, 16th Liam Hartley, 17th will be Armand Hamilton, 18th Ben Collins, 19th Keith Doherty, 20th Jabba Al-Saba, 21st Charlie Morrison-Jones, 22nd Jack Sterling, 23rd Morgan Hudson, 24th Marcus Littlewood. Watch out for him, he's had good pace at different stages this weekend, including the wet conditions. Then 25th will be Deacon Russell, then Alex Atson, Harry Hannam, Zach Heslop, Sam Baker, James Swindles, Neo Clark, Jack Collins, and then Ethan Higgins.
You got Ralph Youngling, Omar Ganoum, Ollie Goodger and Harry Bloor at the back of the field.
And we're racing. Macaulay Bishop goes across the grass immediately, but Guy Cunnington holds the lead ahead of Pritchard-Williams and McQueen. Tian in fourth. Bishop is back on. His tyres will probably be a little bit dirty. How was the rain? Oh, contact there between... I've said it, Henry, I've said it.
Started already. Let's not forget, yesterday's final heat in Senior Rotax was not a good advert for the sport. Teddy Pritchard-Williams leads. Teddy is the only driver in this class to have finished in the top 6 of every race he's done so far. I know his sister Molly is watching, and I just that was Neil Clark. He's been watching the Olympic vaulting.
Yes.
Neil Clark, Simone Biles, very, very similar.
Yes, we've got a proper race here between the GP of Kai Hunter, Klein Nagelvort, that's the number 2 of Matthew Higgins going through there. Bishop's involved in that battle. That is for the lower end of the top 10. That's where our eyes... Cian Geraghty has already gone up about 10 places, I think. I'm going to keep an eye on the timing screens. Henry, talk us through the racing.
Yes, end of lap number 1. We're looking at one of the KR Sport drivers. Here's a move for the race lead. Caden McQueen to the inside of Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Guy Cunnington tries to make it through as well. Side by side for second over the bridge. Jaden Tian watching this from 4th position. Then a gap back to Gustav Uzakovs in 5th. And Tian tries to go round the outside of all of them. Does he make it work? Oh, he gets squeezed onto the grass by Pritchard-Williams. Welcome to Kartmasters, Jaden. Yeah. Pritchard-Williams goes from defending a place to gaining a place in the space of 2 corners.
Yeah, Tian almost did a Harry Taylor, 2 around the outside of the first corner, first hairpin, sorry. But unfortunately got shown the grass, and then that advantage was removed. But it is Caden McQueen that leads. Teddy Pritchard-Williams second. Guy Cunnington, who's going to be it's going to be a bit out of sorts. He's not going to know what to do. He's been starting in the middle pack in every single race and coming through, whereas he's actually started at the front this time, and he's in a position where he normally ended up.
This is what happens when you qualify well, Guy.
It's going well for him. Gustav Uzakovs now into 4th place ahead of Jaden Tian. So Tian, after going across the grass, has got dirt on his tyres, not got the pace at this stage, and now we have a Dan Holland Racing train for 5th, 6th, 7th and 9th, only punctuated by the ex-Dan Holland Racing driver, current Hunter Motorsport driver of our GP plate holder, Kai Hunter. Tian defending ahead of Macaulay Bishop. That won't go down particularly well with Bishop.
Yes. McQueen to the inside, defending against Cunnington. Pritchard-Williams and Guy Cunnington wheel to wheel. Pritchard-Williams falls back into line. Super Ted living to fight another day. Now we go out there at Hunter in 4th. Then it's Tian.
No,
Bishop.
It's Uzakovs in 4th.
Sorry, not Hunter. I used to say... Again, apologies. When you see the Hunter Motorsport colours this year up at the front, it's normally Kai Hunter. Kai Hunter is up at the 7th. Gustav Uzakovs, Stu Stratton sighting on the live cameras.
Yeah, Uzakovs has actually had
new
a
leader. Sorry,
no,
Guy
Henry,
Cunnington.
Jump
New
in.
2nd place, Super Ted. McQueen down to 3rd. Uzakovs, Tian, Bishop, Hunter, Nagelvort, Graham, Tyler Harris up into the top 10. Great drive. Pirelli, Geraghty. Geraghty is now in 12th position.
Yeah, I was just looking to see that Matthew Higgins is now in the fight, well, effectively for is nearly for the lead, and he's had good and bad results. He's either been inside the top 5 or he's basically had a crash or been crashed into.
Yeah. And, you know, looking at the point standings, you know, incredible. 18 points would start you second on the grid for this one. You know, don't forget, his lowest points are better in karting, in the heats.
We're looking at the Hunter duo now, led by Kai Hunter. Of course, Reese Hunter, his brother, is mainly in charge of running that team. I'm sure Kai helps out as well, but we've still got a battle for the lead. Cunnington, even though they've got a little gap ahead of Caden McQueen, feels the need to defend down into turn 1. Ben Folland setting the fastest lap of the race, and Ben Folland is all the way down in 24th place. Again, another example of how competitive this senior Rotax class is. Matthew Higgins in the pits.
Why has Matthew Higgins stopped coming up on our timing monitors?
Is he on the track, or is it?
Let's have a look. Is it a
no, he's still on track. He's still on track.
It's a transponder issue.
Yeah, so that's okay. So Hunter is currently fighting alongside Higgins, going down towards the chicane. Hunter takes that position. Good friends, I believe, off circuit.
And I didn't want to mention this. When I was outside having a Marlborough at James Hunt, it started to spit with rain.
I think it's eased up a little.
Yes, the skies are certainly overcast. Thomas Flanning has joined us on the live stream. Had one Flemdog approved naughty cutback earlier. It was by Finley Lines. Myself and Piers Pryor approved it in your absence, Tom, but now he's on naughty cutback watch.
Yeah, I'm on naughty cutback watch, Tom. Don't you worry, I'm sure we're going to get plenty more of those as McQueen goes for second place ahead of Cunnington. Teddy Pritchard-Williams gets a small breakaway at the front of the field, and McQueen defending is going to help that. Behind Macaulay Bishop up to 4th place now. Bishop up now 5 places from his grid slot. Looking at the inside of Cunnington, that's now 6 plus 6 for Macaulay Bishop. In podium positions for the pre-final, of course. Doesn't matter where you finish the pre-final, this is only to set the grid for the final. Some of these drivers potentially could be reminded of that.
Neo Clark from the Repechage already into 17th position.
Brilliant drive from Neo.
The Lion, Harry Hannum, specialist in off-bridge overtaking manoeuvres. Turn 4 is where the Jack Dex Racing driver has been absolutely brutal.
Luke Austin of Alpha Live fame has just shown us a nice little radar as we see Macaulay Bishop going up the inside of Caden McQueen for second place. Looks like rain is on the way, ladies and gentlemen, but we will keep racing regardless, and that would make things very interesting if it did fall during this race.
Yellow flags in the bowl.
Neo Clark!
That's Neo Clark! Oh! From the back to nearly the front, down the back again.
And he just set the fastest lap before having a little crash.
And walking back into the paddock, the Nat Johnson fan club will be very pleased to see Nat Johnson waving to his multitude of fans. Oh, they're all online, so he can't see, but he is walking back to the pits, limping back to the pits. Then he'll go and see how much his chassis is going to need to be fixed for the Grand Prix. We've seen it,
Henry, haven't we?
I saw it, and it was...
the steering wheel wasn't optimally placed.
Steering wheel, steering column, NASA panel.
Move for the lead. Macaulay Bishop up the inside of Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Is this the first time Macaulay Bishop has led senior Rotax this weekend?
He tried to lead it, but then hit his own teammate. So yes.
Which is something that we don't say often. Normally, Macaulay Bishop is well up.
It's taken him 3 days, 2.5 days, to get to the head of the pack.
Someone else.
Right. This is Thomas Fleming. This is right. This is now tasty. You got Bishop, Pritchard-Williams, McQueen, Hunter, Cunnington, Higgins, Tien, Uzakovs, your top 8. Then Nagelvor and Perilli. What a lead group that is.
Yeah, the class and just the level of the drivers in this top 10, especially at the moment, is so high. I mean, look, covered by absolutely nothing. This is such a competitive field. And also,
Gerrity in 10th, sorry.
Yeah, a great drive from Gerrity. He's up 9 places now. Brilliant drive from him. We know he's been quick. Oh, Higgins looking... Oh, no, that was actually not Higgins. That was Tien looking at the inside of Higgins and having his nose... The door shut in his face. Yes, his nose wiped. Yes, absolutely.
Like a dribbling
McQueen
child.
now at the inside. Hunter following through. And Teddy Pritchard-Williams, he had a couple of nice chilled laps at the front. That is very well and truly over.
Oh, goodness me, that was tight. Cunnington runs a little bit wide. They're 3 wide. and elbows. You can almost hear the of elbows being sharpened,
whittling them ready for the final.
Yeah.
The number 2 there, Matthew Higgins, had, as we mentioned, a couple of DNFs, one due to his teammates. But we'll skip past that. He's having a better race in this one, well inside the top 10. Any one of the top, I'd say top 11, 12 places could win the grand final. They've all been up there at various stages of this weekend.
You and Nicole Sutherland were discussing Matthew Higgins, and we were sort of, Nicole said he's going to be the repechage. You know, 1 DNF in 4 races, 1 DNF.
Yeah, and 1 spin,
and 1 spin and an 18th place finish. And yet, he with 59 points after 4 races, he qualified in the top 15. That tells you all you need to know about the crazy nature of this class this weekend. Oh, Pritchard Williams.
Oh, no.
Hurdling. I know that Colin Jackson's a great Welsh hurdler. That wasn't the Colin Jackson special.
Yeah, Pritchard Williams is going to go backwards as well because his tyres will be covered in grass.
Grass, yes.
And Jamie Perilli is like a lion. He can smell blood.
He can smell a wounded beast.
Teddy, of course, is a beast in these senior Rotax classes.
He's Welsh, so he can smell a wounded sheep.
And for the lead, change for the lead. Kai Hunter takes to the lead for the first time in this race. He's worked his way one by one to the front of the field, picking them off. The lap times at the front of the field so close. Bishop, oh no, actually that's not for the lead. Bishop's got a massive gap.
Yeah, Bishop is now up the road by a full second. Hunter and McQueen second and third. There is the battle of a second and third. Kai Hunter started this race 8th, 2 wins, a 10th and a DNF. Or a 31st for Kai Hunter, so we know he is quick. Now, this is the last race that all these drivers will do on this set of tyres.
So they're absolutely wringing the neck of these Rotax karts with those Mojos. Tell you what, it's a bad day to be a Mojo, isn't it?
Well, no, it's a good day to be Mojo because you're going to sell a lot more tyres.
It's a bad day to be a Mojo.
Oh, yes, sorry,
it's a good day to be Mojo.
Yes, because yes, the tyres will be shown 0 respect in this race, and then brand new set of tyres, they'll be shown 0 respect in the final. We've still got Higgins with that transponder problem. Here we go. I know there's a minute to go. We've got 34 drivers still running. Thank you
Klein
very much.
Nagelvort defending from the yellow helmeted Tony Kart of
35
Garrity.
still running. I do apologise.
35. Matthew Higgins at the fast lap on that last lap of the race. He's closing down on the battle for second and third place in 4th position. Guy Cunnington still right behind him there, making a little mistake through the chicane, running wide on the exit. There is Cian Garrity, who's made his way past Klein Nagelvort, and following him through was Ryan Ward, I think.
Yeah, the number 21 cart of... that's the number 21 cart of Deacon Russell making a move. Now, Deacon Russell flipped his cart on the bridge yesterday, so he is back in action now. And going well, trying to gain ground.
I'm loving this new camera angle we've got for Alpha Live this weekend. It really shows the angle of the dangle through the bowl corner, because you really yeet the cart into that corner.
Yes, it shows the angle of the dangle. The camera angle is the dog's danglies. Should we say that?
We've said it now.
I think we can say that.
Anyway,
yes.
It looks like there's number 2 going up the inside, Matthew Higgins of Caden McQueen into the Fullerton S's. So the good pace that Higgins put in on that last lap, he's making good use of it and making up a position. Now into 3rd place. He has been this high this weekend, but then was removed from this position in one of the heats. He is right behind his good friend, but no longer teammate, Kai Hunter. This is for 2nd place because Macaulay Bishop timed his attack to the front of the field very, very well and is now leading by a second and a half. He won't need to save tyres, so he's going to be maximum attack on what is this, the final lap.
Oh, McQueen as well, side by side.
Touched. Oh, that could have ended so badly. And around the outside, that's a brilliant move from Matthew Higgins. I've not seen that this weekend yet.
Yes, indeed. Last year's runner-up in the 2023 British Kart Championship. McQueen, Hunter, Cunnington.
Teen round the outside, sideways, giving it some Euro and getting shown the grass.
Excellent, giving it some Euro. What's Dutch for Slim Shady? Yes, Slim Shady,
Whoa,
yes.
Yes. Sorry, Henry, the team thought he was going to throw it at the inside of McQueen from fair way back, but unfortunately that's hampered his exit, and now Cunnington fancies a piece of the back of Teen's cart. but he can't get it done. But this is our winner of the pre-final and pole sitter, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Macaulay Bishop in senior road tax once again leads us over the line. Matthew Higgins from 14th on the grid, a brilliant drive from himself.
Yep, excellent drive
It won't
from
show
Matthew
on
Higgins.
the results because his transponder has done a runner.
Might need to go on charge.
Or maybe he is no longer on the
Well,
card.
if it's no longer on the cart, he's going to get disqualified.
Oh, is that a thing?
Yes, I believe it is.
Well, let's hope that's not the case. But anyway, someone who would be a little bit disappointed, Teddy Pritchard-Williams down in 8th place. There you can see Matthew Higgins has been reinstated as second with the fastest lap. So I think it's an intermittent signal issue because it did record his fastest lap, did it not?
Yes, which tells me it is on the cart, but it is not charged enough.
Or something like that. Henry, let's talk us through the pre-final results in senior road tax.
It's a Dan Holland Racing 1-2 with Macaulay Bishop and Matthew Higgins. Kai Hunter finishes third, the reigning and defending champion. Caden McQueen and Jaden Tien round out your top 5. Guy Cunnington and Gustav Usakovs are next, with Teddy Pritchard-Williams recovering to 8th. Jamie Perilli, Jack Lilly, Kean Garrity and Josh Graham are your top 12. And then it is Armand Hamilton and Brandon Prime-Nagelfort. Tyler Harris finishes 15th, ahead of Austin Lee, Jack Stedman and Deacon Russell. And the 2 drivers in the top 20 with Jack's Motorsport, Ben Folland and Marcus Littlewood. Alex Adams-Acton and Ralph Younglin from the Repechage finishes 22nd. Liam Hartley out his frightening barrel roll yesterday. He recovers to finish 23rd. Jebba Al-Sabah in 24th, followed by Morgan Hudson, Sam Baker, and the Lion, Harry Hannam, started 27th, got into the top 15, finishes 27th. Ryan Ward, Zach Heslop, Jack Collins, Omar Ganoum, Ollie Goodyear, Harry Bloor, James Swindells, Charlie Morrison, Jones retired at the last lap. Neil Clark, the only driver not to finish.
Neil Clark had a brilliant race and then decided he wanted to start the final exactly where he started the pre-final.
Yeah, obviously realised I can do it from the back, so why spoil the excitement for anybody else? Nicole Sutherland has been speaking to Macaulay Bishop several times this weekend, sometimes happy Macaulay, sometimes sad Macaulay, but this I think will be happy Macaulay, will it not, Nicole?
Second in that pre-final then is Matthew Higgins. Matt, 15th to 2nd, good effort.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, scrappy race. Still have a bit of a gremlin that we're struggling with, but yeah, managed it well and yeah, just made the right decisions, got the second.
Gremlin as in mechanical or?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. And then Macaulay Bishop won that one. Teammate, do you think there's more pressure for this final then because you've got a teammate starting alongside you, or is it helping?
Doesn't really make a difference, really. I mean, hope we can have a bit more trust than others potentially, but yeah, at the end of the day, we're all here for ourselves, and it's going to be a hack. It's Kartmasters.
Well, we'll see if it's a hack. Johnny, I think we should maybe put the camera on Caden McQueen, who's in there shouting things at Matt Higgins, but we'll head back up into the comms box for the next pre-final of the day.
I'm sure it was, a James Fitzhugh spotting on the live stream. There he is. James, normally is producer James. James managed to find a friend going through mail order, and the friend that James got through mail order asked him to be best man at his wedding yesterday. So James is here spectating. I said I didn't know James wore any other clothing apart from a black Alpha Live t-shirt. Okay.
I thought that was his skin.
Right, okay, yeah. But, so, here we go. It's time, ladies and gentlemen. It is time. It's Michael Walker time, because the next race is Junior Rotax, due to start very soon. I'm sure Caden McQueen was shouting nice things. Caden, he was probably trying to put Matty Higgins off by annoying him during an interview. It wasn't like a volley of abuse, which is what I'm probably going to get from Caden for remembering. By the way, did you, while we're talking about Caden McQueen, did you see him crash coming out of the pit lane on Friday?
I did not, but I've heard about it quite a bit.
Yes.
We've all been there, Henry.
Well, no, Caden's been there later than some of us. Right, here we go, your starting lineup in Junior Rotax pre-final time.
Harry Bartle takes pole position in the O-plate alongside Lewis Goff, who's of course on double duty. Harrison Whitacombe on 3rd, and 4th is Hugh Moulton. 5th, Michael Walker. 6th, Lloyd Hare. 7th, Kai Clark. And 8th, Joshua Turnbull.
Thank you for the cakes, the Clark family. Lizzie Mentier up in the top 10. She starts 9th alongside Harry Freeman, Cole Dannon, the closer, and Harrison Crowther on row 6. Kai Veach and Alfie Thompson, Brian Truman, and Charlie Neve are on row 8.
Row number 9 is Alfie Lapper. Row 10,
Albie Lapper.
Albie Lapper and Jack
Nanny
Baker.
Barber's on the live track. She'll be having a go at you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Jack West, Corey Fowler, Joe Anderson, Lucas Blanford, Reese Owen, William Archer is down to 24th and 25th Oliver Smith, 26th Ian Conway, 27th Eli Ballin, 28th Jake Fluid, 29th Ellis Bell, 30th Ariaman Bansal, 31st Riley Cranham, 32nd Aris Majuskis, 33rd Jacob Woods, 34th Braith Murdoch, 35th Adam Woodham, and perfect timing Aidan Mitchell in 30th.
Is that a spot of rain on the camera?
Oh, here we go.
It
Slick
looks
tyres.
like a spot of rain on the camera.
Slick tyres for all the karts. We'll see if the rain materialises to anything, but it is a green flag. First time by. Harry Bartle takes the lead. Looked a little sketchy down turn one. Lewis Goff.
Oh dear,
that is a collection of karts off the road.
One of them
minus
an exhaust, which is now running across that. Marshall wants to not pick it up, and he does. He kicks it away from the surface. Somehow they all pulled away from that. I think it's Corey Fowler who's lost the exhaust. The privateer who picked up that sponsor. Oh dear.
My process of elimination, based on the massive gap that's now in the field, is that the group of karts that went off is roughly about 12 downwards.
Yeah, Cole Denham has... where is Cole Denham? I can't see a kart off the side of the circuit. There's the 27 kart. Yeah, Corey Fowler, the privateer, the leading privateer in the race. He starts, he was, such a shame for Cole Palmer. He can go again, though, ever.
All right, Harry Bartle, Harrison Whitcomb up one place to second. Michael Walker walked some water, apparently, from the chats. He's in third place. Lewis Goff down a couple to fourth. Hugh Moulton, again, just going about his business, getting some solid results. He's an outside shot. He's an outside shot for the GP plate, because he's just been there or thereabouts all weekend, staying out of trouble, and sometimes that's just what you need.
Exactly. There's Moulton now closes in. He's got Lewis Goff in 5th position, Turnbull 6th, Lloyd Hare for Team Evolution, having a fantastic Kartmasters. Team Evolution is 7th. Lizzie Mentier up into 8th position.
Great result from her. She's had pace. She's going up the inside for 7th as well. She's had multiple fastest laps and fastest sectors, but hasn't quite had the racecraft fall her way yet. But this could be potentially it. Of course, racing for the Dan Holland Racing team.
And looking at Lizzie Mentier, she qualified 19th, which means that she was starting all her heat races from, probably 8th or 9th, which is where she was now. Here's Hugh Moulton looking at the inside of Whitcomb. Whitcomb holds him off. Lead battle. The only Argentine motorsport kart here. Harrison Whitcomb, the Welshman from Haverfordwest. That deep red and black crash helmet. Absolutely distinctive there. Oh, there's Harrison Crowther getting sideways.
That was a big sideways moment from Harrison Crowther.
And the lead pack grows. It grows and grows. There's Kai Veach. That's Whitcomb and Hugh Moulton at the inside. Is that Hugh Moulton? Or is that Lewis Goff? It's the number 1-3. It's the number 1-3 of
seconds now. It was Moulton that went backwards on the exit of Hairpin 1 after that side-to-side meeting. And we are 2 by 2 going through the chicane. Lizzie Mentier going backwards, unfortunately. Going to get overtaken by the 120 as well. Down Albie Lapper.
Yeah, Albie Lapper. Now,
Mentier again getting with a...
Mentier is going into mix corner. They all somehow stay out the barriers. Mentier going backwards. Cole Denham, I think, is Cole Denham. I can't see the Scottish flag. He's down in 26th position.
25th.
25th position. Wow. If one Scotsman going in the wrong direction, there's another young Scotsman going in the right direction. Ellis Bell. Take a boo, son. Up from 29th to 16th position.
Another big mover as well. Joe Anderson is now inside the top 10 from 21st on the grid. As we see Mentier going off the road once again. She's really been shuffled backwards in that last lap. Just came off worse in that battling.
Is that Eli Baden that's gone past her now for the Cater Motorsport team?
Yeah, so that's where is Mentier now? So she was inside she went 10 places down in 1 lap. That's not a good lap for Mentier, unfortunately. Hopefully she'll be able to work her way back up the field, because she was showing she had the right pace for that stage of the race. Walker, unfortunately, being shuffled backwards as well.
Yes, indeed. Whitcomb in 4th place now. It's Goff chasing down Bartle. Harry Bartle, the O-Plate champion. 3 wins out of 4 heat races. not having it all his own way here at all.
Oh, we've had number 87 pull over the Evolution
Alfie
driver.
Thompson.
Yeah, he's just pulled over on the inside of the start-finish straight, so I imagine we're going to get a yellow flag over start-finish next time. So
Well,
no.
I mean, maybe not, because the marshal is there already.
Great work from the TVKC
Just
marshalling team,
fantastic.
as always.
You know, obviously this is really, really good.
Move for
back
seconds. Whitcomb having to defend, and Goff couldn't quite get out of the inside. But right behind was, is that Moulton right behind? Yeah, it is. Moulton has actually got alongside Goff and has made his way through.
Yes.
Closely followed by Joshua Turnbull, who had the fastest lap on that last lap before it was taken by Theo Palmer in 31st place. Again, showing the speed in depth in this junior Rotax grid.
I mean, let's look at this. You've got Strawberry Racing leading Argenti, leading Coles Racing, leading Sam Pollett Racing, leading Dan Holland Racing. Coles Racing have got 2 drivers in the top 6. Then you've got Team Evolution. Then you've got Jack's Motorsport, KR Sport, and Albie Lapper. Both sets of grandparents here watching. They feature on the Paddock Show. He's there rewarding their sacrifice. They're making the way all the way up from the Isle of Wight to watch this with a top 10 run at the moment.
It is still Bartle at the front of the field. That's been the stationary position so far. He hasn't been unchallenged, but he has been at the front of the field pretty much, well, actually, since the start so far. Whitcomb got into second early, has managed to hold on to that position for most of the race as well, but again has had challenges from the likes of Goff, from the likes of Moulton, from the likes of Turnbull as well. Crowder's moving his way up the field as well. He's up 6 positions from 12th on the grid. We know he has good pace. He was especially quick in the wet conditions, so if that cell of rain that we've seen on the... Oh, what's that, Henry?
We said the R word, and I get a bit funny, because I don't want it to rain. I want it to be nice and dry.
Right, we're going to potentially have a move for the lead here. Is Bartle going to get... Yes, there was contact there.
Wow,
I'm saying it, Henry. I'm sorry, that was Crowder up the inside. A robust Brexit overtake on the inside of the bowl, and that has put the number 51 of Moulton into the lead. Yes, it was Whitcomb's bold move that pushed Bartle back. Was Moulton defends. Goff follows Whitcomb as well. To the outside, 71. Gets shuffled wide. That was the 17 of Crowder, sorry.
Here we go. This battle, it just 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 drivers started lap number 7, separated by 7 drivers by 1.5 seconds.
Yeah,
Mikey Walker is just tagging onto the back of this lead group now.
He was well within it. Just got shuffled back, I think, when it started packing up a little bit a couple of laps ago. Settled down a little bit, although we did have, of course, that move for the lead. Right, let's just take stock. Where are everyone in this front group? Let's have a look over the line. So it is Moulton who leads, ahead of Whitcomb. Goff, Bartle, Turnbull, Crowder, Hare and Walker are top 8, which is this battle we're looking at. Round the outside, Bartle has a look, gets on the marbles, can't get that done. Well, he's still on the outside, actually, of Goff. He's going to put himself in a position to potentially go around the outside. No, he nearly lost a place to the 27
of Turnbull.
Now Turnbull's having to defend from the 17 of Crowder, and getting involved as Walker, and joining this party also is
Lloyd Hare.
Lloyd Hare? Is it Lloyd Hare?
Yes, Lloyd Hare for Team Evolution. Like a March Hare springing into action.
Oh, we're getting the word in our ear that potentially the air is becoming slightly more moist.
Okay, best lap, 58.87, fastest lap of the race so far. Last time the leaders were doing 59.9.
That was battling, so the lap times haven't dropped a whole heap quite yet, but any more drizzle in the air and potentially these lap times will start to drop. Again, important, these mojos are up to temperature. There's a lot of karts going round, so if it does start to rain, they'll be a little bit more resilient, but the next group out, which is our senior X30s, might have something to think about. A very, very close battle once again for second downwards pretty much on the bowl section, turn 3 and 4 onto the bridge. It is Bartle who's defending from Goff, who's defending from Turnbull. Harrison Crowder again defending. This is all helping Hugh Moulton.
Yes, it is. We said Hugh Moulton could be a sleeper for victory. Yeah, was Hugh Moulton on the tip of everyone's tongues when we were talking about potential winners in this class? No. He wasn't. And he's out of frame because he is just clearing off. Bartle fights back the second.
That's a bold move. That was decisive, and he needed to get that done because he can see Moulton driving away, and it's actually, he's timed that perfectly because now everyone else is scrapping behind us. Yeah, that was certainly front to rear assistance from, I think that was pretty much everyone driving into the back of Whitcomb. So Whitcomb's come off worse in that one. Ooh, the 37. That's another drop of rain on the lens at the last corner. Two Evolution drivers.
Kai Clark in kart number 67. pointing at something. He's running in 11th place, pointing down, saying, I think the cart is, something's wrong with the engine or the radiator.
Yeah.
Another new fast lap for Lizzie Mentier. She's dropped back to 19th position, and the problem she's going to have is that she's going to have to start all over again, you know, battling through traffic, which, and more often than not so far this week, Lizzie Mentier's been on the losing end of some of these very pitched battles.
She has. Whitcomb around the outside.
Oh.
Can he get that done on that's not Turnbull, is it? That's the 17 of Crowther. So there's been movement there that we haven't even seen.
Now joins in.
Now Crowther loses the place for up to Turnbull, and right behind is White.
Look at this scramble of carts.
That's a lot of curb.
The number 120 car.
And
Aldi Lapper.
3 wide through mix. That's not going to end well. Has everyone made it through? No, someone's gone into the barrier. It's a yellow helmet on the exit of mix. They've carried on.
Yeah.
Who is that?
They've just come across the line. That was, let's have a little look.
And again, Harrison Whitcomb's rear end is getting a lot of attention.
Well, it's, you know, I mean, I think you should say that. I think that's good, you know. But yes.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yes, we know what you mean. We know what I mean. Out of hairpin number 1.
A brilliant
90
exit.
seconds to go. Here comes the Fusion number 118 kart of Riley Cranham, who started in the Repechage this morning.
Oh my, how did we not see this, Henry? He's up 22 places.
He is up into 9th place. Now, because his tyres are newer, he had 3 retirements out of 4 heat races. So those Mojos have done a lot less laps than everybody else. But then he did an extra race this morning.
So probably one race newer potentially, or the equivalent thereof, but still.
Harry Bartle has just eaten into this gap. There goes Bartle for the race lead. I mean, he has literally just marched up to Hugh Moulton and past him, and now looks over his shoulders and goes, ta-da!
Henry, if you've ever seen a statement of intent, that was it. That was, This is my day. Harry Bartle really said, oh no, that is MLC Motorsport driver.
That is Jake Flewitt.
Jake Flewitt.
Of the banking, yellow flags waving, 20 seconds to go. Kai Clark gets an in-race penalty, 5 seconds.
As does the 199.
Of Rhys Owen.
Rhys Owen not featuring inside the top 10, so won't make
and who is that? I'm trying to see who that. Oh, that's the number 16 car. That is Joe Anderson for the Sam Pollock Racing team out of the race.
That's the 17 and the 141. That is Harrison Crowther. Hang on, how has Harrison Crowther got with Lloyd Hare? Because they were 10 places, or like 8 places apart before the start of that lap.
Yeah, that is.
Unless it was on. Maybe Crowther got spun around. And Hare joined the incident.
Yeah, possibly.
I'm speculating there, so we didn't see it.
The final lap has begun, and the field has been thinned somewhat. You've got Bartle leading Moulton, leading Goff. Then you've got Turnbull, Whitcomb, Kai Clark with a penalty. Ayman Banzal,
another brilliant
Indian driver. I mean, he's done a lot of work with Callum Bradshaw. Fair play to Ayman. He really struggled to adapt to British style racing when he came to the UK. and we're a year and a half in, and now he has got it.
Yeah, the struggle is over. It's 23 places ahead of Riley Cranham. We'll run you through exactly where he finishes, but it is Harry Bartle, after all that, who still comes out in the lead of the race. A brilliant move on Moulton for the lead with a couple of laps to go. Sealed that for him, and Lewis Goff in 3rd. Turnbull 4th, sets the fastest lap on the last lap. Whitcomb 5th, Clark 6th. Cranham and Bansal actually swapped places again on the last lap. So Riley Cranham up 24 places from, I don't even know, what's 24 add 7? 31st to 7th, and Ariam Bansal from 30th to 8th, up 22. Carl Denham then up to 9th, and then Michael Walker rounds out your top provisional 10.
Jack West and Jack Baker were next. This is a rather lively slow down lap. They've got less of the slow on the slow down lap.
Well, they don't need these tyres again, do they, Henry? So it doesn't matter.
No. It is so. I mean, it shows just with a couple of little incidences. There's Marvellous Marv heading out to get Alfie Thompson's kart. And here is your provisional results. Harry Bartle beats Hugh Moulton and Lewis Goff, the top 3. Joshua Turnbull, Harrison Whitcomb, Kai Clark, your top 6. Riley Cranham, Ivan Banzal, and Cole Denham recovering really well tonight. Mikey Walker rounds out the top 10, and Jack West, Jack Baker, Albie Lapper, and Lizzie Mentier.
It's good damage limitation from Lizzie Mentier there. She was down nearly in the 20s, but Charlie Neve was 15th, Harrison Crowder 16th after that incident that we just didn't quite catch. 17th Brandon Truman, 18th Dennis Bell, 19th Harry Freeman, 20th Eli Badden, 21st Jacob Woods, 22nd Reece Owen, 23rd was William. Goodness, third day of talking. William Archer, 24th Lucas Blankford, 25th was Adam Wooden, 26th Aras Majewskis, 27th Aidan Mitchell, 28th Brave Murdoch, 29th Theo Palmer, 30th was Oliver Smith, Lloyd Hare in 31st, and then our non-finishers Joe Anderson, Kai Beach, Jake Blewett, Alfie Thompson and Corey Fowler.
Yeah, keep your comments coming in because it helps the algorithm, basically, especially those asking for a Mikey Walker interview. But we're going to be sticking with the race winners today. Sorry. Nicole Sutherland is down with, I would say, Harry Bartle, Hugh Moulton, Lewis Goff, one of those trio of drivers. Thank you, Nicole. Take it away.
I'm with Harry Bartle. Harry, you lost the lead partway through that race and regained it. In my opinion, pace-wise this week, you've been in a league of your own. Do you reckon that's going to be the same for the final?
Obviously, new tyres to the final, so setup's going to have to change. It depends who gets it right. And the pace has been amazing. Team's done a great job setting up the kart, so hopefully they can carry it through to the final.
And what do you think's actually set you apart this week from everybody else?
I think good qualifying in both qualifying sessions really set me up well. And some good racing in the heats put me on to pole for the pre-final, which then we eventually won.
And do you think for the final then, would you prefer to be involved in a bit of a fight, or do you actually just want to drive off and take a pretty clean win?
Well, the cleanest way to do it would be to drive off, less risky, but obviously it's probably not going to happen due to the tail being so big, so we'll see what happens.
Well, we'll see you on pole for the final, and I'll see you on the grid later on.
Thank you.
I've got a little bit more time, so I do want to catch up with Hugh Moulton, who momentarily led that race. He was taken back by Harry Bartle, but we'll see if we can catch up with him. He's hidden from me, and now I'm in everybody's way. So, Hugh, you led a bit of that race. Are you feeling confident then for the final that you could do more of the same?
Yeah, I thought it was a good start, got into the lead for a bit and then struggled a bit towards the end, but I'm in a good place for the final, so.
Great to hear from you, and see you later on.
Yeah, see you.
We'll head back up then for the last pre-final of the day.
Thank you, Nicole. We have the final pre-final of the morning. It is Senior X30, no less.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, indeed.
Oh, yes, oh, yes, oh, yes.
Shall be a good one.
It's
yes,
going to
yes,
be a good one. Yes, 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 oh, yay, the streets. We've had interesting races. We've had drama. We've had very
tactics.
Good, tactics. We've had close racing. We've had a little bit of drama, as I mentioned.
Yes.
We've had people having drama and then, getting on with it and getting back racing.
Just looking at that, though, that's the outer banking. So, the banking on the near side is even more packed. I'm so pleased to see so many people coming out for Kartmasters, people that used to race karts, people that I haven't seen for ages. There's the Zip drivers walking around to get a look at the action from the outside of the bowl. There's a couple of Cato Motorsport drivers in there as well. And again, families. You've got mums, dads, aunties, uncles, nans, you name it, they're here and they're watching as well. And let's have a little look at some of the great and the good of the sport. Well, or just the people. Here we go then. There's karts on circuit. It's time for race number 49, the last pre-final of Kartmasters 2024.
The most consistent man so far this weekend, Harry Platten, starts on pole position, the O plate and previous GP plate winner in this class. Then alongside him will be Fred Green, Marcus Luzio on the outside, on the inside of the second row alongside Cian Geraghty. Then Henry Gregory and Macaulay Bishop, Oliver Still and Gabriel Still for an all-stilt row 4.
Henry Gregory's auntie Katie says hello, she's watching. Caden McQueen and Louis Johnson-Cool go from row number 5. Lewis Bird and Oscar Repetto from Monaco on row number 6. Gus Lawrence, the reigning champion, on row number 7 alongside South Korea's Koo-hyo Lee. Then Rylan Eschberg and Micah Taylor.
Turn my mic on. 17th Harry Cottrell, 18th Alistair Cresswell, 19th Ellis Stevens, 20th Jack Nettleship, 21st Jack Cox, 22nd Aaron Brown, 23rd Tiger Dixon, and 24th after recovering from his big incident was Chris Bingham.
Luke Taylor, Rashan Chigarimbo, Tristan Powell, Dayton Coulthard, Charlie Morrison-Jones, Morgan Hill are your top 30. Then the Repechage qualifiers, Freddie Housley and Ty Mahia, CJ Bennett and Isaac Marsh, Eden Spanswick and Joel Hull are in. Saka Al-Masherji is out, so was Robbie Buckley. They got penalties and they are out. Yeah, Saka Al-Masherji and Robbie Buckley failed to make the main event.
Are we going to go green this time? We are going green this time despite some gesticulation from the drivers. Oh, Gabriel Still is off and so is Louis Johnson-Cool.
And Gabriel Still backs into the barriers. They both get going again. They're both still running out onto the bowl. And it is a rest of the field cleanly over the bridge.
I wouldn't speak so soon, Henry. There's a lot of karts out there. Although you were correct in the end, and it is still Harry Platten that leads. But it is now in second place. Marcus Luzio up to second. He hasn't had the outright pace in Dragon.
There's a Jack Dex racing kart getting up on 2 wheels.
And has mounted the...
It's CJ Bennett.
No, CJ Bennett, you're right.
CJ Bennett.
It's the CRG. No, it's not. I'm wrong.
It's Morgan Hill on top of CJ Bennett. They get themselves going away. Bennett there now trying to sort his NASA panel out. And CJ Bennett's race is over. Now, of course, everyone will get a brand new set of Comet tyres for the final.
But they can ring the neck of these. We see the 2-2-2 going up the inside of turn 1. That's a good move. Decisive from Koo-hyo Lee on the Oscar. Was it Oscar Repetto? No. Yeah, it was Oscar Repetto. So Repetto moving down a place. Oh, change for the lead. For the first time this weekend. Is it the first time this weekend? Marcus Luzio leads. No, it's not the first time. He led one of the heats.
He had that amazing move, the move that was so far that won the move of Kartmasters 2024.
Yes.
So at the moment, it's Luzio's move on the driver in second place, Fred Green, in lapped traffic out at the entrance to the bowl that won our pole yesterday. He beat Zach Champney, passing 5 drivers in 1 corner, and he beat Aaron Brown has just beaten himself. By the looks of it, because he's got damage and is about to retire the Vismo International kart. That means that Henry Gregory, there he is, the PF plate holder, is the only Vismo kart left. Team, I'm going to say it again for a new audience, team owner Han has now only got a solo Vismo kart in the race.
Whoa, Caden McQueen up the inside of Harry Platten, but Harry Platten looks to get the cutback. Can he get that done? No, McQueen covers it off. So it is Luzio from Green, Platten, McQueen now Platten, then no, it's not Geraghty. Geraghty's gone backwards on this lap, actually. That is
the 73 car. That's Gregory. There's Gregory going up the inside. Greg's on legs. Greg's at the inside of Platten for 4th position. Geraghty is just behind them. Now, Cian Geraghty's graphics kit and the Eichmann's Grand Prix team graphics kit, which Oscar Repetto is driving for, Koo-hyo Lee is driving for, very, very similar indeed.
Look out for that orange helmet, orange PFI kart. Gus Lawrence, the number 1. He was probably, arguably, the fastest and most consistent driver in the heats. If it weren't for the contact he had with Gabriel Still in one of the heats on Friday, and then also chose the wrong tyres, the wet tyres in the first dry heat of the day yesterday. We know the pace he's going to have, and Gabriel Still, who went off on turn 1, is the fastest man on circuit by a whole second. No, not quite a second, but a good half a second quicker than anyone else.
Still is already back up to 22nd position. Louis Johnson-Cool is down in 31st. So Gabriel Stilp, of course, who was last but one on the opening lap.
Change the lead.
Change the lead. Fred Green. The signal's given to Marcus Lucio. Let's go. McQueen, Platten, Bishop. Don't forget, Bishop running for the premium karting team in this category. Oliver Stilp is up into 6th position in kart number 43, Gabriel Stilp's cousin. Then it's Henry Gregory. Koo Hyo Lee, can't speak highly enough about the South Korean driver. There he goes. He's got Gus Lawrence just behind him. In fact, no, Gus Lawrence has now got ahead of Koo Hyo Lee.
And sets the fastest lap on that last lap as well.
But, I mean, Koo Hyo, he's not an experienced driver here at PF International. You know, doesn't race much in the UK. He's he's over here as a one-off event, and it's so impressive. He's learned the craft so quickly.
I'm going to draw attention to the two drivers that went off on the first lap. That is Gabriel Stilp, set at 57.5 on that last lap. Pretty much the fastest driver other than Oliver Stilp, other than Gus Lawrence, who's in 8th place. But faster even than that was Louis Johnson-Cool out on his own pretty much at the back of the field, at 57.2. So a shame he can't be using that pace in the front of the field. We are looking now at the number one, Gus Lawrence, who was fastest of the top 10, or the top 15 at least.
Yeah, Louis Johnson-Cool has just got past Micah Taylor, and he's closing in on the back of the main pack now. So he will, I'm not sure he'll get an opportunity. Here's Lawrence passing the 43 of Oliver Stilp with consummate
6.9 on that lap as well, using the toe to great effect, and he's romped onto the back of Macaulay Bishop. So a great race so far for Gus Lawrence, and also great damage limitation from Gabriel Stilp, who's now all the way up in 14th place. He was pretty much stone dead last.
Yep, indeed. Looking at this, so at the end of this event, at the end of this race, there will be a break, a short break. Let's get a minion down to the restaurant to buy me some food.
Brilliant. Right, we're looking at this battle now, which is between Lawrence and Macaulay Bishop for 5th place. We're looking also at Lewis Bird, the 24, who's holding off Henry Gregory in the PF plate. This is going to be there's going to be a move here soon between Bishop and
Ryland Eschberg. No right rear wheel on that privateer number 273 kart. Speaking to Ryland's dad earlier, and that's a true privateer effort. It's only him and his dad, and his dad was saying, look, it's a lot of hard work, but you know, it does have its rewards. However, Eschberg, you'll have a lot of work to do, because I don't know what it looks like. The whole
move for the lead. Back into the lead goes Marcus Lucio in the first hairpin, but looking straight back goes Fred Green, and look who's right there, the O-plate, our pole sitter. That is Harry Platten. Platten's going to go out the inside. No, not quite. Couldn't quite make an advantage of that, but the dirt on Lucio's tyres after going off on the exit hairpin 2 meant that he was a little bit squirrely, and pointing forward is Caden McQueen. This is coming together very, very nicely for a crescendo at the end of this pre-final.
Once again, global viewing audience. We've got Roger Young tuning in from Chinese Taipei, the island of Taiwan. Rod, you know me too well. But less the coffee. I've got Iron Brew here in the UK. But yeah, if you wrote the first part. Stilp, what a lap, 56.3 for Gabriel Stilp.
That's nearly qualifying pace. That's unbelievable pace.
He's in 11th position.
Nearly inside the top 10 from what was, a brilliant drive so far. There he is. He's going down the back straight, just at the back of the shot you saw there in clear air, the number 11. Let's see what lap time he can do in completely clear air this time, because that will give it a true representation of his pace. McQueen past Lucio now, and actually then Lucio's gone straight back through.
I mean, okay, let's find the number 11 kart.
He's the back of this shot. So when we come on to the next shot, there's the 0. There's McQueen. You just saw the button was got. Oh, McQueen taking a lot of curve through there. Still up the inside of Lucio, robustly getting through there. That's a good move.
Let's not forget. There he is. Gabriel Stilp spun backwards into the outside the barriers and the outside of turn number 1 on the opening lap, and literally then had to just sort of get back going again after the rest of the fields had departed.
Whoa!
Oh, Lawrence, talk about curbage. Wow!
That's the scrappiest move we've seen from Gus Lawrence this weekend. Very uncharacteristic. Normally picks his way through the field methodically, but unfortunately, he actually apologised to Marcus Luzio going down the straight there, and Luzio's returned the favour.
Yeah, and Luzio, who was leading, now down in 8th position. Garrity is 9th. There is the number 11 cart of Gabriel Stilp. He is got his cousin Oliver behind him in cart number 43. Then you have Alistair Cresswell and Oscar Repetto, Jack Nettleship, Koo-Hyo Lee, Jack Cox, Tristan Powell, Chris Bingham, Ella Stevens and Dayton Coulthard are your top 20. Mahia, Taylor, Cottrell, Dixon, Morrison, Jones, Johnson, Cool, Hull, Housley, Marsh, Spanswick, Taylor and Hill are the remaining runners.
Here, Bird looking on the outside to get the cut back on Macaulay Bishop, gets up the inside. Oh no, that's Marcus Luzio and
Gus Lawrence, I don't believe it!
Oh, there was afters between Luzio and Lawrence. Lawrence tried the same move a lap later. It didn't go well the first time, and it went even worse the second time.
Like, I mean, we were and that's put Stilp up to 7th. Okay, if Gabriel Stilp wins the Grand Prix later this afternoon, let's have a look at this
Let's
again.
have a look. Okay, so we come under the bridge. Back of shot. We're looking at Luzio, who's the 1-1-1. We just out of shot. Then Lawrence. Lawrence has absolutely misjudged that.
Lawrence,
I think
hurdling in the back of. I mean, we didn't see if Lawrence had helped, but Lawrence, it looked like he didn't even brake.
Actually, to be fair, he did look down and start pressing the brake pedal.
It looked like he did not even brake.
So potentially
there was a failure there.
Yeah. I think either maybe the axle moved and pushed the brake pads, because that sometimes happens if the axle moves.
It wasn't even close to the apex.
No.
It was. I don't think he was trying to go for a move. I don't think that cart broke at all.
No, I don't actually think that was
something broke on the cart.
Yeah.
Maybe the brakes. The brakes broke.
Yeah, I don't.
Potentially.
Maybe we'll catch up and find out later. But I don't think that was actually a driving error from Lawrence there. To be confirmed. Again, we're speculating. But look at this man here, number 11, Gabriel Stilp. He started. Where did he start? He started in 8th place. He's higher than when he started, and he's had a crash.
Yes. You know, this is incredible stuff. He's never won the GP plate as Gabriel Stilp. He's won a lot of things. He's won a British title. He's won 2 Miami World Final titles, but not a Grand Prix.
He came second in Junior S30.
Second last year.
Oh, up the inside. I haven't seen that move done in a while. Into the second last corner goes Stilp, although Macaulay Bishop looking back at the inside. And there we go at the front of the field. We're not done for the lead because Harry Platten, there he goes.
Here, Force 1 into P1. Or is he just the BMR restart team? Harry Platten looking to, well, we won't say it yet. We'll wait for the Grand Prix. He's got 2 GP plate titles to his name so far. McQueen still searching for his first. Fred Green says, look, okay, no, never mind.
I don't think Green would mind being on the inside. I think he's actually happy with 3rd place.
I am wondering, are we going to see Caden McQueen leave the door open?
Yes.
On the last lap?
Oh, no, you got me.
Oh, dear, you overtook me. Oh, dear, I've got to start on the inside row of the grid for the final. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Gabriel Stilp, when he won the British title back in 2022, he gained a reputation for being an awesome overtaker, and he is now having a battle with the king of overtaking in 2024, Macaulay Bishop, and they're slumming each other down. Here we go. Here's a battle.
We're getting in our ears that potentially rain's falling heavier. Oh, Stilp up the inside. That's a brilliant. That's a naughty overtake.
We'll check. We'll wait for Thomas Fleming to completely certify this, obviously. There's the 101 cart. That's Jack Nettleship. So are we going to get that certified as a naughty cutback? We'll see. Fleming is watching.
Oh, move for the lead. That was McQueen trying to get around the outside of Platten, and he couldn't get it done. So it is, McQueen's past Platten, actually.
Yeah, Platten having to defend second place from Green. Here we go.
That's very bold and
goes wide.
Yeah, he carried a lot of speed into Bobby Game trying to keep the place, but unfortunately went wide, got dirt on his tyres, and then couldn't get it turned in to the Mike Wilson complex. McQueen is going to not relinquish his position tactically, but we may see Platten do the same. Who knows?
Last lap board goes out.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely getting wetter out there. I'm seeing karts sliding.
You can see the different colour of tarmac as well.
Yes.
Lap times, 2 seconds off the lap time.
No, 4 seconds actually, Henry. Well, I suppose that was overtaking though, wasn't it? So you are right, 2 seconds.
So here we go. A lovely solid 8.5 on the naughty cutback scale from Thomas Fleming.
8.5. I'd give that a 9 at least.
But yeah, but I have to defer to the expert on this.
He was 2 wheels on the curb. He thought he covered it. Boom, that was lovely.
The judging panel is online, and the judging panel, official judging panel.
No, he gave an extra point for the grind on the curb, so therefore it's a 9.5 , which I agree with you, Tom. That was good.
Okay, we'll see what happens. Final lap. There's Jack Nettleship on that TB kart, that very impressive TB kart 101. And the number 85 car behind is Oscar Repetto. However,
oh no, Harry Platten's been overtaken. That's unfortunate.
Yes, and he's sitting behind Fred Green. But it's Caden McQueen who takes the win in the pre-final. Fred Green second, Harry Platten third. And then Cian Geraghty in fourth. Henry Gregory, it rounds out the top 5. Head of Macaulay Bishop, Oliver Stilp. Where did Gabriel?
Gabriel was 11th. He, unbeknownst to us, went backwards on that last lap. Ooh, that is a very heavily damaged.
That is Rylan Eschberg's privately entered go-kart. Now, Rylan, and it's just Rylan and his dad. That is a big repair job between now and the Grand Prix. Luckily, the Grand Prix for Senior X30 is the last race thing. I mean, yes, obviously we're having a grading system here. I think Thomas Fleming a solid 8.5, extra point, which is 8.6 for the grind on the curb. Here's the results.
Here's the results. Caden McQueen did lead over the line in the end and will get pole, providing there's no updates for the main event. Fred Green second, Harry Platten third, Cian Geraghty a good drive to fourth, Henry Gregory set out of trouble, got fifth, Macaulay Bishop sixth, Oliver Stilp seventh, Jack Nettleship eighth, Oscar Repetto ninth, Alistair Cresswell 10th, 11th was Gabriel Stilp in the end after what was one of the best drives we've seen all weekend so far, and also did set the fast lap of the race as well by quite some margin. Number 12 was 12th was Tristan Powell, Marcus Lucio 13th in the end, Christopher Bingham 14th, that's also a good drive from himself, up 10 places. Lewis Burr was 15th, Jack Cox 16th, 17th was Q Ho Lee, 18th Louis Johnston called a good recovery after going off in the first lap as well, 19th Harry Cottrell, 20th Ellis Stevens, 21st Tiger Dixon, 22nd Luke Taylor, 23rd Dayton Coulthard, 24th Charlie Morrison Jones, 25th Ty Magia, 26th Isaac Marsh, 27th Freddie Housley, 28th was then Joel Hull, 29th was Mike Taylor, and the last driver that finished on the lead lap was Morgan Hill. The drivers we lost during that race, Eden Spanswick, Gus Lawrence, Rylan Eschberg and Aaron Brown. Gus Lawrence is going to have an uphill battle, that's for sure.
Oh, yes, indeed. So at the final time this morning, let's go down to Nicole Sutherland, who will hopefully speak to some of the drivers and help guide us through that last pre-final. Take it away, Nicole.
Race winner then for our final pre-final was Caden McQueen. Caden, good race. How do you think it went?
Yeah, it was a steady start. There was a little incident in front of me right across the line at the start of the race, so I was just being precautious. It's a long race and obviously got a long final as well, so yeah, kept everything clean. Went for quite a tight move for the win, but managed to pay off. I knew the gap was there, and I know Harry is a good enough driver to allow there to be room for both of us, so yeah, that was good.
So then at the front, obviously, you and Harry and Fred, which so for the audience at home might not know that you're all really familiar with each other through the Croc Promotion team. Do you think that for the final that might play in your hands a little bit because you know how Harry and Fred race?
Yeah, for me, you know, like you've always got to be a step ahead of everyone. I think it's the same type of way that they have with me. They know how I'm going to think as well, so I've just got to be unpredictable and try to do the best job I can to ensure that I come out on top.
And you were one of the favourites coming into this weekend to come out on top, but so was Gus Lawrence. Are you aware that he just DNF'd that pre-final?
Yeah, I did see his kart at the bowl, so yeah, makes the weekend a little bit less boring because, you know, it would have been good to have a good show and a good fight at the front. I think he's fast enough. I know he was behind me at one point in that race. So, yeah, I'm sure he'll still come through and probably be in the fight.
Good to hear from you then, Caden. We'll head up now for the paddock show, which was filmed yesterday evening in the OMS awning. It was a party down there, but the whole paddock show is focused on the family aspect of karting and how fantastic this community really is. We'll head into that now.
Hello everybody and welcome to our third and final paddock show of Kartmasters 2024, and it's a really special one because we're going to be focusing on one very special part of the paddock. We are here at the OMS Racing Hospitality Unit. This paddock show is exclusively brought to you by Precision Chains, and we'll be handing that out. We are going to be talking really about the family aspect of karting. You've seen on the live broadcast today all the racing, as good and as fraught as it was. But what's the best thing about karting? It's the family. It's the socialising afterwards.
Community.
Isn't that right? The community.
Yeah, I'd agree. And today we are with a community in the OMS Paddock Club. Who needs Ibiza when you're at Paul Fletcher International?
Exactly.
The tunes were pumping literally moments before we arrived, but we've had to turn them off because of YouTube reasons.
YouTube, luckily, are okay. So let's have a look around. First things first. You'll notice that the OMS team, it's not just members of OMS here. There are people from all over the paddock. Different teams, different drivers, rivals coming together, which is really, really important. Families everywhere. Let's have a little guide. If you've got a hot tub out the back here, now this is how you do karting. So what we're going to do, we're going to come, let's talk to a couple of members of the OMS team. Let's talk to Matty Hopcraft, and let's talk to, there's Alicia Barrett, one of our mechanics. So you have been mechanic with George Clark today. How's he done?
Yeah, good. The second heat was much better. We've got a few things to work on, but he's getting there, so we'll see how we go tomorrow.
Actually, now he overcame a really bad crash at Sherrington last weekend. As a mechanic, and an ex-driver yourself, how did you coach him back into the right mindset?
I think it's just for him, like, gaining his confidence back. So the main thing was getting him straight back out for the last session after his crash. We got him straight back out for the next session, reframed, sent him out just for him to get the feel back again. So I guess the fear doesn't develop, but yeah, it's gonna take a bit to get his confidence back, but it's all about just trying his best, and that's what he's been doing, so that's the main thing.
Now, Alicia is one of 287 drivers, 2 female mechanics, Alicia and Jess Matthews. Tell them why we need more female mechanics in karting.
Because we're better, obviously. So there's got to be more female mechanics. So yeah, there's more female drivers now. So the more female drivers and female mechanic pairings there can be, I think I think I connect with other female drivers like on a different level because you have go through that like same journey. So yeah, I guess it'd be nice to see more females in the paddock. But yeah.
Excellent. Right, Piers, I'm going to go and arrange some more of our special guests. Matty Hopcraft is here overseeing this. I've got to say a big thank you to the DJ for turning the 1s and 2s off for us. YouTube thanks you.
Absolutely. But Matthew, what are you doing here this weekend?
So I'm the new team manager for OMS this weekend. Just taking the role, so hopefully see how it goes. But
were you in charge of all of this, the fake grass, the bumping tunes?
Yeah, a bit of me and a bit of Adam, who also helps from the team and is sponsors all. But yeah, it's looking nice, isn't it?
It is. I must admit, it looks a lot different to a lot of the teams out there because a lot of them are, closed doors and go-karts only. This is you've got outdoor furniture, you've got blow up sofas. I've got Precision Chains, of course, at the moment. Just chilling there because they sponsor today's paddock show. But also, it must be nice to be in with a team that has such a social atmosphere.
Well, I just think this is what karting needs. Like, most other teams in the paddock don't have this, and I think you see it quite a lot in the F1 teams. And this is exactly what karting needs. So I think it's the next level, really.
100%. And did you? Is this a bar as well over there for any of those?
Yeah.
Free bar.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't know it was free. I might head over there myself. Anyway, let's not get distracted. Henry is. Where's your mic? Oh, Nicole's got your microphone.
Got it. Matt, you spent some time out in the UAE this year. Did you get your inspo for the OMS Beach Club from Jumeirah Beach Club, or did you take any notes?
From the beach clubs?
That's what it looks like in here.
That was the aim, really, yeah. It's come out and get it all like a beach club kind of vibes. I think we've done quite well with that so far, so yeah. Try and take it to the next level.
Are you going to try and one-up it next year as well? Are you planning that already?
Yeah, I think we can do a little bit better than this every time we come out here, so yeah.
Well, next time I'm expecting like an actual built-in pool or something. A fountain.
We've got a jacuzzi out back, so yeah.
Some smoke, you know, some dry ice,
Lasers,
maybe some
smoke, let's get
lasers. Yeah,
stuck in,
absolutely.
yeah.
Anyway, let's move on, shall we? Great to, thanks very much for putting this all on. It's great to be here. I hope everything goes well for you.
If you look, there's one driver who's got out of the hot tub over there. That's Riley Cranham. Okay, let's have a quick gander round. So, we'll very quickly, we'll get to the racing soon. So, who are we and who are we supporting?
Brandon, Callum Graham.
Callum Graham?
My clients.
Oh, right, okay, no problems. So that's excellent. What do you make of... So this is what we see. VIP guest pass for Kartmasters, OMS racing making a real thing. What do you think of karting?
Oh, I've loved it. My cousin used to own a track.
Which one?
In Sandycroft. He
okay.
Track there, it's only a small one, nothing on this level. But he used to go as a little kid. I used to go with him. So I've always been into karting.
Again, so again, not actually related. And again, who move across there? Nicole, who are you fine, ladies and gentlemen, over there?
Actually, we've come all the way from Canada to support.
Oh, Canada! Whoa!
Callum Graham, all the way.
Excellent! That's incredible.
Yes.
Incredible. This is a real motorsport event, isn't it?
Yes.
You know?
We're very happy to be here.
Excellent. So from Canada. Now, thank you very much indeed. We'll move back here. I want to speak to some of the people that make OMS happen. So I feel as I'm listening. You've been on TV once already. Come on out, you go. Right. The glamour side of it. We've got Reggie Chandler, Teddy Wilson, ex-British champion, driver coach. Thank you for my mug, sir.
Oh, you're more than welcome, mate. It's our pleasure.
Best karting merch in the paddock here.
Yeah, watch me come back next time.
I was Reg, Walter Swift, the youngest driver here.
Smallest as well.
Yeah, probably smallest. What do you think of all this? This is good, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we was with OMS for a bit, and I think they've enticed us, trying to get enticed us back in again. But yeah, it's all good, mate. He's doing really well. He's done fantastic today.
Yeah, he has, really did. But this is what it's all about, isn't it, at the end of it.
You've got to have the social part, haven't you? You've got to come on. It brings everyone together, different teams, different coaches.
Yeah.
You know, why should it all be separate, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, there's the hot tub over there. Oh, the hot tub. Now, where has Nicole and Piers gone? Nicole over there. Let's speak to some of the people that make OMS happen.
I've got some news. Over in the OMS club, we've got a pilot in our ranks.
A pilot?
Matt,
what, an actual pilot?
No,
not yet, no.
Oh, I thought...
Training.
Okay, explain.
Well, what do you want to know?
Okay, so Adam, owner of OMS, has just let us know that you were one of the OGs in the team when it was founded a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about that and then your journey from being a kart mechanic to being a pilot?
Well, yeah, back when the team started, I was one of the three that were setting up and stuff, running it. Been there with Adam since the start. Got it to how it is today. Like, we did obviously this last year, but I think this year we've gone even better, bigger. Every year we're planning to go bigger and better. And as a team, we're focusing on doing something different to all the other teams. Now we're doing something different, but also getting the results. As you see, George, Callum, Grayson, Ethan, all our drivers doing really well. And then we've got a new team manager who's brilliant, one of the best in the paddock, I reckon. And it's just going really well, yeah. Great team.
And then do you reckon when you start to go out to Europe a bit more, I know the team already do, are you going to be flying all the drivers out?
PJs every time. We're going straight there. I'll be flying us all, everyone.
Thanks, Matt. I want a discount on a ticket, just to let you know.
Okay, I'll sort you out.
Henry?
Yes, I say...
I've just managed to blag us some discounted tickets on an EasyJet flight. So
an EasyJet flight?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you very much indeed. Now, let's move on. We talk about different people from different teams here. It's Junior X30. You'll see Junior X30, this is Spencer Allen. He's a Welsh Juno. He's from Newport. Weekend defender, yes. We like, oh dear, I better put that down there. Helmet here. Spencer Allen is, first of all, how's your day been?
It's been all right. Few rough races. Bit of a mess up in Heat 1. Got back in Heat 2.
And what team are you running with?
MDR.
So you're with Mark and Dave Litchfield's team, but you're here in with the OMS. This is what it's supposed to be about, isn't it?
Yeah.
No.
I mean,
this is the social side of it. Yeah. Now, he's from Newport. Can we have a you knows it, a proper Goldie looking chain you knows it into the camera? You knows it spa.
You knows it's far.
Now, brilliant. On a serious note, Spencer is racing, trying to raise funds for the St David's Hospice. You lost your mum to breast cancer last year. Your wife, Mr. Allen, very sorry, but you're using this event to promote that hospice to raise money for a good cause. Tell the people how to, donate and how to St David's Hospice.
I mean, all you got to do is just look them up, and then you can give money to them to help with people who are suffering from all types of illnesses.
So all types of end-of-life sort of services they offer. They're based in Malpass and Newport. They do get some lottery funding, but obviously it costs about, I think it's something like £12,000 a week to run the hospice. But if you go to stdavidshospice.org, you can donate there. And, we'd have been lost without them. And even afterwards, they give us so much support. They're really lovely people.
And again, thank you very much. Without, it's a very, very important message indeed, because the karting family have lost several people to cancer this year, which we'll get to later. But thank you, Spencer. One more, you knows it.
You knows it.
There we go. Right then, let's move on.
There's a bit of a driver's corner accumulating over here. So
right, okay, you go that way. I'll go this way, Piers,
Henry.
and we will count. Right then. You're all going to be doing very quick interviews. First of all, Gabriel Stilp, how many times you managed to wipe Gus Lawrence out today?
None.
Excellent. Next, how was your day been?
It was all right, yeah.
It was all right. How's the moustache going?
It's going amazing, thank you.
Excellent, excellent. There's a caterpillar on the top lip there.
Henry, this is not a kart driver. This is a car driver.
No, I know, but he's got a dodgy moustache anyway.
I think everyone else likes it, so it's all right. Gabe's likes it, so that's all that matters.
All that matters is Gabe's likes it. That's it. That's right. Right then, carry on. Piers, Pryor, Nicole Sutherland, who's next?
A driver that said yesterday. Was it you said that my day's been very mid?
Yeah, it was.
How about today? How is it?
Better. It's been better. I've had
above mid,
5th and then 8th. So yeah, good.
Absolutely. And what are you going to go tomorrow?
P1.
P1, easy. Next, Henry. Next.
Harrison Mackie. How expensive was that Wii you had before the last heat?
It was free, to be honest. It didn't help, but
it didn't help. Okay, it's excluded from the last heat race. You on the last lap, Goff passed Taylor to originally put you on pole position. You would have known about this, but it all worked out all right. So, but here's the two of you. You're going to be battling for a GP plate tomorrow. But yet here you are. Again, you knock 7 different colours. You know what I showed on the track, but then it's all smiles off it.
Grey, black, red,
fashion,
ginger.
Ginger. I've got a quick. Wait, did you mark? Are they from your mum's shelf or those sunglasses?
No, I got them off her.
Okay, fair enough. That's perfect.
Yeah.
I like the sunglasses personally.
They're
what song last year when you won the GP plate? Can you recite the song that Hannah still asked you to sing for the camera? What were you singing?
Heads will roll.
Go on then.
No.
Off with his head, dance when you did.
No. But I would like to talk about a big one that I had before the first heat.
Yes.
I went for a wee.
Yes.
In the panorama room, and I fell from the top of the stairs to the bottom. My back's in bits, so that's my excuse for tomorrow.
Get it in early, son. Well done.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
Careful. Right. Enough of that. Seriously. Well, you can't take Joey Brown seriously, not with that mullet. But so Evolution Racing. Talk about your day.
It went alright, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are Lloyd.
Alfie
Thompson. Oh, there we go. Lloyd here. Alfie Thompson, number 87. You up third place in one race.
Yeah, I got to second in the first heat, and it was alright, to be honest.
Excellent. Well done. Talk about Joey Brown. He had a Code Brown moment in one of your heat races.
Yeah. I had to change my pants after that one.
Talk to us more about that.
So as green just turned in, got lifted up, put in the barriers.
But you had a good fight back through.
Yeah, it is what it is, really.
It is what it is. I don't think I've seen many fight backs where you've had a crash and still made the top 10 in the same race. We've seen a lot of people come through from poor qualifyings, but I'm sure that gives you confidence for tomorrow's Grand Prix.
Yeah, see how we do.
We will see how you do. Henry, who were you going to next?
Yes, well, Bomber Smith is here, not racing. Joshua Smith, why aren't you racing?
I've really... my ribs are pretty battered from Wigan last weekend.
Okay, now why do we call you Bomber Smith?
It's a long story.
Well, okay, we got 3 minutes.
I left a briefcase at a track once, and they thought it was a bomb.
So the closed track?
Yeah, Red Lodge, my home track.
Red Lodge was closed because this Muppet left a briefcase at the track. So there we go. Luke Millwood is over there. So bring Luke Millwood in, our Micromax driver.
Luke, what are you up to this evening?
Oh, just hanging around trying to find him, to be fair.
Trying to find Henry?
Yeah,
well,
He said he'd meet me in the KR awning for the paddock show, so...
But no, I said we were doing the paddock show out here. You went, yeah, right, I'll be there.
Yeah.
And you're here?
Yeah, I just found you.
How was your day?
Quite good, to be fair. We got loaded in the first hairpin by Hushka, but to be fair, just a bit of unluckiness, but it's also kind of good because they know that you're the best driver on the grid. I mean, we've shown that we're decent by driving. I mean, yeah, just finding our gaps, finding our times at the right spot, and...
Perfect, excellent, well done. Plans for tomorrow?
We know we're starting P4, trying to squeeze on the inside with our teammate on the inside. But we do, of course, we're on the outside. As you know, has been not a very good side to be on. But if we can hang around the outside, it's a promising second, and then if I can go for the lead into the first hairpin, see how it goes from there.
Excellent. Have a precision chain, sponsor the paddock show. Smile, saying, I love my precision chain.
I love my precision chain.
There we go, excellent, good lad.
Right. Give out, Henry. Should we hand some out?
So right. Have a precision chain to go with your... I know it's American football. It's a New Orleans Saints top. I know this.
Good job, yeah.
I'm a Detroit Lions fan, so off you trot. Let's have a little look. It's not shocking. There we go. The vultures are in.
Take the stickers.
Precision merch.
Give me a sticker.
Ransacked, Henry. Ransacked of precision equipment. Yeah, I mean that's not how they were intended to be used, but still, will you? Well, so we'll see if they make their way to the Grand Prix. Guys, why don't you keep the box as well, and you can then make the best of it. Henry, we love giving out goodies. Precision have provided the goodies today.
We do. Right, I want to gather around. So we talk about karting as a family sport all the time. This is the Lapper family. Junior driver Albie Lapper, mum, dad, Nanny Barbara, who's always on the live chat, and other grandparents who have come all the way from the Isle of Wight here. First of all, what do you make of Kartmasters?
Oh, it's brilliant. I love it.
I mean, do you think it's a long drive up, but here we've got other family members who the old knees are going, excuse me, Barbara. Who we got here?
Jack.
Jack.
Sorry, can I just squeeze through?
That's good. And
Sarah and Auntie.
Auntie Sarah, Mum, Dad. We're supposed to better speak to the driver very quickly. Albie, how's your day been?
It's been quite good. We've made some progress in the heats. Better heats than yesterday, but slightly worse qualifying. But we think we'll be straight to the A final, so pretty good.
Now, why do we talk about family so much? Well, since I'm not going to propose just yet, Barbara. You did stand me up last night.
No, I'm sorry, darling. I'm sorry.
So it's okay. That's okay. Since Kartmasters last year, we've lost Sue Potter, wife, grid marshal here, wife of Ken Potter. We've lost Shelley Barrett, the wife of Mick Barrett, one of the original Trent Valley Kart Club committee members. We have lost Gerard Cox from Project One Racing, who started the career of so many young drivers. We lost Kai Clark's great-grandfather here at PFI in April, just before the start of the Junior Rotax family. And just early this week, we lost Robert King, the dad of Junior Rotax racer Charlie King. Now, this sport can be infuriating, frustrating. It can be very rewarding, but it is a travelling circus of colour. People from all corners of the paddock are here today for this, because at the end of the day, it's not just about the kids on the circuit like Albie, it's about the mums, the dads, the brothers, the cousins, the aunts, the nans, the granddads and the siblings who all sacrifice, who all travel to be part of this wonderful sport. And when we lose a family member, you go from having people that you wouldn't have met before, they're making sure that the parents are okay. You have people like Jack Marshall stepping up to run the Project One team that gave him a chance. He's gone from a boy to a man. you have, you know, it's a great, great, wonderful community, isn't it?
It's great, absolutely fabulous. I mean, I wouldn't go without it. I really wouldn't.
Now, tomorrow, 8 drivers are going to become British Karting Grand Prix champions. 281 drivers are not. There will be tears of sorrow, there will be tears of joy. But what we ask you to do is just cheer for all these young people. It's not the drivers. What makes this sport, this paddock so special is the people. The people from all walks of life, all corners of the globe. It's just such a pleasure and a privilege to be able to bring this sport to you. From Piers Pryor, from Nicole Sutherland, from everyone at Alpha Live, and from the families here in the paddock. What do we say? Good luck tomorrow, all drivers. This has been the Paddock Show, Kartmasters 2024. Have fun, enjoy the finals.
We're on the grid then for our first final of Kartmasters 2024. As we can see, Fusion driver Alfie Davidson, who's starting second for this final, is joining me, putting the kart down. I'm going to talk to Alfie first. Alfie, you've had a really successful Kartmasters weekend so far. You've been at the front too the whole time you've been here. How would you like to sum up your weekend so far?
It's been good from now, but we'll have to see how the final goes. Kartmasters, anything can happen.
And what do you think you need to do to win?
Just keep cool through the race and see what happens on the last lap.
And I spoke to you last week at Shennington about your haircut, your fast haircut. Do you think that's going to be helping you again this weekend to get that win?
We'll have to see.
Thanks, Alfie. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
I'm going to head over to Josh Cook, who we saw pip the win at the later stages of the pre-final earlier on. Joshua, how are you feeling about this Water Swift restricted final? Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident. It's going to be a great race.
And why do you think you deserve to win that GP plate this year?
Alfie's been great. I've taken the fight to him in that pre-final, and it's going to be a real scrap.
A real scrap indeed. We'll keep heading back down the grid then. I really want to talk to Chester Fawkes, who is the highest up privateer within this grid. Chester, spoke to you a little bit earlier on. You told me that you really want to get in that top 3. How achievable do you think that is?
I think I have a good chance of getting top 3. Just need to get my head down and go.
And who have you got on as your mechanic today?
My dad.
What's your dad said to you ahead of this race? Is he nervous? Is he excited?
He's all them feelings, but I think he really wants me to do well, so I'm going to do my best for him.
Good luck, Chester.
Thanks.
I'll keep heading down the grid then, and I'm going to go and talk to Attica Mir, who is the only female on this grid. She is starting 10th. I can see her behind me in the GGM livery. We're going to go and talk to her. Attica is the first and only female to ever win a race at Le Mans International. Attica, the last time a female won Kartmasters was in 2011, so it's over 10 years ago. Do you think you could break that record and be the next one?
Yeah, I think if I have a good start and the race goes well for me, I think I can come in the top 5 or the top 3 and maybe win the race.
And this is your first Kartmasters that you've ever done. If you were to sum it up in one word so far, what would you say?
This is actually my second Kartmasters, but I'm like the other drivers have driven on the track a lot, so I don't have as much experience on the track as they do. So I feel really happy because I mean, not happy with this position, but I think I could be in the top 5 if everything would go well for me before, but it didn't really go well for me. But I think I'm trying to make it up for the final now.
Good luck, Attica. We'll see you later on.
Thank you.
I can hear the horn has just gone for these carts to be set off, so I'll clear the grid and make way so they can be pushed away by Dan Ashton, the clerk of the course. Good luck to these drivers, and I'll be capturing the emotion, the post-race action back in Parc Fermé once they are finished.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Piers Pryor, this is a first for you. This, quite simply, is the most tense and action-packed afternoon from our perspective in British karting. 15 drivers in Waterswift sit and wait. This is the second year that Waterswift has been part of Kartmasters officially. Austin Gibson is the only driver to win a GP plate title so far in this class. We have 3 drivers who were here last year ago. Alfie Davidson finished 5th last year. Daniel Ferguson finished 9th. Attica Mia finished 14th. Here we go. Your first starting lineup of the 2024 Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix. Joshua Cook, the reigning Rotax International Trophy champion, starts from pole position. Alfie Davidson, the current British Championship leader, starts on the outside of row number 1. Chester Fawkes and James Roots go from row number 2. Alessandro Salas and Daniel Ferguson, one of 3 drivers doing double duty in this and the Micromax class, starts from row 3. Mason Hibbert and Oscar Kenny go from row number 4. On row number 5, we have Reggie Chandler and the Queen of Kashmir, Attica Mia. Harry Fable and the 2023 Motorsport UK Bambino champion, Harry Chapman, on row number 6. Finley Bedford, Hugo Williamson and George Greaves round out your starting lineup. 15 minutes plus 1 lap. The threat of rain in the air is looming. Piers Pryor, you've driven this event. You know how these drivers are feeling. Take us to the start.
Well, I've got butterflies, Henry, and I'm just in the comms box. Let's, I wonder what the drivers are feeling like. I mean, I've been there, but never quite up at the front of the grid. I'm sure that these young drivers are feeling something. And here we go. The first Kartmasters Grand Prix of 2024 is going to start next time. That is a false start for the first time by. We're going to go around once again. There was a few drivers, Henry, actually, that were sat on the starting grid that didn't quite get going straight away. Chester Fawkes was one of them, and also the Good Times Racing kart at the back of the field. I think it was Hugo Williamson also struggled to get away, but everyone, as far as I'm aware, circulating, ready for what is going to hopefully be an excellent Grand Prix. 15 minutes plus a lap, a long old race this one, especially for these young drivers. 8 to 11 years old in the Waterswift restricted category.
And I want to just say we've got people tuning in as usual from all over the world, including Mila Wellborn back in the USA, cheering on Attica Mia. The Royal Princess Motorsports driver from the United States, Mila and Alessia Wellborn, watching this and hopefully getting inspired by not just what Attica is doing, but what all these young drivers are doing.
No pressure, Henry, but we've got 1,000 people watching on just the YouTube live stream at the moment on Alpha Live's YouTube channel.
Hello, all 1,000 of you.
Hopefully many more. If any of you are watching, make sure you share this on social media far and wide so we can get this British Kart Grand Prix to as many eyeballs and as many screens as we can, because it's going to be absolutely brilliant. I'm certain of that, and we go green this time. It is Joshua Cook that leads over the line, closely followed by the privateer of Chester Fawkes, who was on the inside. Oh, and there's a spin for second place, and 3 karts are stationary under the bridge. Luckily, everyone is okay by the looks of it.
Was one of them Alfie Davidson?
I believe so.
Was one of them, I think, the driver that came into this morning having been undefeated? It was Davidson. Out? No, he's not out. He is still in with damage, and it was Davidson and
the 21.
The 21 of James Roots and one of the Oliver Rowland Motorsport
33 is Mason Hibbert. They are the 3. They're still circulating. They're just going into second hairpin now, so probably about 7 or 8 seconds off the back of the field. So not outside of the realms of sanity to say that they could still be in with an outside chance, but it's going to be an uphill battle, that's for sure, for those 3.
Here we go then. It is Joshua Cook, the Cookie Monster, leading for KR Sport, and chasing him are a whole host of privateer drivers.
We love it.
Chester Fork second, Reggie Chandler up into third place, and then in fourth, the Jade Racing entry of Alessandro Salas, who now moves into P3. Then in fifth position, the E-plate holder, the Shenington Super Prix winner, is Oscar Kenny. Atacamia is in sixth position. Finley Bedford, Harry Chapman, Harry Fable, and Daniel Ferguson round out your top 10. Alessandro Salas is not messing about. He moves into P2. And what about little Chester Forks? Chester Forks down into third position now. Reggie Chandler and closing in Oscar Kenny.
Yeah, it is Cook who leads the way at the moment, but the pace at this stage of the race, I mean, there's still a long way to go, 13 minutes plus a lap, but Salas in that red Birrell with the striking rear bumper. The number 28 blue helmet that we're looking at right there, he is romping onto the back of Joshua Cook. Hasn't won a heat yet this weekend. He showed good pace in the pre-final. But the one thing we know about the long finals is it doesn't matter if you're quick at the start. It doesn't matter if you lead the start. It's all about where we end the race. And at the moment, we've got a three-way breakaway, about half a second clear of Reggie Chandler in fourth place. Will these three work together, or are we going to see a move of the lead? We are seeing a move of the lead already. It's the 28. Salas up the inside, but holding around the outside does go Josh Cook. And maybe Chester Forks. Yeah, Chester Forks up the inside already of Salas and slots back into second place. But all this fighting is helping Kenny and Chandler join the back of this group, and they already have.
It's also helping James Roots, who is running in 11th place. It's helping Mason Hibbert in 12th, and it's helping Alfie Davidson in 13th. They started lap number 3, 7, 8 and 9 seconds respectively behind the race leader. But the more that Cook and Forks and Salas and Chandler and Oscar Kenny battle, the closer they will get. Oscar Kenny, he runs the E-plates. He won the Shenington Super Prix 2-3 weeks ago. He hasn't got a podium in the British Championship left, and we've got a new leader. It's Chester Forks. Danger, danger, high voltage. Chester Forks leads the British Grand Prix in Water Swift Restricted.
Forks was helped through by Salas as well. It was a beautifully executed bump draft, slipstream, slingshot from the pair of them, but right there is Cook still in third place, closely followed by Kenny and Chandler. At this stage of the race, it's all about jockeying for position. It's sort of a bit of almost not peacocking, I suppose, to a certain extent, but it's almost just setting your stall. The drivers will want to be in this lead group. They'll want to sort of stake their claim and say that they're fast to the drivers around them, because if you show weakness at this early stage, then you're going to be chewed up and spat out.
The last privateer to win a GP plate title, Theo McCurris in Honda Cadet 2018. It has been a long time. Theo's the Delta Raceway company that Theo's parents run. They are sponsoring a prize here. I'm sure that Dino, Mary and Theo will be here. Can a privateer finally, because Theo McCurris doesn't want to be the last privateer who wins a GP plate. He's proud to have won a GP plate, but again, as a supporter of independent drivers, they want another one to do the business. Could it be Chester Forks? Could it be Reggie Chandler in 5th place, the top 5, nose to tail? And suddenly Oscar Kenny coming into play. He hasn't got a podium in the British Kart Championship this year, but he's shown he's capable of winning big one-off events like the E-Plate.
Yeah, hasn't featured a huge amount this weekend inside the top positions, but he's always been there or thereabouts, and he's putting himself in a very nice position indeed at this stage of the race. It looks like his pace is actually very solid in this one. He's staying on the back of Joshua Cook. And Cook is also staying with Forks. And one of the beauties of the cadet classes is that it's very, very hard to pull away. And there you saw a perfect example of the slipstream at the end of the straight. And going for the lead goes Josh Cook. He wants to lead this race from the front. Following through is that Ipe who we were just talking about, Kenny. Can he make the move? Yes, he can, up to 2nd place. That might be the highest he's been at any point this weekend.
Oscar Kenny has not led a lap all weekend, I don't believe. He qualified very well yesterday, but did not win or lead he went backwards in the races. Now, Reggie Chandler, kart number 47, the back of this lead group. He is on a Falcon chassis. Why is he on a Falcon chassis? Because it's the only chassis with the pedal extensions that are small enough to fit him in, because he is teeny-weeny tiny, but he's got a lot of talent.
Clearly he's got a lot of talent, currently on the back of the lead group for a Grand Prix, a British Grand Prix nonetheless here at Kartmasters at Trent Valley Kart Club's annual event. Paul Fletcher International Circuit, celebrating 30 years, isn't it?
Yes,
so,
indeed. Well, in August 1994, this was just dirt. Construction was underway. Kenny leads for the first time, swings wide, it's an undercut. Forks back into top spot. Salas round the outside of turn number 4 into P2.
Yeah, there we go. Kenny finding out just how hard it is to lead a race. He led the race for approximately 30 metres before being undercut, and now he's down to 4th already and potentially even 5th as Chandler gets involved.
Into hairpin number 2. Behind this group, Daniel Ferguson runs 6th. Harry Chapman is 7th. Atacamia is 8th. James Roots is up to 9th. And Finley Bedford rounding out the top 10. Alfie Davidson sets the fastest lap of the race. He is less than 7 seconds behind this lead battle with 7 minutes to go. Hibbert, 12th. Fable, 13th. Williamson and Greaves are then next. Don't count Alfie Davidson out yet.
I've been keeping half an eye on Davidson's lap times. He's about, on average, half a second a lap faster in this lead group. That would bring him very, very close by the end of this race. But if these front two of Salas and Forks continue to push each other along, it will become...
to the inside, what a move from Reggie.
Oh, yes, that was naughty.
That was officially, that was 10 out of 10 on the naughty scale from Reggie Chandler. You know, normally when a kid's that naughty, they get sent into a timeout or something like that, or they get sent the naughty step, or they have to think about the consequence of their actions. Well, the consequence of that move is that little Reggie Chandler is now on the podium, potentially the British Grand Prix.
Here we go. These front two, I think, are very happy to work together. They've realised what's happening in the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Joshua Cook will be very frustrated, taking his first win of this weekend in pre-final. And he thought maybe this is an opportunity for me to stake my claim on the prize. But at this stage, it's just slipping between his fingers. He gets a bit of sideways on the exit and trying to go around the outside was Kenny. Can't get it done there.
Okay, this is now a really significant part of the race. 6 minutes to go. Reggie Chandler, if he can, he's not going to defend that, though. He was defending. He's sticking side by side with Oscar Cook. Reggie, he just is thinking about a podium. And this is slowing Cook. It's slowing Kenny down. Now Reggie's been passed. He's down to 5th. But as they come off turn number 4, when the camera pans out, where are the leaders? There they are. They're a long way up the road. Could this be a battle between Alessandro Salas and Chester Forks? Salas started this morning with it. Salas finished 5th this morning. His best result during the heats was a 5th. Forks, his best result during the heats was a 2nd, but he had a big accident on Friday.
Yeah, those two doing very well to push the other way. The gap now over 2 and a bit seconds, so that's going to be hard to chase down for the rest of the group. So I would imagine that Salas and Forks will probably chill in the position they are for at least another 3 minutes or so, but potentially the pressure of the occasion might get to them and they might start scrapping early, which would bring Cook, Kenny, Chandler, Ferguson, Chapman, Roots, maybe even Davidson into this.
Well, look at this. You've got James Roots and Atacamia, 8th and 9th. Harry Chapman there in 7th. There's Daniel Ferguson passing Reggie Chandler for 5th position. So Reggie now slipping backwards, but what a drive it's been from him so far. Then you've got the Evolved Motorsport kart, that sort of turquoise green or light green coloured machine of James Roots, who now has the fastest lap of the race. James Roots is actually on, well, he's not literally on fire, but the Roots is on fire and heading towards the front. Chapman and Atacamia are all within 5 seconds with Davidson in 10th.
Roots has been consistently the last 4 or 5 laps, half a second to 6/10 faster than our leaders. So not only is he closing the gap to the group ahead, but he's also closing the gap to the leaders. Now, in theory, if there were no karts between him and the leaders, that might be close before the end of the race. However, he has to get through these karts or push them up to the back of the lead group.
And look at this. These are the youngest drivers here, 8, 9, 10 years old, and they are drafting and they're slipstreaming. Alessandro Salas and Chester Fawkes are racing like a couple of veterans.
Another fastest lap from James Roots. That is another 3.5 tenths faster.
Inside Reggie Chandler, side by side with Reggie, and there's one move from James Roots. So that's one obstacle out of the way. Chandler starting to fade now. Still less than 5 seconds, cover the top 9.
So close. I mean, yeah, 4 seconds would take you down to 8th place. James Roots in 6th place so far. He's probably the one to watch in this group. Got the pace. He's already on the back of Cook, who started ahead of him in the race. So this is going to be interesting. I think the best chance that Roots has of getting to the lead pair is potentially hooking on the back of Joshua Cook, who's probably the fastest of these drivers at the moment, and pushing them forward, and then hoping, praying that Salas or Fawkes start to squabble before the last lap.
Well, here's Daniel Ferguson in the number 15 kart. He is just peeking out behind Joshua Cook. He's got Danny Curl, Ben Curl helping him as we go underneath the bridge. Out there's Ferguson up the inside of Cook for what is now 4th place. Roots, though, is having a little look. No, you can see now James Roots' momentum has stalled out. The two leaders. Well, Chester Fawkes is doing an exceptional job here. The first time I ever saw Chester race was at Glenagorse in North Wales as a Bambino, and on that occasion he led. He led on as a novice in the British Bambino Championship. So we know he has talent. And he gives a very good interview. He said it tells you how young these drivers are. Chester Fawkes, in one of these interviews earlier this weekend, he went, I don't want to get holded up. Because he has the grammar about being held up. You know, I don't want to be holded up.
It sounds like something I'd say, Henry.
You know, but again, they say that, and then they drive like this. The number 37 kart gets the blue flag, George Greaves. The Birlex over his shoulder.
No.
Salas is going to catch him. Underneath the bridge. And George Greaves gets out of the way. He's just travelling a little bit slower.
Well, he's on wet tyres. They took the gamble that the rain was going to come down heavily.
Right, okay. Well, I mean, they were starting on the back row of the grid with George Greaves and Hugo Williamson, so why not gamble? Good times racing.
Yep.
It would have been good times if it had started raining. What else do you do? Here we go.
What
the
else?
gap back to Oscar Kenny in 3rd place from the two leaders is 2.5 seconds. 1 minute to go. They're going to come up on the number 11 kart of Hugo Williamson. Hey, sometimes if you gamble, sometimes you're a hero and sometimes you're not.
Yeah.
They weren't going to win any other way, but they gave themselves a chance.
Another driver.
The leader this, Hugo Williamson, he's got to get out of the way. Salas goes around the outside. Oh, that was close. But now Salas and Fawkes. Here we go. Alessandro Salas. Last weekend, he was cruelly excluded because I think his mechanic jet washed the cart down, and then there was some moisture inside the component there should have been, and that was an exclusion from the round. He has fought back well. This sport teaches young men and women, young boys and girls, how to take your licks. And Chester Fawkes now leads.
Chester Fawkes has decided now is the moment. He's got a big enough gap. Fawkes defends, but Salas holds the inside line, gets back to the lead of the race. The gap is still about 2.5 seconds to James Roots, who's now in 3rd place, who's taken that 3rd place off of the E-plate of Kenny. And now they're fighting hard. And Roots, you can see Roots in the back of shot, but Fawkes now takes the lead once again. We are coming into the this is the final section of the lap for the penultimate time. Fawkes defends once again. Can Salas get underneath him? No, a little tap on the back means that his momentum is stunted.
James Roots within 2 seconds, Piers.
Yes,
Can he close the gap of 2 seconds on the final lap? Because we are beginning the final lap now. Fawkes defends. Salas goes round the outside. A Slim Shady at the start of the final. Brilliant.
Can we see it again? Are we going to have a naughty cutback? Yes, we are. Could the naughty cutback mean a GP plate for Fawkes? Will Salas be able to get back past? Fawkes offline into the run off the bridge. Fawkes defends once again. Last lap, Fawkes went back to the racing line and got overtaken on the inside. Will he do the same once again? No. Fawkes holds the inside. Locks up. He spun.
No!
And that's let. Oh, Fawkes.
Salas, you saw him just outbrake himself. It's cruel. It's cruel. Chester Fawkes. Well, Salas leads. Here comes James Roots into the Fullerton S's. Roots and Oscar Kenny are there. Are we going to see a grandstand finish? We've seen just about everything on the last lap. It's going to be a drag race to the line.
Yes, Kenny held his nerve. He held behind. He forced the mistake. He's going to get a run. Roots has got a run over to the line, but it's going to be Salas who takes it by just 0.02 of a second from James Roots and Oscar Kenny. James Roots, you may not have taken the GP plate home, but you should hold your head high, because after a spin on the first lap, that is an almighty drive to the vice championship position. Wow, and you can see.
He can't believe it. He can't believe it. Oh, Alessandro Salas. Well, I've got to say. Oh, now here's Chester Fawkes coming alongside. He just tried. I mean, we'll probably have a little look back at that if we can. Let's have a look. That was insane. I'm so glad Nicole Sutherland is down there, because if it was you or I, Piers, you know, these youngsters at the end of such an emotional race, to see a friendly, smiling face of Nicole Sutherland rather than us, our two grizzled boat races.
Yes, but this man, what a drive he's done for the Jade Racing team. Scott Allen and the whole Jade Racing team will be over the moon.
Exactly.
Henry, it's proven it. Alfie Davidson, fast in time qualifying. One heat 1, one heat 2, one heat 3, one heat 4. Then didn't win the pre-final. That was Cook. But then it didn't matter. You only have to lead one lap to be a Grand Prix British champion.
You've got the iPad of Doom, or the telephone of Doom, checking the nose cones. The mixed streak there, checking the weights of the carts. Unofficially, your top three are Alessandro Salas, James Roots, and Oscar Kenny. Now, this is something that is unique to Kartmasters. They will have their weights and their nose cones checked. Then the top three will come out onto the start-finish line to see Nicole Sutherland and get their interviews. Not always the top three are the same. There is James Roots.
Oh, they're telling him how he needs to get back to the start-finish line. But what a drive from Roots. Let's just recap that a little bit. Roots was caught up in that first lap incident where 3 carts slowed down. Those 3 carts were Davidson, who finished 5th in the end, so a good recovery from him.
Mason Hibbert
and James Roots. Now, they were fully stationary underneath the bridge in the first lap. Lost at least 5, 6, well, I think it was 6, 7 and 8 seconds, wasn't it, after the first lap?
Yeah.
Roots was on an absolute mission. He set fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap, carving his way through the field, got past pretty much everyone, just about got onto the lead group, but was not quite enough, because Salas, he held his nerve. But let's spare a thought for Chester Fawkes. He drove an excellent race, and unfortunately just braking ever so slightly too hard, locking those rear tyres and spinning himself out of contention on the final lap. He drove an excellent race up until that point.
It did look like he just outbroke himself.
He did. There was no contact. In fact, I think Salas had already pulled out from behind him by that point.
Yeah, he made, you know, again, 8 years old. It happens. Last lap with the British Grand Prix, it can happen. But, you know, he'll look back, and if he looks at the live chat, you'll see so much love and support from the other karting community. Alessandro Salas just hasn't figured out. There's Ben Moore, one of the technical team here at PF International, and the top 3 coming out onto the grid nice and slowly, and then they'll take their crash helmets off, and after a race so dramatic, you will see that they are just kids.
Yes, they are properly kids, 8 to 11 years old. And, you know, Chester Fawkes, he may not feel it today, but he will probably be a stronger driver because of it. But let's head down to Nicole Sutherland to get the reaction.
We have our number 2 and number 3 here joined us back on the track on the start-finish line. We'll go over to our number 2 finisher, who is James Roots, the number 21 for Evolve Motorsport. James, not a number 1, but are you happy with the second place at Kartmasters?
Yeah, I'm quite happy. We had an incident at the start which caused us quite a lot of time, so we think we did quite well to recover because we were basically at the back by the first lap. A 15-minute race gives us loads of time to recover our positions, so happy with that.
And this has been a long race. There's been such fierce racing. Who have you got to thank to getting you up at the front this week?
I would like to thank Evolve, Jade Engines, my mum, my dad. Yeah, and that's all.
Well, very big well done to you, James. If we can get our cameraman to look down the track, we can see our GP plate winner, Alessandro, running down the track to the first place board. I'm sure this driver is going to be so happy, giving a big handshake to Dan Ashton. We'll go and head over to Oscar Kenny as well, who finished 3rd place. Oscar, how are you feeling about that 3rd place finish?
We're feeling good. Obviously, I think James has got a little bit of a push, and then he overtook. We struggled to stay with him, but we got a good result in the end.
And will you be back next year to try and get a race win?
Yeah, we'll be back next year in Inter to try and get a race win.
Very well done to you, Oscar. Now, Alessandro, if you can come over. Congratulations. How do you feel that you can say you're a GP plate winner?
Really excited because it was one of my first wins. Yeah. So yeah.
For a first win, what a place to win it! What an event! I've got this for you. There is your official GP plate. Who have you got to thank for this week?
I would like to thank my sponsors, Short Matter, Marlish Springwater, and Scott, Ross, Marcus for supporting me for coaching. And yeah, and my dad.
Of course, parents are a big part of that. And if I can talk to you quickly as well, when you were going into that first hairpin on the last lap and you saw race leader Chester make a mistake, what did you feel? What was going through your head to kind of know that you had done it and you had won the race?
I was thinking just like go and not defend, because I knew the people behind would have came behind, because on the last corner they were right. James was right behind me. But, yeah.
And back in the grandstands, I can see the Jade Racing team. They're so excited for you. They gave you a huge round of applause. Do you want to give them a wave? Absolutely fantastic. Great first finals then at Kartmasters. We'll head up to the box and then we'll be straight into the next race.
So as the media throng disassembles itself and we wait, there's see the background, Kirsty Hockley from Fuel Your Media, one of the number of media outlets that are here. Chris Walker in the foreground from kartpix.net. We have got it's great to see this, Stu Stratton, lots and lots of different media here. That is just the start.
Oh yes, Henry, that was very, very good. I very much enjoyed that.
But this is now this class will be, I am sure, just as exciting, but also Kart Mechanic Bingo is about to take place, I think. So, Nicole, Kart Mechanic Bingo and some go-karting. Woohoo!
What a race. Right, so Austin Newstead is starting on the front row. He's starting second. Austin, one of the most focused and determined drivers at this circuit this weekend. Austin, how are you feeling ahead of this race, and do you think you can take home the GP plate?
Yeah, hopefully I can just get away and push away with someone, and hopefully on the last lap I can win it.
And what would it mean to you to win a Kartmasters final?
I'll be over the moon, as it's my first year in this class, as there's quite a few people around me that have done it for one more year than me.
Great to speak to you, Austin. Very best of luck. Starting off of pole will be Will Green in the Jamie Green Racing livery. Will, fantastic weekend so far for both you and the rest of Jamie Green Racing. How are you feeling ahead of this race, and why do you deserve to win?
Well, hopefully we can come away on top, but just got to stay calm at the start of the race and try and get away and then battle out on the first few laps and then take it on the end of the race.
Good luck to you, Will.
Thank you.
Starting behind Will, then we have Colby Patterson in the ORM livery. Colby, if you could sum up your weekend at Kartmasters with one word so far, how would you sum it up?
Brilliant.
And if you could sum up what you think is going to happen in the final with one word, what would the word be?
A really good fight.
Great to hear from you. We'll then head behind this driver to one of our drivers who has joined us from overseas, Denny Babacek. Denny, privateer driver within this class, but you're doing the double. You're also racing in Minimax. How are you feeling ahead of your first final of the day?
Trying to get as much focus as possible and trying to win both.
And what would it mean to you to win?
I would be very happy and obviously very proud.
The horn is gone then to head off for this final. We'll go up to Henry in the box.
So, Water Swift restricted, done. Water Swift Inter coming up very, very shortly. Looking forward to this one. It's a stacked grid, Henry.
Yes, it is. Now, there's Finley Bunce looking a little bit Euro there. He has got his radio tucked in on the back, sadly, so he loses a point there. Didn't see much there. Alex T walks away from Jarlath Sayers' kart. Now, he has got the tight shorts on, very tight shorts. Hairpiece, not hairpiece, he wishes. Earpiece in, round the back here. Here is your starting lineup for Water Swift Restricted. Will Green starts from pole position alongside Austin Newstead. Colby Patterson and George House go from row 2. Denny Babacek and Oliver Warner, row 3. Harry Williams and Jarlath Sayer on row number 4.
Row number 5, Finley Lines. Row number 6, 10th, 6th place. Row number 5, Finley Lines and Max Mason. Row number 6, Sukmani Kira and Harley Musk. Row number 7, Freddie Wood and Mason Brooks. Row number 8, George Clark and Jensen Ackerman.
Then it is Luca Narroway, Blair Smith, Callum Graham, Grayson Wortley, Enzo Butterazzi, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, Austin Gibson and Nathaniel Hodges.
25th will be Zach Champley. 26th is Derek Rivera. 27th, Baron Altinsoy. 28th, Orion Meta. And rounding out our 29 kart grid in Water Swift Inter, Charlie Clough. Now, Water Swift Inter, we've had some drama this weekend. We've seen the E-plate, of course. Finley Lines making his way up and down the grid. He's been quick at points, but also had issues. We've also seen drivers at the front of the field, of course, being there ever-present. Zach Green, Will Green has been right there.
This is the class that Lewis Hamilton won. It was called Cadet Coma back in the day. This is the class that Lewis Hamilton has won. So was Alex Sims, Oliver Rowland, Scott Jenkins, Jordan Alex Lamb, Alex Alban, Roy Walker, George Russell, Connor Jupp, Dan Tickton, Dee McDonald, Alex Quinn, Cian Jewis, Taylor Barnard, Zach O'Sullivan, Josh Erfman, Keen Nakamura Burton, Nathan Ty, Noah Wolf, Riley Cranham, last year's champion, Jesse Phillips. They come in to the tram lines with rain in the air. Lights are out. We are off and racing. Have they got grip going through the first corner? No, they don't. Austin Newstead has gone. Newstead and Colby Patterson are out. The babyface assassin for BMR Restart getting his kart back into the track. And Patterson has also gone wide, and they're tiptoeing through turn 4. There's rain on the track. They're all on slick tyres.
Yes, absolutely. A dream start for Zach Green at the front of the Will Green at the front of the field. All that contact at the first, I said it again, all of that rubbing and spinning at the first corner has given him a lovely advantage, but it's certainly not a dry track out there. Wet lines even from our race leader.
Yes, indeed. There's the PF plate in the middle of the pack. George Clark. A little bit of housekeeping last year. Finley Lines finished 5th in this race. Will Green, he finished 2nd in the British Championship last year. He finished 2nd in this race 1 year ago. George Clark, 15th last year. Jarlath Sayer was 11th last year. Jensen Ackerman came home 10th last year. Now, Austin Gibson in kart number 52, he is the reigning, well, he's not the reigning Water Swift Restricted champion anymore. He is the only driver in the field with Kartmasters title to his name, however. The top 3 in Water Swift Restricted last year are all in this race. George House and Austin Newstead, they were 2nd and 3rd. But it's not the BMR Restart kart of Austin Newstead at the front. It's the BMR Restart kart of number 77, George House. He seems to save his best for this event. Look at the lead that Will Green has got. He has won every single final on a Sunday in the British Championship so far this year. They do double header rounds. He doesn't do well on the Saturdays. He saves his best for Sunday.
And today is Sunday. Yeah, we're definitely away from the overall lap time that these karts can achieve.
Yeah.
And you can still see the drivers searching, scrabbling for grip away from the normal racing line. Slippery surface flags are out, which means the rain is getting heavier.
Yes.
Well, it was 1.8 at the start of the lap. It's now 2.1 seconds for Will Green ahead of Denny Babicek, and we're having plenty of fight. That was Marnie Kira going over the curbs at Bobby Game Corner and fighting with all of her teammates and more.
And I'm looking, did anybody well, of course, the 2 drivers that gambled on wet tyres in the Water Swift Restricted class, their performance probably convinced all these inter-mechanics that slick tyres are the way to go. If there was one driver out there on wet tyres, it would be game over.
I don't know if it's actually quite that wet yet, Henry. I mean, they're still doing 1 minute 9s, which is about, 6 seconds away from our fastest lap in qualifying.
About 6 seconds.
But
if you do 3 laps in these conditions, you're 18 to 20 seconds up the road.
But I don't think it's quite wet enough for the wets. And has anyone gone on wets in this race, actually? Let's have a look.
I don't believe they have.
No, I still think it is probably too dry for the wet tyres, but that doesn't really make a difference if there's no one on wets, because it's a run what you've brung situation. Now as wide the Fullerton S's goes to 23 in 3rd place of Oliver Warner.
Yeah.
No, it's not 30 seconds now, so it must have been a change of position there. So George House.
Where's Denny Babicek? No, this is the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Warner, this is a brief outing for Warner in the UK this year. He focuses on racing in Europe now. And Blair Smith from Scotland. Stonehouse Smith into 9th position.
Bold move up the inside from the 63 there of Harry Williams going up the inside of Oliver Warner. That was hip and shoulder. It was a hip and shoulder.
It was a hip, shoulder, and probably a thigh as well.
Yeah, there was a full side-to-side contact. They continue on, live to fight another day. 55 there are going on the inside of Blair Smith using the dry line and finding decent grip. So I reckon some of these drivers will start to migrate towards the normal racing line, as the last lap times were 2 seconds faster than the lap previous. Who's fastest on the circuit, Henry?
It would be the driver in stone last, Austin Newstead.
Yes, our last of our runners. Unfortunately, Charlie Clough no longer running in this race. But Austin Newstead, we saw him beached at turn 1 after getting spun around at the start. He is absolutely flying, but he's got a lot of work to do. 20 seconds off of the lead, 17 seconds from 2nd place. That, I think, is unlikely to be a podium, but we've seen stranger things, especially if the rain falls heavier.
And, you have to say that Austin Newstead, when he gets into the thick of the pack of karts, he is 20 seconds off the lead. He's got to get past Orion Meta, and then he'll be, which he's just done so. He's now got 5 seconds to make up before he catches the main body of karts. When he does that, I am sure the moves will come thick and fast. Finley Lines, the E-plate holder, takes the wide line through turn, the first hairpin. Warner on the outside. That is the Fusion kart number 52 of Austin Gibson now getting shuffled wide. The 21 of Harley Musk moves up a position. Another of the Fusion drivers. Lines running in 5th. This is the battle for 6th place on back. Warner is in 6th. It's Williams, Gibson, Musk, Blair Smith in kart number 55, the Oliver Rowland Motorsport kart. 3 wide, and the PM plate, George Clark makes his move, but Mason Brooks picks up a couple of positions. Brooks was threading the needle through the Mike Wilson complex there. Why is Will Green so much faster than everybody else? It's quite simple. He's out on his own. Denny Babicek he hasn't got much experience here at PM International in these types of conditions. He now drops behind George House. Well, second in restricted last year. He's second on the road now. There's another Jamie Green racing car, Freddie Wood. Freddie Wood started, where did Freddie Wood start? He started 13th. Yesterday, Freddie Wood has one top 10 finish out of his 4 heat races. In fact, he's got one top 12 finish out of his 4 heat races. And yet, here he is when it's crunch time up in the top 4, battling for a podium. Here's the best battle. Warner has got past Lines, and Lines now going to lose a place to the number 63 of Harry Williams.
Right behind these two is the number 52 of Austin Gibson. Up, there he is, Austin Gibson, right behind Finlay Lines. Up, do you want to know how many places? 15 places
Pardon?
gained. 15 places gained from the 52. He is up, well, 14 now actually, up to, he lost a place on that last lap, but 15 places gained from 23rd to 9th. My maths is nowhere near right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's 2 British champions, former British champions in this race. Austin Gibson won the British Water Swift Restricted title last year. Austin Newstead was the 2021 Motorsport UK Bambino champion. Austin Gibson is the only driver in this race with a GP plate to his name. He won the restricted class last year. And they're 3 wide coming up the short chute. The battle is on for 5th position on back. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. If only this was for the race lead, we'd be talking about a classic Kartmasters final. The first final was decided on the very last lap. I think this final might have been decided at the very first corner.
Yeah, they say you can't win on the first corner. Well, sometimes maybe that is true, but it wasn't really any of Will Green's doing. He just got a good start, and then ever since then, everyone else has been fighting over second place. And that fight for second place is monumental, Henry. Look at that down the right-hand side.
Oh, look at this. 3 wide through the banking again. And who comes out in front? Mason Brooks. Mason Brooks started this race from the outside of the 7th row of the grid in the number 84 Fusion Motorsport kart. He is last year in the Water Swift Restricted class. He finished 7th. He's moved up this year, and I'm looking to see where Mason Brooks, his heat results yesterday, over the course of the week, they not much to write home about. Call it a 9th, a 16th, a 17th and a 25th. Here he is now running 5th.
Yes, there's more fighting. 2 Fusion Motorsport karts going side by side, and following them through is the 55 of Blair Smith as well.
Yeah, Jarlath Sayer losing out there, I think, with Austin Gibson battling.
Oh, someone took a cut. That was Austin.
There was 2 cars that have collided. They came back on. There was Oliver Rowland kart, and it was Blair Smith and
Austin Gibson.
Yes.
Austin Gibson was the driver that made up 15 places, unfortunately dropping back down the order now, and I think he omitted mixed corner, so I don't know whether there'll be further repercussions from that. But this is our 3-way fight for second place at the moment. It is the 38 of Freddie Wood, then the George House, the 77, then Denny Babicek, the back of shot there, the privateer, 35.
Yep, we've got, again, Tommy van der Stroys tuning in, watching. Alex Goldschmidt is watching. I think you should be commentating, Alex, but, you know, it's going to be exciting no matter what you're doing. Into the Fullerton S's. There's the number 38 car.
Oh, no.
That is Luca Narroway and Nathaniel Hodges.
Look, it's a drag race, Henry. It's a drag race to hairpin 2. The 93's got it.
They were 2 drivers that qualified really well on Friday, and they just haven't been able to maintain their speed at the front of the pack.
Denny Babicek looking up the inside of George House, can't get the move done there. With the gap at the front of the field is continuing to extend. Currently, Will Green in a different postcode, nearly 5 seconds up the road. So this is a battle for second, barring any torrential downpours or post-race penalties. So Will Green is likely to be your Grand Prix winner. However, as we've said, never say never.
The next question is, can it be a 1-2 finish for the Jamie Green racing team? We spoke to the team on the Thursday night paddock show whilst they were playing Uno in their awning. And we said they've never had a win. Will Green said, yes, there's going to be a win this weekend. Could there be a 1-2 finish? Now, I saw I saw Will Green's mum coming off the banking a little after the pre-final, looking a little bit fraught. She was like, only one more to go. You know, all of us, you know, here, we love this. The only people that don't love the exciting racing, the mums. They watch through, you know, bitten fingernails, through clenched fists, you know, trying to peek around the corner of the sofa at home if they're not here at the circuit. But this battle now, lap times have come back to normal dry weather speed. So you were right, wet tyres would have been the wrong call.
It's a long race as well, 15 minutes plus a lap, the longest we've had this weekend by 3 minutes, and the heats are only 10 minutes plus a lap, so a good 4 or 5 more laps depending on where they come over the line. But it is Will Green at the front of the field that still leads by a decent margin. Up the inside goes Denny. Denny goes up the inside for second place. Then Freddie Wood follows through. No, Freddie Wood has overtaken it. It was George House that has followed through.
Denny Babachek, back in 2021 as a Micromax driver. Denny was in the top 5 in the Rotax Grand Finals. He's raced the PF round of the British Championship earlier this year, specifically to test for this event. You know, he's not racing the world. He's not here because he's racing at the World Championships late next month in September. No, he is here. He's done the testing here for this event. He wants to be the British Grand Prix winner in karting. Colby Patterson, who is now Colby Patterson is on a recovery drive up into 10th. Austin Newstead is mired back in 23rd, having just gone past Spain's Derek Rivera.
Yeah, Newstead, of course, we saw on the first lap, got a bit more waylaid in that first corner incident because his car got beached. He had to pull it out off of the grass banking.
Austin Gibson's retired. Austin Gibson.
He was having such a good race, wasn't he? He was up, I think it was at 15 places, and then got shuffled backwards, and then maybe he realised that maybe there was an issue we were unaware of.
Yeah, and there was another little collision then with Blair Smith that might have given the kart some terminal damage.
Question.
Yes.
You may not know off the top of your head, but I'm sure you have it somewhere in your notes.
Ooh.
A 5.4 second gap and growing.
Yes. Biggest Kartmasters victory margin is about to be the next question off your lips, Piers Pryor.
Correct.
We've had Oliver Hodgson absolutely spanked them one year in senior road.
What about cadets? This may well be the largest cadet winning margin if it stays as it is.
Yeah, this would be the largest cadet winning margin. I am struggling to think. Now, back in 2012, we had a very wet Minimax final that Philip Rawson won because Philip Rawson got into the lead just before the rest of the leaders started knocking 7 colours of you-know-what out of each other, which then delayed them considerably.
Yes.
But certainly cadets, no, we are not used to large winning margins at all.
And if the second place battle keeps going on like it is on this lap, which they've changed 2 or 3 times, we've been discussing that, then the gap at the front is only going to extend. It was 5 seconds at the start of this lap over the line, which they do come now for second place.
Will Green hasn't... So every once in a while, on the top of your screen, you'll see every time a driver sets a new fastest lap, you see their names crop up, which you know, we haven't seen Will Green's name crop up on that list at all.
No.
Why? Because he's not the fastest kart in the race. He's leading by 5.5 seconds, but Colby Patterson, Austin Newstead, other drivers have been setting the fastest laps. He has just got, he has just got clear track.
He's doing everything he needs to do. He's lapping. He's not lapping slowly. That's not the case.
Right, the clock has struck 0. We've hardly seen Will Green because we're looking at this battle in a second. Denny Babachek trying to become a podium finisher for the Czech Republic. There's Finley Lines still battling with Mason Brooks and Harley Musk. And the number 24 of Colby Patterson, who had that incident at the start with Austin Newstead. He is something like that.
This is the battle for the podium, though, because there's 3 drivers in this group. Only 2 of them will stand on the podium. It looks like actually a bad exit out of the last corner from Freddie Wood. He might have lost the toe, but I reckon that these 2 on the final lap are going to fight, and they are. Can we go around to the outside? Can House do it all the way around the outside? No, he can't. He slots back in, and then defensive goes Denny Babachek, and looking up the inside goes Wood. Gets a bit tangled on the rear of the 77 of House.
And then
everyone else is fifth.
They're closing in on the battle for second. Will Green now 7 seconds up the road. Richard Mitchum points out that Ricky Christodoulou won in Yamaha before even my time, lapping nearly everyone up to fifth. He probably had one of those special Christodoulou engines. We don't go there. Here we go then. Will Green into the Mike Wilson complex. Second last year. It's going to swap the 2 for the GP plate in 2024. It was absolutely a walk in the park for Will Green and the Jamie Green Racing Team. Denny Babicek will take second place trophy back to Krakow in the Czech Republic. And Freddie Wood makes it a double podium for the JGR team. George House just misses out. Oh,
look what it means. I love it. I love seeing the emotion of the drivers inside. You can't even see their face, but their body language says it all. Green, I mean, he did it. He did it by getting a good start, and then everyone else kind of helped him out. It was an unfortunate...
and there we go. Look at that fist bump there.
I love that. It's just such... When it all comes down to it, you know, the drivers can be absolutely... Oh, my goodness, we're going to have...
Ollie
There's a driver that hasn't seen... Oh, no, they're okay. So I thought it was a driver that hadn't seen the checkered flag, but...
Yeah, no, there's probably a couple of... The more upset a driver is, the faster they drive back to the pits to complain.
Yes.
To moan. Okay, here we go. Let's have a look at your unofficial results. Will Green by 7.6 seconds over Derek Babicek. Freddie Wood, George House and Ollie Warner for your top 5. Privateer in second, Denny Babicek. Then we've got Colby Patterson, Finley Lyons, Jarlath Sayer, Mason Brooks, Harry Williams rounds out the top 10. Harley Musk, Zach Champney and George Clark with Submani Kira in 14th place.
15th is Jensen Ackerman, 16th Max Mason, 17th Grayson Wortley, 18th Callum Graham, 19th Pietro Di Pietrantonio, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, 20th Enzo Butterazzi, 21st Blair Smith, 22nd Austin Houston, 23rd Baron Altinsoy, 24th is Derek Rivera, 25th was Luca Narroway, 26th Nathan Hodges, 27th Orion Meta, 28th Austin Gibson, who didn't finish, and neither did Charlie Clough.
Yes, so there is Will Green. And one thing we will ask Nicole Sutherland to do is to make sure that before she speaks to Will Green, make sure they take their helmets off so you can see the emotion in their eyes, because that is the key to it all. Oh, there's going to be emotion here now. Of course, he's got the top 3 have to wait.
Go and say hello and then come back in.
Yeah, so I think the winning carts are staying in Park Ferme. So we didn't see Alessandro Salas drive out. What are we going to do? I don't know. I think that normally the top 3 carts drive out onto the circuit.
I think Salas only didn't because the cart wouldn't restart, from what I saw. But Green, I think they were saying that they can go and say hello to the mechanics. And then, good to see the camaraderie between the young drivers.
Thank you very much, Royal Princess Motorsport.
Oh, wow.
That is the equivalent of a large bottle of Iron Brew, which Piers Pryor is now going to sample. But here they go. They are heading out towards the media, the camera crew, and of course, Alpha Live's Nicole Sutherland, who will be waiting just about now. Nicole, that wasn't necessarily the biggest battle, but the emotion is just as great.
I completely agree, Henry. Here he is, our race winner, Will Green, 2024 Water Swift GP plate. If I can get Will to take off his helmet so we can really see that big smile, all of that emotion. Will, I don't know if that's a record, but I think it should be. I think that race was won for you by the first corner. Absolutely, congratulations. If you wouldn't mind taking your helmet off for us and we'll have a quick chat. A huge congratulations. Will, how do you feel?
I'm so happy. It's a dream come true, and yeah, I don't know what to say.
This week, I think you've been in a league of your own. What have you done that set you so far apart from everybody else?
Well, the team's just helped me all the way through it, and I couldn't really say much more than that. And I've just been keeping focused, staying calm through all the races, and just getting good, consistent results, and it's paid off.
your name is up there now on the history books with the likes of so many successful racing drivers. I think everybody in the grandstand should give Will Green such a big round of applause for that fantastic race. What a lead. And Will, here is your GP plate.
Thank you.
We'll head over to our 2 and 3 drivers then. Denny Babacek. Denny, great racing there from you. Will you be returning next year for a Kartmasters?
We think so, yes.
And how much have you enjoyed this week? What do you think of the event?
I enjoyed it a lot. The atmosphere is great and very happy to be on the podium.
And if we can switch the cameras then to the 2 Jamie Green racing drivers who have both finished 1 and 3. Freddie Wood. Freddie, what have you got to say?
It's been an amazing drive just then. It was so hard, just starting P13 to P3. Danny and George drove well, just managing to just beat George. It's amazing.
And who have you got to thank for this week?
Jamie Green Racing, Aventus Power, Angus Fender, and Sam, the driver coach.
Congratulations to our 1, 2, 3 and Water Swift. Next up will be the Micro Maxes. There we go, then we can see the rest of the Water Swift drivers clearing the grid. 1, 2, 3 boards going off, but here come the Micro Maxes. We can see them in the distance being walked onto the grid. Dan Ashton behind me sending that message over to get them to come up. I can see Luke Millwood in the distance. Luke, one of the really young drivers here this weekend, but a lot of confidence. Last year he finished around about 6th, but from penalties was able to get onto the podium. I caught up with him earlier on and he was saying how much he wants that win. Once he's up into the number 1 spot for this race, I'm going to catch up with him to see if he thinks he can make up those last 2 positions to get that race win in as well. Next to him walking onto the grid is also Sebastian Behrman, cousin of Thomas Behrman, who's set to be driving in the Formula 1 grid in 2025. I also want to speak to Sebastian to see if he's been getting any advice from his cousin Oliver, who is our 2017 Honda Cadet GP plate winner. I'm going to go and speak to him now as he's lifting his cart down onto the grid. As you can see, big GP plate sticker on the front of that Jack's Motorsport Micro Max kart. Sebastian, can we catch up with you really quickly? I just told the audience how in 2017 your cousin Oliver won a GP plate. Has Oliver said anything to you ahead of this weekend about how you win a Kartmasters final?
No.
Nothing at all?
Not at all.
Not even a good luck?
No.
Oliver, I hope you're watching. Are you looking forward to this then, Sebastian?
Yeah.
Great to speak to you. We'll let you get on. I also want to catch up with Luke Millwood, like I said. Luke, you said to me earlier on how last year it was 3rd, but this year, do you reckon you can make those 2 places and get to 1st?
Yeah, I think I can, but it's always going to be tough with the surroundings, but it depends. If they battle behind, then I could just be for a clean sweep and I could just drive away, but there could also be other cases where they catch up and it's a battle.
Good luck to you, Luke. I want to head down the grid as well and go and find Josh Hushka, because I was talking to Josh's mum yesterday after the racing had finished, and I think he's got a little bit of a deal going on. Where is he? Here we are. Josh, is it true that when you win a final at some point, you get a painted lid?
Yeah, it's if I win the Worlds.
Oh, so if you win the P plate, it's not here?
It's just a bonus, really.
I think maybe we should try and make that a thing. Can we make that a deal with your mum? Is she over on the grandstands? Where is she? Kimberly, are you there? well. How are you feeling ahead of this race? Are you excited?
Yeah, I think I can win from P5.
And what are you going to do going into the early laps? Have you got any kind of plan?
Just keep my head, make as many overtakes as I can.
Best of luck to you then, Joss. We'll head over to who is starting next to you. We've got the number 44, KR Sport driver. How are you feeling ahead of this GP plate final?
Confident. We've had some good results, but it's going to be tough to get to the front, but we're going to make it to the front and hopefully take it home.
Tough indeed, and hopefully we'll see you take it home. Bell has gone, then we'll clear the grid. Back up to the comms box.
Here we go then. There was a couple of... it's a bit cloudy for Kart Mechanic Bingo today. I'm not quite sure, although I can see Tom Smith International walking off there, dressed as a true English gentleman in, khaki shorts. So, yes, doing kart mechanicking the English way, the proper English gentleman way.
Yes, although the darker it gets, the more luminous the teeth.
Yes, very good indeed. So, Micromax, this is the second time that we have had Micromax as part of the British Kart Grand Prix. Cian Bernard and Theo Bradshaw, can we say that last year? It was, but I do know that, Cian Bernard is out racing, representing the CIK FIA Academy for the UK. Here we go then, your starting lineup. Luke Millward and Sebastian Behrman on row number 1. Joshua Cook and Alfie May on row 2. Jos Huschka, Lucian Smith on row 3. Maximilian Abrahart and Max Jolly on row 4.
Row 5 has Arthur Farrow and James Roots. Then row 6 is Buddy Hugo and Daniel Ferguson. Row 7 is Austin Oman and George Climo. Row 8, Archie Loveridge and Charlie Page.
We've got Dax Farah, Kiryu Kiyotake, Ava Lawrence, Otto Amy, Albert Farrow and Teddy Higgs rounding out the drivers. A little bit of business to take care of. Alfie May, I've just seen David Bell-Chambers, Luke Himes, the Zip Factory team. I can confirm that the socks are off. Expect good things from Alfie. Joshua Cook, the O-Plate champion. He's the International Trophy Rotax champion. Josh Huschka, if he wins this race, he gets a painted crash helmet. We've got James Roots going for another podium. Daniel Ferguson did not get off the grid. George Climo all the way from Cornwall. Austin Oman undefeated in all the heat races on Thursday and Friday. Archie Loveridge, it's his very first four-stroke weekend. A two-stroke weekend. He's never raced a Max engine up until this weekend. Ava Lawrence, Billy Lawrence from Dubai. She's got to win, so we don't call her Billy anymore. Here we go. That is pretty much there. Now, Danny Curl next to the Daniel Ferguson kart. The kart is running, and Daniel Ferguson will join the field, but it'll be at the back. Millward, 2023 Trent Valley Kart Club's Driver of the Year. Behrman, the cousin of Oliver Behrman, who won his first British Championship round at Warden Law last month. May trying to take the Zip Kart name back to the top of Kartmasters. Lights are out. We are off and racing. Ferguson joins from the back. Let's get through cleanly. Josh Cook runs a little wide. They are all safely under the bridge.
Mayor's come through into third place. A good start from him. I'll hear the story about the socks, I'm sure, shortly, Henry.
Well, they're off. That's all you need to know.
Okay.
Good things are going to happen when socks are off.
Max Jolly getting overtaken around the outside with a 33 on the bridge of the 33. As Charlie Page has made up a fair few positions at the start of this race. We all filter our way down through the first hairpin, side by side by side. It was 3 wide at one point, but it is Huschka that leads. It's not Huschka that leads the way. It is Huschka that leads the way.
Yes,
we must have missed that. Yeah, Huschka is in the lead, so he's done well to get from 5th place up into the lead and has got a gap already.
Yes, indeed. And let's have a little look as we go into the Bobby Game corner for the first time. A good point. This is the PF International Circuit. Paul Fletcher, he had a bakery and he sold the bakery to make this. Paul Fletcher was a fantastic world-class kart racer. His karts, he built himself. They were called the Bitsutabes, but it means Bitsa tube, because that's what they were made of. He finished second to Francois Goldstein in the World Championship back in 1964. Belgium's Francois Goldstein. Paul Fletcher could have been World Karting Champion on the Bitzer tube.
And almost fitting then that the World Championships is coming back here once again this year. Josh Husker losing the lead to Alfie Behrman, following through with Sebastian Behrman. And is he going to go from first to fourth? As the DHR car, the 24 of Arthur Farrow gets involved as well. No, Farrow could make it through. So it is Mayer. Mayer had an absolutely storming drive in the pre-final earlier. I think he made up at least 10 positions, did he not, Henry?
Yes,
Let me have a look, see where he was after the intermediate classification.
I'm looking to see, we've got a Zip Kart leading. The last time Zip Kart 2022 was Kenzo Craigie driving for Zip Kart. I think he was when he won the British GP title.
My memory does serve me well, Henry. The intermediate classification, Alfie Mayer was in 19th position. He then made his way up inside the top 10, well inside the top 10 in the pre-final, and now leads the final for the Grand Prix in Micromax, but only temporarily, as looking up the inside is both Behrman and Farrow, but holds on to the position 4 now. I think this is going to be a race-long battle for the lead, Henry.
Yes, indeed, and down the hill, it's certainly not going to be this. Unlike the last race, this will not be decided at turn number 1. This will be decided. It goes down to the wire. The Dan Holland Racing number 24 of Arthur Farrow moves into the race lead. Arthur Farrow 17th in this race last year. Alfie Mayer 23rd in this race last year. Wheel to wheel there, and Farrow bounces through the air. Behrman leads, Mayer second. It's Lucian Smith in third. Then it's Cook, and look at Austin Oman in kart number 11. Austin Oman, where's he gone?
Austin Oman is kart number 11.
Yes, Oman is. Thought he was up there, looking there. He's still only in 12th position. It was Max Jolly in kart number 14. And here's Austin Oman now peeking out behind Maximilian Abrahart.
Yeah, he is only in 12th position, but only about a second off the lead, Henry.
Yeah, indeed.
Oh, up the inside, Mayer goes once again, and following through is Lucian Smith, but also following through is the 38 as well, trying to get through Luke Millward. And once again, the Jacks driver, Sebastian Behrman, up the inside, off the bridge, goes past Lucian Smith, looks over his shoulder. So does Mayer at the lead of the race. A long look from Mayer. He knows the karts are there, decides not to defend. That's going to help him have a good exit off the first hairpin. He's not going to be vulnerable into the second hairpin. And we're fighting one of the Pharaohs. That is Arthur, who's defending right in the back of Millward. Millward wants to get back up to where he started this race from pole position.
Arthur and his brother Albert and their cousin Tutankhamun. Tutankhamun was not racing. He was buried in the last race. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Archie Leveridge, first two-stroke race, is up into 9th place. He's the second of the Zip Factory cars.
Move for the lead.
Here we go, freight train, and front to back. That's Alfie Mayer down to 4th.
Alfie Mayer down to 4th from the lead of the race, and then Lucian Smith goes up the inside, but following him through was our pole sitter, Luke Millward. We're nearly 3 wide. Mayer now along the inside of Sebastian Behrman, but Lucian Smith holds it out. Now Mayer's on the inside, but on the inside of him is Farrow. We're battling hard for second place, and now our leader, Luke Millward, looks over his shoulder and sees everyone and thinks, this is my chance to escape. Nearly gets tagged by Mayer into hairpin 1.
Do you remember 2 laps ago when I asked where Austin Oman was, and you said 12th? He's there in 5th now, in 2 laps, 12th to 5th for Austin Oman.
A reminder, he won every single heat after putting it in pole position, and then had an issue out of the second hairpin in the pre-final. He's back in the lead group. He's was favourite after time qualifying, was still favourite after the heats. He's no longer favourite heading into the final, but don't count him out for a second.
Now, Luke Millward, 3rd last year, leads this race from his KR Sport teammate Lucian Smith. Then it's Alfie Mayer. Then the first of the DHR karts, Arthur Farrow, followed by Austin Oman. Oman to the inside for Sam Pollitt Racing. And Otto Amy sets the fastest lap of the race. He's down in 20th position, but that true privateer entry, the Tom Smith International kart, he's at the top of the screen, 20th position. It's only 3 seconds off the race lead. Well done, Otto.
Henry, our whole field of 22 karts are covered by 4.7 seconds. Apart from one driver is off towards hairpin number 1. Who is that?
Is that Daniel Ferguson, whose kart was a little bit reluctant to get started? I don't think it is. No. We'll see when they come to the next sector.
Meanwhile, racing goes. It is a 67.
I thought it was the Ram Racing 67. Daniel Ferguson.
Clearly, all was not quite well with that kart. Yeah, it's okay. All right, here we go. Austin Oman now in 3rd place, closing that gap to the lead too, but pushing away is Lucian Smith. The 2 KR Sport drivers are trying to work away and build the gap. Oh no! That's a big crash.
Alfie May. That's a big one, and he's okay. Looking over his shoulder, he got caught up on the curb. He got caught on the curb, and suddenly it was 3 wheels off the ground. The only wheel that was still turning was his right rear.
Changed for the lead.
Spun him round. He's in his kart, and he is being wheeled out of the way. He's looking around. He's out of his kart, and okay. So the main threat for the Zip team has gone. I think it was actually his teammate Archie Leveridge.
No,
there's been another spin.
Full 360 Austin Oman. That was Pharaoh with an optimistic move up the inside, and we've lost Josh Husker.
Husker in the barriers. It's gone wrong for Sam Pollitt Racing, and I think that might have been Husker trying to avoid taking his teammate out.
It is, so that is 2 of our favourites going into this race.
I wonder if we could possibly have a replay of that incident at the Fullerton S's.
Yes,
the Fullerton S's.
In the meantime, that was a dramatic lap in this race. We had an incident at the first corner which took out Alfie Mayer. He is out of the race. Husker is out of the race. Still going though, still circulating was Austin Oman. He's still only 3.5 seconds off the lead. Realistically, it's going to be an uphill battle for him to get to the front, but not out of the question.
And look at Archie Leveridge. First race in a 2-stroke kart, and he is in 4th position. Here are your top 3. Millward, Lucian Smith and Behrman.
Let's have a look at some of these incidents again. Right, this is the one. So look at this car. So Pharaoh at the inside.
On the curb.
On the curb, I think. And that is unfortunate. I think he was entitled to the space.
Oh, my goodness
it was.
me.
Husker did very well.
And look at Austin Oman looking over his shoulder. Fair play to Austin Oman. He didn't even get going again until he knew his teammate was okay. That is a brave young man walking away from his kart, and a very sporting young man in Austin Oman. And yet Pharaoh just tried to go to the inside onto the curb. You tip onto the curb as Charlie Page makes his move. Charlie Page in the Synergy Factory kart, number 33. Husker, he had 2 choices: take out my teammate or drive full speed at 50 miles an hour into a safer barrier. And he chose the barrier.
Good man. It takes him out of the race, but it saved. Yeah, it saved potentially some more injuries or damage to equipment. But that has opened up this race. It was 3 seconds for the whole field. It is the whole. Oh, we've got. Yeah, let's, if we can, it'd be great to have a look and see what took out Alfie Mayer as well, because it'd be good to have another look at that. I think it might have been Pharaoh as well. No, it was Husker. Husker was on the inside, and actually, that was Mayer getting hit by his own teammate. Yeah, and you can see that
he's already trying to start the kart again.
He was hit by his own teammate, which is why we're seeing a flappy nose cone on the kart of the Zip Factory driver.
Archie Leveridge is going to have a nose cone penalty without question. Unfortunately, that nose cone would have dropped.
You can see it there, look.
Yeah, because he was, you know, it was literally, suddenly he T-boned his own teammate. But you saw on that replay, thank you very much there for the crew, the Alpha Live commentary crew, TV crew there, with the Alpha Live commentary crew, the filmers. You saw Alfie May instantly go down to try and restart the engine. There's a button there on the top of the back was to restart the engine. After all that, his first thoughts were, can I get the kart restarted? Can I get the kart restarted? Incredible.
Resilient young racers, this lot. We've seen it many, many times before, but it was actually Husker who ended up leaving the race later on that lap in a separate incident. So unfortunate for both of those drivers, but luckily everyone physically okay. Good move up the inside by the O plate, Joshua
Cook. So we are left with a battle for 3. 4 minutes to go. Luke Millward, driver number 38, the driver from Nottingham, nearby Nottingham. Then Lucian Smith in cart number 44 from Glapthorne. He was a member of the Jackson Motorsport team. He is now with KR Sport. His former teammate, Sebastian Behrman, is right behind him. Then it is the recovering Arthur Farrow into 4th. Josh Cook is 5th. Charlie Page is 6th. Leveridge 7th. Leveridge on the grass. And Austin Oman goes round the outside of the tip.
Beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful. He saw what was happening ahead, braked on the racing line, and got to the apex as well. And he's chomping down Joshua Cook ahead. He thinks, he's nearly got taken out of the race. He's done a full 360, and he's still trying to see if he can get towards the podium.
Fastest lap of the race has gone to Austin Oman, and Austin Oman has just put in a purple middle sector. There's Ava Lawrence, the young Dubai-based young lady. She moves past. Ava Lawrence raced here last year, finished 15th in restricted, Water Swift restricted.
That was Albert Farrow making a move as well.
Yeah, Austin Oman 11th last year in this event. 28th for Kirutake last year. Arthur Farrow was 17th a year ago. Said Millward was 3rd, and Lucian Smith was 20th.
Oman up the inside of Farrow after Farrow tried to go side by side through turn 1. Now Oman's got his sights set on Joshua Cook ahead as we still battle between the 21 and the 33. I think that was. No, it wasn't. It was the 11 and no.
The
21
here
and
comes
73.
Well, Austin Oman now. This is all Austin Oman can do. 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes plus a lap to go. He is 3 seconds behind the top 3. He can't catch them. All he can do is be the first driver in the train who could catch them when they start battling.
Absolutely.
So on speed alone, he's not going to gain the ground. He now has to hope, and you'll watch him defend 4th place now, because he'll know when Millward, Smith and Behrman start to scrap, they'll slow each other down. He wants to be the first driver at the head of the queue with momentum when he catches that group.
Yes.
It's all about momentum.
Yeah, look at
when
this
you catch this. So yeah, Josh Cook will be wise to push and not try to pass. And I think that's exactly what Josh Cook is doing. He's got the O on his cart because he's the British Open champion. He has already got his ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals in Sarno in Italy for winning the Rotax International Trophy at Le Mans. He knows what he's doing, and he just knows. So the gap, 3.4 seconds. We're 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. There's going to be 2 frantic laps at the front between the 2 KR Sport carts and the Jack's Motorsport cart of Behrman. Max Jolly in the number 14 cart, side by side. Let's look down. Teddy Higgs is 19th, Dax Farah 18th, Kirutake is 17th, Otto Amy is 16th, Buddy Hugo 15th, Ava Lawrence is 14th, then Albert Farrow 13th, Archie Leveridge has dropped to 12th, George Climo is 11th, Maximilian Abrahart 10th, Roots is 9th.
Let's keep our eyes on this 3-way battle for the lead. This is the podium places. We're on the penultimate lap now. This one and one more. Will Millward defend into the bowl? No, he will not. A move will become soon, I am sure. Where? We will find out very shortly. Max Jolly making up a position on the 33 page.
Caps come down only by 1/10 of a second.
Yes.
Josh Cook 104.86, fastest lap last time around.
It's all about when someone launches an attack on Millward, or when Millward pulls the ripcord and says, I'm defending, and it's not quite yet. 2 KR Sport drivers first and second, a Jack's Motorsport driver in third, potentially Sebastian Behrman.
Hang on a minute.
3 seconds.
3-second penalty for Lucian Smith
for
being out of the tram lines at the start of the race. That takes Lucian out of the battle for the victory. So what does he do? He would have seen that on the timing and scoring screen over the start-finish line. So he knows he can't win. He is going to just push his teammates to the victory if he can. Behrman's got to get past Lucian Smith. We start the final lap. Behrman does get past Lucian Smith. Now into the bowl for the final time. Millward, Behrman. Behrman has the lead.
Behrman has the lead at this stage. It's Jax against the duo of the KR Sport drivers. We know that white-helmeted KR Sport driver of Lucian Smith cannot win this race with his penalty. Also a 5-second penalty for the number 33 out of this battle, though. And that is Charlie Page outside the top 10, but this battle will continue on. It is Behrman defending. Now,
Here comes Millward, 3 wide.
3 wide, not quite. Sebastian Behrman chops the nose off. He goes deep into the chicane, a nudge from Smith. Who is going to take this one? Behrman looks left, looks right, defends. Oh, contact once again, front wheel to rear wheel. Now up the inside. I don't think they know they've got penalties. Yeah, I don't think he knows he's got a 3-second penalty, because otherwise why would he be holding up his teammate? But that's allowed Sebastian Behrman to take the lead. We're still squabbling. And who's it going to be second over the line? But it doesn't matter, because Sebastian Behrman takes the victory in Micro Max.
And across the line, I'm not sure that Smith did know if he had a penalty. If he did, who knows? But they glanced at each other, the two KR Sport teammates, sort of like, okay, it was bound to happen. But Sebastian Behrman, there is the Jack's Motorsport team celebrating. Wow, wins are like buses. 2 have come along at once for Sebastian Behrman, and Jack's Motorsports take their very first Kartmasters. It's a special one. Why is it a special one? Because before the end of last season, the cadet arm of Jack's Motorsport didn't exist. Project One Racing exists, which it still does. But the cadet arm of Project One Racing was led by Gerard Cox, the late Gerard Cox, who passed away at the start of this year. Jack Marshall, who raced for Gerard Cox when he was a cadet, decided to take over and extend the arm Project One Racing, so it's now the Project One Racing Group of Jack's Motorsport. So that from a young kid, become a man and a team owner, and then to sort of take on the extra responsibility of adding another junior arm to your team to ensure that Gerard Cox's name, the Project One name in cadet racing, which was so important to Gerard, continues. That is a rich reward for Jack and the rest of the team.
More changes actually on the last lap. We were looking at the lead battle, but actually Austin Oman led onto the last lap, but will drop 2 places. It was Joshua Cook who finished 4th on the road, 3.39 seconds behind our leader, but 2.03 behind Lucian Smith. So it looks like Millward will probably inherit 2nd place. Joshua Cook will likely inherit 3rd. Arthur Ferrer was 5th on the road and will be 4th, and Austin Oman will be 6th on the road and probably will be 5th. But there you go, that's unconfirmed, that's just mental maths from myself, but there's no doubt about our winner. It's that man right there.
Absolutely.
Sebastian Behrman.
Bucket hats, Gerard Cox bucket hats at the ready for the podium later on. Sebastian Behrman, Lucian Smith and Luke Millward, your top 3 on the road. Smith will be back to Joshua Cook. Then it's Arthur Farrow, Austin Oman, Maximilian Aberhart, George Climo, Albert Farrow, Archie Loveridge, James Roots, Charlie Page, Buddy Hugo and Ava Lawrence. There's your top 14. We'll go Jolly, Amy, Kiyotake, Higgs and Farah, the other finishers. Here come our top 3 out, and it will be Nicole Sutherland to interview our newest Kartmasters Grand Prix champion.
Here he is, Sebastian Behrman. Sebastian, what a mature drive. Absolutely fantastic. I think, firstly, I've got your GP plate for you. How do you feel?
Incredible.
And you've made history here. You're the first driver for Jack's Motorsport to ever win Kartmasters. How happy are you with that? And what do you think the team are going to be feeling?
Amazing.
Here you are. Have you got anything else to say about your win? Anybody to thank in particular?
I want to thank my dad and my team, Jack's Motorsport, Dean, Rob, my driver coach, and Cream for my racing engines.
And can I get everybody on the grandstand to give a big round of applause to Sebastian Behrman, your 2024 Micro winner. I'll head back then to Luke Millward. Luke, I know how much you wanted that win, but last year it was 3rd and this year it was 2nd. So you have made up a spot. How do you feel?
A bit in the middle, to be fair. My teammate should have just guarded the inside, then KR had a GP plate, but he didn't, and then this has happened.
But such a fantastic result regardless. Have you got anybody to thank for this week?
My dad, Toby, George, and anyone who's helped me.
Congratulations then to our third plate of Joshua Cook. I think, Josh, can we get a quick word from you? How do you feel after that race?
Mixed emotions. I mean, I went back to like really close to the back, to be honest, but fought my way back to the podium. So,
well, I think it's a massive achievement, and congratulations anyway.
Yeah, thanks.
We'll head up then for Mini Maxes as Sebastian Bierman is there with the media crew getting lots and lots of photos. Mini Max up next. We'll see you shortly. Here they come then, our final mini grid of the weekend. Finley Lyons is there in front of your camera about to put his car on that #1 spot. We'll go and catch up with him to see if he thinks that he can stay there and take that GP plate win. Finley, just behind you. How much would it mean to you today to win the GP plate?
It would mean everything to me, to be honest.
And what do you think you've done differently to other people this weekend, which means you've started on pole position for this final?
Well, in the heats, all I needed to get was top 3s to be at the final. Trying to save the tyre, doing everything best I can to have the better advantage for the final. And in the pre-final we got the win, so that means we have the advantage going into the final of controlling the start.
Well, best of luck to you, Finn. We'll see you later on.
Thank you.
I'll head over to the Strawberry Racing driver of Albie Friend, who has also been really, really strong this weekend. Albert, how are you feeling ahead of this race?
A bit excited and a bit nervous, but I just really want to win. So.
And you've raced in the GP plate before. Out of all of the one-off races that go on in a year, what do you think sets this weekend apart from some others?
I don't know, it's just like a bit of a race that just means all or nothing. So if you don't win, then there's really no point of finishing.
Good luck, Albie.
Thank you.
I also want to speak to Emerson McAndrew-Urin, who had a really tough quali earlier on in the weekend, but has found himself on the second row ahead of this final. The DHR driver, Emerson, first year this year in mini instead of micro, and you're doing really well, but how are you feeling ahead of this race?
Yeah, a bit nervous, but I think we can do something in this final.
Do you reckon you're going to be taking the GP plate home?
That's what we're going to try and do.
And why do you think you might deserve it more than some other drivers?
I've worked really hard this week.
Best of luck, Emerson. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
Thanks, Harry Friel, for coming to watch me.
Thanks, Harry. Emerson will keep heading behind then, and we'll catch up with who have we got. We've got Joshua Griffin there, KR Sport driver, new to KR, was previously with DHR. Josh, can you sum up your Kartmasters experience so far?
It's not been very good. We had a really bad day on Friday, but we made it up on Saturday. I'm hoping for the win on today.
And how tough do you think this final is going to be?
Very, it's Kartmasters, it's different in every race.
And KR Sport then, what have they said to you ahead of this final to make sure that you're fast and that you're going to make those passes to the front?
Yeah, they've just told me I need to overtake and get to the front.
Good luck then, Josh. We've got some more time to keep heading back down the grid. We have got Oliver Spencer here. He is a teammate of Joshua Griffin. They're both in the KR Sports team. Both got a really good chance of maybe taking that GP plate home. Oliver, we saw you have a little bit of bad luck yesterday, but you're at the sharp end again. You feeling confident?
Yeah, 100%.
And how much would it mean to you to take a GP plate home?
I mean, it would be good, but it's going to be hard.
Hard indeed. The bell has gone then. They're going to send the Mini-Maxes off. I'm going to clear the grid and then I'm going to head over to Henry and Piers for this Mini-Max race.
Thank you, Nicole. It's a shame we didn't get Oliver Spencer's dad in there because he was looking quite Euro as a kart mechanic. The shorts, I think he let himself down with a pair of DAPs, not brightly coloured trainers, however. But there's always next year, Mr. Spencer, always next year. Here we go then, Mini-Max. This class first came to Kartmasters in 2003. Adam Christodoulou, Will Stevens, Tom Grice amongst the winners. Billy Albone, Danny Harwood, Jack Barlow, George Russell and the rest. Dexter Patterson won it in 2016. Last year it was Cole Denham who was your champion. It's Finley Lines who leads the field away. Albert Friend alongside him on row number 1. Emerson McAndrew Uren and Luca Holmes-Ballock on the second row. It's a big happy birthday to Emerson McAndrew Uren. He's 11 today. Tom Reed, Josh Griffin, Oliver Spencer and Jack Collins in the next 3 rows.
Row number 5 starts with Zach Starbuck, and on the outside it's Denny Babicek. Then we have Edward Haynes, Harry Taylor on row 6, Max Chilman and Leo Livings on row 7, Max Wheatley and Jensen Chalk on row 8.
Row number 9, Josh Cormack, then followed by Alfie Mew, Ollie Thompson, Devin Taylor, Sebastian Clark and Ari Kallenberg, Archie Rogers Tyler and Theo Bradshaw. He's on a redemption mission.
Here we go, yeah. Then Finley Hines, Cameron Tipping, Soren Gallagher, Miles Burton, Larry Price, Warwick Milam, George Fountain and Riley Murrow, 32, the top 32 then, 33, Fraser Anderson, 34, Alfie Ward, 35, Otis Cleary and 36, Benjamin Lawn. I'm looking forward to this one, Henry.
Yes.
Mini-Max has been one of the most hotly contested, especially of the small karts.
Now,
but
I'm just trying to think about Albie Friend. Did he win the pre-final this morning on track and then have the problem, or was it Finley Lines that won? Why is Albie Friend starting second? I don't know. Sam Pooley online watching this. Sam won this event 10 years ago. I forgot it's Anderson's birthday on Tuesday, not today, but there we go. So, Albie Friend, who finished, let's have a little look, he finished second in this event a year ago. Finley Lines finished 5th a year ago. Josh Griffin was 6th. A lot of the other drivers competed in the Micromax division, but Friend and Lines and McAndrew Uren will be looking to make this an absolute karting clinic with support from Ballock, Reed, Griffin, Spencer and the rest. They're into the tram lines. The lights are out. We are off and racing side by side. The two synergies. The two synergies. Ballock and Finley Lines. Holmes Ballock has been spun around and Finley Lines has lost a dozen or more places. They tried to go side by side through turn number 1 and they locked wheels, and that could have been a lot worse. It could have been a lot worse, but they somehow managed to continue without having a major one. And there's a move up the inside. That Zip Factory kart there, that was Zach Starbuck. Starbuck in the number 88, he was second in last year's Micromax Grand Final.
yeah, Starbuck up the inside of Spencer, who had a good start. I think Spencer made the most of the issues between the Synergy karts, and There we see, I think that is the synergy of...
Holmes Ballock is at the back.
Yeah.
Now we'll try and catch up to see where Finley lies, the pole sitter. The drivers that started first and fourth, teammates at the first corner of the Grand Prix. Mike Spencer's going to be absolutely doing his nut.
Here we go, Albie Friend is back at the front of the field. We've seen that a lot in the heats. He took, of course, he was fourth in time qualifying and then undefeated in the heats, only then to be second on the grid for the main event. But now we see the Zip Factory driver, Starbuck, going around the outside once again, fighting still with is it Spencer? Yes, it is, Oliver Spencer.
That's a bit naughty! Oh, there's defending and then there's driving someone off the inside of the track. And Oliver Spencer could have well, okay, I'm not going to show. We're not going to show a replay of that. If that's okay, Mr. Producer. I think the first picture said enough. But you just cannot drive from one side of the circuit to another to defend on lap number 2 of a 15-minute race. I know it's the Grand Prix, but come on, boys and girls. It's that could have Oliver Spencer will check his underwear and then carry on driving.
Yeah, he is carrying on. He's going for the Fullerton S's now. He's lost pretty much half a lap on the lead, so we're unlikely to see Spencer feature again, which is a shame for him because he had a good start. He was up inside the top 6. Unfortunately, there was over-exuberant defensive driving, turning down another driver from that was it, factory driver right there. But we still race on, of course. Front of the field, it is Griffin that looks up the inside but doesn't go for it at the lead of the race, and we're now looking at the 69
of Max Gilman. Max Gilman, who was 16th last year, passing Jensen Chalk, the 2023 Rotax Grand Finals Micromax champion, up at the front. Friend, here we go. It's Strawberry Racing versus KR Sports versus Dan Holland Racing. Yeah. It's the
powerhouses.
Sam Pollock's going to get upset at me, but it's the big 3, only because, Sam Pollock, they're in 5th position. There's the big 4 in Rotax now with Strawberry, DHR, KR and Sam Pollock Racing. Synergy are there as well. And actually, Leo Livings, the third of the Synergy drivers from 14th on the grid, Leo Livings is creeping into play. So all the main players in terms of the teams are still pretty well placed. Let's not count out Tom Reed, the farmer. Tom Reed is cutting swathes through the crop to try and get up to the front.
Yeah, Holmes Ballock setting the fastest lap on that last lap on his fight back through, of course. We saw him fall down the order. Someone who's fighting through the field as well. Riley Morrow from 32nd to 15th so far, going very, very quickly. We'll keep half an eye on that Sam Pollitt racing car as well.
Morrow, the 2022 Motorsport UK Bambino champion. Edward Haynes, the 2020 Bambino champion, is there in 8th position. And of course, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, last year's British Micro Max champion. And Finley Lines is not out of this one yet.
2.6 seconds off the lead only for Lines. And we're seeing the front 4 there kind of helping each other, but also kind of jostling for position at the same time as we see the Strawberry Racing driver of Tom Reed in 4th, having a look but not getting it done. You can see the time it costs them every time an unsuccessful move happens.
Luca Holmes Ballock has set the fastest lap of the race. That has now been taken away by his Synergy teammate Finley Lines, who is up to 7th. I'm wondering if we can have a look at the replay of the first corner where Lines and Synergy went awry, but Finley, I mean, here we go. It was just wheel to wheel. So Friend's got the drop from the outside.
Oh, Friend squeezed Finley Lines onto the curb, and then also I think it was Emerson McAndrew-Uren
was sort of
got
right
into the
the rear bumper.
But I think
it was another kart spinning in the back.
I don't think it was McAndrew-Uren forcing the 28 around. I think it was more the 28 backing up as he saw Finley having a little incident.
Now, who was the Strawberry Racing driver spinning in the middle of that pack? It was Zenek Babicek who spun in the middle of the pack as well. Didn't see that. That was lost in there. So, Finley Lines Do you remember? No, you won't remember. A rhetorical question.
21st night of September.
Do you remember the 1985 Indy 500, Danny Sullivan's famous spin and win? Could we see a replay of that? Finley Lines, his head is down and he is absolutely hurtling up towards the front of the pack. Griffin, Friend, Reed, McAndrew-Uren have got a 1 second lead over Sam Pollock Racing's Hartlepool-based Latvian Jack Collinson. Then 2 seconds back, the O-plate Finley Lines. Finley Lines has got Edward Haynes to help him. Haynes pushing him along. Then it's Zach Starbuck on the Zip Factory cart. And behind Starbuck it's Leo Livings, Josh Cormack, Max Gilman, Jensen Chalk, Theo Bradshaw, Harry Taylor, Riley Murrow, Finley Hines, Max Wheatley, Devin Taylor from South Africa, Benjamin Lawn started 36th, he's up to 19th, Sebastian Clark rounding out the top 20, Luca Holmes-Ballock has recovered to 24th.
And going very, very quickly, set the fast lap on that last lap, but the front group is squabbling still. Griffin got past Friend, Tom Reed got past McAndrew-Uren on that last lap. They looked like there was a bit of jostling for position going down towards the Fullerton S's, but no change of position. No, I lied. Josh Griffin is now in third place. Tom Reed up to second, so it's currently a Strawberry Racing 1-2.
Yes, it is. Tom Reed hasn't had a national level podium finish yet. He's been very, very quick. Pace over 1 lap, unbelievable. Racecraft, well, they've got Mark Baines, Mark Kimber, is helping out. Mark Baines doing a lot of driver coaching at Strawberry Racing. Nathan Rawlins running the junior arm of that team now. Paul Spencer looking after the juniors and seniors. And, well, the Mark Baines driver coaching extraordinaire. There's Finley Lines. You're looking at something and sharp intaking of breath.
Well, the reason I'm doing that is because Finley Lines has driven off of the Tooley Motorsport car of Edward Haynes, done the fastest lap of the race, 3/10 faster than the leaders, and he's closing the gap on his own. So that synergy car, despite the small amount of the first lap, clearly not hampered or damaged.
I don't think it was the two silly drivers making a mistake. Yes, you had Finley Lines squeezed onto the curb. That slowed him down just as Luke Holmes-Ballock was getting a push from Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who wasn't focusing on, he was just Emerson McAndrew-Uren locked in behind. It was just sort of one slow cart moving into one fast cart, and then obviously, you saw what happened. So I don't think it was the driver's fault necessarily, the teammates' fault necessarily. It just so happened that they both had the same coloured go-kart. Yeah,
I think it was almost two separate small incidents combining to a larger incident that hampered both Holmes-Ballock and the O-plate.
6 minutes to go. Finley Lines has caught Jack Collinson. Now, no driver will allow themselves to be overtaken, without putting up a fight. However, I think if Jack Collinson is smart, and he is, I think that the first time Finley Lines sticks his nose at the inside of that number 91 cart, Jack Collinson would do well to just say, OK, let's tuck him behind, because there's only one direction that Lines is going.
That is forward.
Yes.
He's going in straight lines towards the front, and I think that I imagine Finley Lines probably going to set another fastest lap of the race, and he does another 3/10 faster than the rest of the grid ahead of him. So 3/10 a lap, 1.6 seconds, and with some fighting at the front of the field, I think this is going to come together. Already has he got that move done. Now Collinson's sitting behind and going to push along. Lines, there you go.
The signal. Forward ho!
Yes.
The wagons roll as we go into hairpin number 1. It's calmed down at the front because that's sensible driving from these two. But Finley Lines is going to catch them whether they're driving, whether they're cooperating or not. That driver there, the O-plate champion for Synergy Racing, is on a mission.
He is on an absolute mission. Yeah, as you mentioned, Henry, the front four, I think, quite happy to just sit here for now, although it looks like Albie Friend just has a little bit of a pace advantage in that last sector over Reed, Griffin and McAndrew-Uren, and the others will sense that and think, right, I can't afford to let Friend have it all his own way, so I'm potentially thinking that Griffin or McAndrew-Uren will start to think about a move, as already Lines is pulling away from Collinson.
So hang on a second. 2 laps ago, Finley Lyons was in 6th, and he was 2.8 seconds behind the race leader. He is now past Jack Collinson and is 1.62 seconds behind the race leaders. And he's got 4.5 minutes to go. And again, he is flying on this lap. Without a toe, he is 300ths quicker than Albert Friend through sector 1 alone.
Yeah, I think potentially the karts in the front 4 are starting to come on towards the end of the race as the pace deficit they had to Lyons is slightly reduced. That last lap was the best for Friend and the best for Griffin, although Lyons couldn't beat his own best lap time. Let's have a look at that times over the line once again. A 1:01.3 from our leader. Also a 1:01.3 for Lyons. So Lyons now doesn't have the pace advantage he once has. So he needs this front 4 to start battling, and I don't think that battling is going to come from Tom Reed in 2nd place, giving it his teammate directly in front.
Yeah, you know, Albie Friend, okay. That was a long look over his shoulder from Albie Friend, and he wasn't looking at Tom Reed, he was looking to see where Finley Lyons was. That is how switched on Albie Friend is. He took a long look over his shoulder, and there it is again. He's not even looking directly behind him, he's trying to look around the 3 karts. He's now calculated where his rivals are. He knows he's got 3 drivers directly behind him, and he knows that Finley Lyons is on his way. And he'll think to himself, hang on a second, didn't Finley have a spin at the first corner, and now he's coming, so he must be quick. So you'll see Friend now definitely, look again. He gives Tom Reed another little signal. Say, okay, push. Tom Reed responds in kind. They start to drop Griffin and McAndrew Uren. 2.5 minutes to go.
2.5 minutes, and it did look like the front 2 are starting to drop. Griffin and McAndrew in 3rd and 4th, although they've had a good first sector. It's nip and tuck at the front of the field, and it's going to be close as to where the Lyons is going to catch them. With only 2 minutes plus a lap, it's going to come down to when they start battling for the podium positions. Because of this 4, only 3 can get on the podium, and they know they don't want to start fighting too early because there are plenty more drivers that would like to get involved in this battle. Most notably so Lyons, and then Collinson's also an outside shot as well.
Yeah, Lyons, you were right, Piers. Lyons' progress has stalled out. It's almost as though, Albie Friend, he's looked there and he's got his head down. Reed, Griffin, but again, we thought they were dropping Griffin and McAndrew Uren. The slipstream effect goes right in. Now we'll see Emerson McAndrew Uren. Look at McAndrew Uren. He'll now benefit from this slipstream. Well, no, look at that. 12 wheels working together. Yeah. That's fantastic work there.
It is.
And here comes Griffin. Oh, Reed gets squeezed a little bit. That's going to give Friend a bit of a break. That might not actually help, though, because that separates the top 4 out. They can't slipstream and draft with another. That's going to bring Lyons closer.
It is, ever so slightly closer, although Friend wasn't held up in that incident, and the last lap around, Lyons and Friend had almost identical lap times, so the gap remains constant from 1st to 5th place. But I think potentially for now, with this lap and 1 more remaining, this is going to be our lead battle. It'll be an outside shot for Lyons. He hasn't quite got the pace now. So, unfortunately, McAndrew Uren just dropping away at this latter stage, although he's soon going to be brought into it because Griffin is probably going to have a go on the back of Reed, and who knows, Reed might fancy himself for a GP plate on his own. Right,
no,
so we are
Albert Friend,
2 more laps. 2 more laps.
Go. He's still saying to his teammate, push me, push me, push me. Now, Reed obviously wants to win the GP, but what Reed wants to do more than anything, he wants to finally get a national podium. Because he wants... Oh, Griffin! He's had 2 nibbles now. McAndrew Uren, head down, trying to keep a watching brief. Here comes Griffin again. P2 for Josh Griffin. Now Reed almost like head down, nods his shoulders. Okay, fair enough. Griffin doesn't defend because that will give the race to Albie Friend. Friend looks over his shoulder again. Finley Lyons is 1.8 seconds now off the lead. Finley Lyons' chances have gone.
I don't think they've completely gone, Henry, because this could turn into a bit of a scrap. But Friend at the moment, ever so slightly gapping. Again, he's very strong in that last sector, his friend.
Yes, he
in fact,
is.
every lap, and he was strong in the middle as well. But every time we come to the start-finish straight, Sector 1 and the start of Sector 2, the toe is massive, and they are only 2.5 tenths behind.
Last lap board goes out. Let's not forget, Albie Friend missed warm-up this morning because he was throwing his guts up. He was being ill all night. He only got the circuit just before the pre-final because he's so ill. He's got to dig deep now. He's got to dig deep, Albie Friend. Griffin, Reed and McAndrew are there, and they're waiting for you to make a mistake, Albie Friend.
Friend hasn't made a mistake. Good first hairpin. He knows he doesn't have to defend into the second hairpin. That could be enough. McAndrew Ewan takes the final spot on the podium, but looking to cut back is Reed. Are they still side by side? No, McAndrew Ewan's held that place, but Friend has enough of a gap. Griffin's right there. Is he close enough to have a look? Up the inside, Reed, contact. Oh no, Reed is out of the podium positions. Maybe Finley Lines could take positions here, but it is Friend who's going to take this one. Henry taught them across the line.
Albert Friend stands on business again, and he finally takes a Kartmasters title that eluded him the last 2 years. Well done, Albie Friend. He's not feeling very well, but I gotta say the best medicine is a Grand Prix victory. He has done it. Joshua Griffin with a fighting drive at the end of that one. McAndrew Ewan crosses the line third. Tom Reed misses out by 2 places, and a fist bump. Emerson McAndrew Ewan, he and Albie Friend are good friends, and we'll see the sportsmanship, I'm sure. Jack Collinson takes 6, Reed recovers the 5th. The wait for a podium goes on for Reed, but he's getting closer and closer and closer. And Emerson McAndrew Ewan following. Oh my goodness me! Oh, McAndrew Ewan, he was trying to follow Albie Friend, and he didn't see Leo Livings, and he bounces Leo Livings through the air. Whoa!
That was close. Hopefully everything's okay with the air. Yeah, he's pushing his car back on circuit, so I think a bit of a miscommunication there, but also worth a note. Theo Bradshaw up 14 places to 10th, and Luca Holmes-Ballard from the back of the grid after the start up to 11th. A great drive from both of those drivers. I didn't actually see that what happened there, Henry. I was looking at the timing screen.
Okay, well, I think we got that. We got a replay of that. Leo Livings is driving back. No, it was Luca Holmes-Ballard. I'm sorry, it was the other synergy car, Luca Holmes-Ballard. Who I apologise to Leo Livings' family there. He finishes 16th. We could probably have a cool. Well, we'll bring you the results in a little bit. That is absolutely crazy.
There we go. Good to see.
There's Panda. Lee Taylor is mechanic, his long-time mechanic, Albie Friend. And I know Albie's dad, George, has got a special Panda T-shirt just for today. He's going to have to wear it all the time now. It's the lucky T-shirt. It's the lucky T-shirt. Here are your first results. Friend by 3/10 of a Griffin. McAndrew Ewan 3rd. Lines 4th. Reed 5th. Collinson 6th. Then it was Haynes, Gilman, Chalk. Theo Bradshaw rounds out the top 10. Holmes Ballock 11th. Then Max Wheatley, Josh Cormack and Harry Taylor. And Luca Holmes Ballock is A-OK. And it was... Oh, there he is. And he gets the congratulations from his teammate, does Albie Friend.
I think the strongest driver of the weekend did win that race.
I agree.
Albie Friend just had the pace to hold the lead of the race. He only lost it a couple of times. He went 4th in qualifying. Heat 1 first, Heat 2 first, Heat 3 first, Heat 4 first. Started on the outside of the front row for the final. Of course, we saw that issue for our poster.
I've got to say, Emerson McAndrew holding his back there, almost to say sorry. And, you know, there's Jack Collinson. Certainly, now, they're looking at the rear bumper of Emerson McAndrew Ewan's car. There's Wayne McAndrew Ewan. Did that kart sustain damage after the checkered flag? Oh, I think they're pulling Emma. Well, anyway, we'll see who comes out. Let's go down to Nicole Sutherland. Well, we've got 2 of our podium finishers. Who's going to be the 3rd? Let's go to Nicole.
Here he comes, Albie Friend, approaching the #1 spot. Applauses from the crowd then, from Strawberry Racing. You can tell by the way this driver has driven this weekend how much he wants this GP plate, and he's just done that. We'll get him to take his helmet off so we can see just how happy Albie is. On the side there, Albie's dad, you can see how excited families are. Such an emotional thing to come and win. Albie, if I can get you to take your helmet off as you are, and how happy are you that I can give you this GP plate?
Like over the moon. That's all I wanted for this weekend. So I did what I could, and I just made the win happen.
And have you got anybody to thank specifically for this weekend? Who's helped you to get that plate?
My mechanic, Lee Taylor, Nathan, Mark Baines, my dad, and Cream Racing Engines.
I think your dad's over there. I'll let you run over and give him a big hug, because I'm sure he'll be very, very excited.
Yeah.
We'll head over there to Joshua Griffin. Josh, I caught up with you before the race win. I know how much you wanted that win, but a second place is a huge achievement. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
I think you raced really well as well, so much pace. And moving forward through the rest of the year, do you think this has given you some confidence?
Yeah, I think we'll be back next year in Mini, hoping to win.
And have you got anybody to thank for this weekend specifically?
Yeah, KR Engines, Toby, Jay, and my dad.
Well done, Josh.
Thank you.
We've got Emerson McAndrew-Uren then here as well. Emerson, first year in the mini class. Big achievement to be P3 here at Kartmasters. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it was a good race. We didn't really have the pace, but we just had to fight for it.
And then will you be back next year to maybe get that win in?
Yeah, next year, 100%.
I know there's a huge team at DHR behind you, but who else have you got to thank for this weekend?
I've got to thank Time Racing Engines, Harry Free, DHR, my mechanic, my family, and everyone who supported me.
Congratulations, Emerson. That's it from our minis then this year. Up next will be Junior X30. Our Junior X30. Here they come then, our Junior X30s. We've got Taylor Orridge and Harrison Mackie starting beside each other on our front row. Harrison, let's catch up with you first. How are you feeling ahead of your Kartmasters final?
I'm confident we're in the same position we was last year, so hopefully we can do better than that.
And your brother, who's also your mechanic, Lewis, he's got some experience at the GP plate, ran at the sharp end of the field in Junior X30. What's he said to you ahead of this?
Don't defend from that ghost that he did.
What was that about? Can you tell me a bit more?
Well, I think it was 2020, he had a big gap and defended from at thin air, so don't do that.
Didn't win then?
No, he crashed.
Well, best of luck to you, Harrison. We'll head over to Taylor Orridge. I know he loves the grid interviews. Taylor, you feeling confident?
Yeah, obviously.
And if we go down to the kart then, you'll notice that all of the grid have got new boots on, new tyre for the final. Do you think that changes the racing? I know everybody is in the same position, but how are you going to manage the new tyre?
Everyone's just going to be a lot faster than what they were.
And you were saying to me earlier on as well, I think you've got a bet with somebody in the paddock about not looking behind. Can you tell me a bit about that, what that is? And are you going to be in debt or credit after this race?
I just got to keep focused, looking forward. I don't have to look behind at anyone, because if I look forward, then I'm going to win, aren't I, really?
So a bit more context then, if Taylor looks behind him in a race, he owes his engine builder money, basically. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Taylor? Any insight into the racing?
Obviously, it's a one-off. Everyone wants to win. It's going to be a hard race, but either the luckiest or best driver wins, you know what I mean?
Best of luck to you, Taylor. Lewis Goff starts behind Taylor Orridge then on the second row, the SPR driver, the only SPR driver in the Junior X30 grid. Lewis, you've been running at the sharp end of the field in both Junior X30 and Junior Rotax. Has it been hard to try and keep up in both?
To be fair, it wasn't that bad. I thought it could have been a bit difficult for me, but I think I've done all the best I could have already, but I think I could even do it even better in this final.
And the standard of the racing in both Rotax and X30 is impeccable. You know, it's really, really high. But do you find any differences in the two grids?
I think Junior Rotax is a bit harder with the races, but I think they're both equal, the same, and I think, yeah, it's quite good both of them.
And Kartmasters is one of those races where you can't ever really predict what's going to go on, but have you got any actual tactics that you're heading into this with?
Not really, I might as well just go with the flow and see how it would go.
You might have been able to hear behind me then, it's time to clear the grid. Let's watch these Junior X30s go off.
Thank you, Nicole. Junior X30 made its Kartmasters debut in 2014. Josh Smith was your winner. Tom Wood, Callum Bradshaw, Harry Thompson, Clayton Ravenscroft, Oliver Gray, Aaron Walker, Luke Watts, Brandon Carr, and Taylor Orridge. They are your champions. Only 11 drivers have successfully defended their titles at Kartmasters. Taylor Orridge aims to become the 12th. If he does, he will become only the 31st driver in the history of this event to win more than one GP plate. There will be 2 rolling laps because every single one of these karts is on brand new Comet rubber. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Harrison Mackie, current British Championship leader, is on pole. Taylor Orridge, defending Kartmasters champion, second. Zach Green in kart number 8, 14th in this event last year, is third. Then it's Lewis Goff, fourth. Morgan Moore from Ireland is 5th, and Rocco Leon-Shenton, the leading privateer, in 6th. Nat Johnson, who is back after a horrific roll earlier on, is not out there, sadly. No Nat Johnson, which means Riley Cranham is all on his own on row number 4.
Row number 5 is going to be headed up in 9th position very shortly by Evan Purcell. Then Theo Palmer in 10th. Alfie Brown is 11th. Cameron Edmonds is going to be 12th. Aston Sharp, who showed very good pace in the junior Rotax race earlier on, is doing this one as well. He'll be in 13th. 14th, Joey Brown. 15th, Samuel Branston. 16th, George Edgar.
Yes, indeed. For those of you wondering, there's the English flag, there's the Northern Irish flag, and there's the flag from Jersey. Macaulay Guy, get well soon, Nat Thomas. Max Ewell and Aaron Richardson start on row number 9. Then it's Jersey's Macaulay Guy, James Harris, Tony Kart Racer. It's that flag next to Archie Owens that you really need to pay attention to. That's the Welsh flag, son. Ethan Woodward, Charlie Myers, and Jacob Bashler round out the top 24.
25 is Max Wright. In 26th is Alexander De Benedictis. 27th, Ethan Higgins. 28th, Marley Pareo. 29th, Spencer Allen, and 30th, Xiao Chen Ji. 31st, Monty Brathwaite, and 32nd, Jake Brook. Rounding out our 33 kart grid for Junior X30 is Maisie Creed, the privateer.
So, hang on a second. Legitimate question. When drivers and their parents put an entry in for an event, they can have there's a 3-letter box for their nationality. They can put in GBR for Great Britain, in which case they get the British flag. They can put ENG for England. They can put SCO for Scotland, WAL for Wales, NIR for Northern Ireland. It all depends what 3 letters they put on their entry list. So here we go. Junior X30.
Junior X30. This is teeing up to be one of the best races of the day. The pre-final was excellent. A lot of the heats were also excellent. Taylor Orridge has been the fastest at times, but Lewis Mackey has always been there and starts on pole position. Are we going to go green first time by? It's a very fast start.
No,
we are not. It's a false start. So one more rolling lap for the Junior X30 grid.
Yes, Nanny June is supporting Harrison Mackey as always, and Harrison's other grandparents are here, as the whole family are. Looking down there, yes, it's a simple thing. I hope that you know, I explained the flag situation. You know, it's all just down to what 3 letters they put in.
The drivers frantically weaving the tyres to try and get as much temperature as they can, get the release agent off them, get them into the working window. Of course, this is the longest race of the weekend so far by a little margin. Of course, heats, well, qualifying only 5 minutes, then the heats were 10 minutes plus a lap. Pre-final this morning, 12 minutes plus a lap. This is 15 minutes plus 1 extra lap. That means tyre pressure selection is crucial and will be difficult to judge for the mechanics and teams because you've got brand new tyres, which generally get a little bit hotter because they produce more grip. You've also got to balance that with the track temperature, which is different than it has been at any time this weekend. The rubber conditions. We had a little bit of spitting rain earlier.
Oh, yes.
And you need to be good, not only at the start, but also at the end of this race.
Okay, Fusion Motorsport, Harrison Mackey. George Gibbons Motorsport, they have never won a GP plate with Taylor Orridge on row number 1. Jamie Green Racing, who have already just picked up their first GP title on row 2. Here we go into the tram lines. No, we aren't.
I was about to say they did go very early, which meant that the group at the back of the field, they don't really have a chance to keep up with the front. So I imagine that we're going to see Dan Ashton making his way out
now
into the circuit somewhere to give them a little reminder that we need to go slowly before the start. Yes, he's already ventured his way out towards the Fullerton S's.
Yes,
there
this will be
is.
a stern ticking off, and then we will have, I mean, I haven't seen much of the way of car mechanic bingo. I'm a bit disappointed by that. Although there's a couple of seniors coming up left. I've seen Sean Butcher walking around with the tightest pair of shorts ever seen on a human being. So that could be something. Right.
Here we are. Just again, the drivers, they've already got most of the temperature in their tyres.
Tom Gadd, yes. Basically, all the drivers who qualify for the Grand Prix in Junior X30, Junior Rotax, Senior X30 and Senior Rotax have new tyres for this race and this race only. Why? Well, it's to stop people sandbagging. It's to stop people maybe doing things they shouldn't be doing. It's not Parc Fermé tyres. It's an absolutely level playing field in tyres across the board.
Yes, I think it's actually a fairly good move. As much as it is expensive with another set of tyres, it removes any asterisks from people that win races who maybe didn't finish a race, because every single driver on this grid has got 0 racing laps on these tyres. Will we go third time by? I hope so. We're in the tram lines. We went early again, and we are green this time. And over the line, it is Lewis Mackey, and followed closely by Zach Green from the inside of the second row. A few drivers heading across the grass, but everyone through the turn 1 and 2 safely. Oh no, not everyone under the bridge. That's Rocco Leon Shenton and Lewis Goff.
Goff on top. Shenton is sort of up over the top of Lewis Goff. We can't see the marshals running to the scene, and that is game over for Goff and for Shenton. I was about to say the best privateer in the field, Rocco Shenton, out of the race, and I'm looking down. It's now there. They both get going again. They're both back in the race. That is the main thing. And no Battenberg flag. Mackey leads from Zach Green and Taylor Orridge. Last night in the paddock show, Harrison Mackey and Taylor Orridge were sitting around laughing and joking. Great mates off track, fierce rivals on track.
Someone who is trending very well at the end of the weekend, who's got better and better as the weekend has gone on, is Morgan Moore in 4th place for Premium Karting from Ireland. He is sat there right behind the 3 that have pretty much been there in every single race so far this weekend.
Yeah, Morgan Moore, dark horse, absolutely for this, and the premium. The premium karting team. Then the second of the Fusion karts, Riley Cranham. So Cranham, the 2022 Miami Cadets Grand Prix winner. Orange, the only other driver, the reigning champion, who has won a title. And Zach Green takes the lead.
Away.
Behind the top 5, Evan Purcell is there in kart 2, 4, 6. He's down and racing a Fusion Motorsport kart, but it's definitely a GGM kart I'm looking at. So George Gibbons have got 2 drivers up at the front. So have Fusion. Premium Karting got 1. JB Green Racing have got 1. Then it's Alfie Brown, who now takes up the mantle of the leading privateer. New leader, Harrison Mackie.
Harrison Mackie's no stranger to the lead of an X30 race this weekend. He actually had to come through the field in the pre-final to take pole position in this one after, as we've mentioned many times, coming in ever so slightly underweight in the final heat. And we've got jostling already. Morgan Moore having a look on the back of Green. Green holding him off for now, but that's given a bit of breathing space to Mackie and Orridge. Orridge, like carrying the GP plate, winner in this category last year on a different chassis nonetheless.
Yes, on a Croc for Croc Promotions. Now, we saw Taylor Orridge have a long look over his shoulder, and that was to see, and he could see then that the carts behind them battling. If he can get up to Lewis Mackie, now he'll think, right, this is our opportunity to break away. They're squabbling, let's go. Again, look over his shoulder. He doesn't make a move for the race lead because he knows that'll slow him and his mate Lewis down. They push his Harrison down. Harrison's older brother Lewis mechanicking for him, and I'll remind you, the FIA have got world karting rankings for every class. It's a very complex system on ranking points based on certain coefficients of how strong each grid is around the world. Harrison Mackie is the #1 ranked junior X30 driver in the world at the moment. Aston Sharp passes the #11 kart of Joey Brown, and that puts the Mick Barrett Racing team in there. If there's one team left in this paddock, I believe, 2 Zip Karts and Mick Barrett Racing. They were Kartmasters champions in the very first Kartmasters, 2 of the oldest names in this sport. As well, Jade Racing have been around for ages, but I don't think were Kartmasters champions back in 1996.
Aston Sharp has been very, very feisty all weekend. He hasn't qualified the best, hasn't been starting in the highest grid positions, but has always featured in races, maybe not at the end. And he is looking to push forward in this one. All sideways through the bowl goes Moore. Moore's getting shuffled backwards, and the Birrell ART
of Alfie Brown, privateer driver Alfie Brown.
Yeah, he's doing very well, hustling the back, and has actually gone past the Morgan Moore in the premium car team. Morgan Moore comes straight back through, and 57 as well.
Cameron Edmonds, that's the Optima Motorsport team. So Optima, Alistair Goss setting up that team about 2.5 years ago now. And now the results are starting to come for Gossie's squad.
Yes, it's a good showing so far, but we've still got 10 minutes plus a lap in this race. It's a long one, these finals, but it just adds to the tension. Of course, these drivers have to plan a long way ahead. These drivers would be in this group, which is
7th place on back.
Yes.
Morgan Moore is 7th, 8th, 9th. There's a Croc in 10th. With the Welsh flag, no, that's Sam Branston, then George Edgar, and then the Welsh flag of Archie Owen.
Yes, they would do well to just chill out for a bit, push on forwards, and wait for the group ahead to start squabbling, because it's a when, not an if, because this could quite quickly turn into a scrap for 7th downwards as Branston looks up the inside. Change for the lead. Taylor Orridge decides he wants to lead this race. Around the outside, Zach Green looks. He's looking for a cutback. No, can't get it done. 2 Fusions in this front group.
So much for a 2-kart head-to-head battle. It's going to be a minimum of the famous 5 up at the front. No, 6th place. Joey Brown is still there as well. So now a 3rd Fusion driver joins the party.
This is shaping up very, very nicely. These drivers at the front, pretty much the leading drivers. Aston Sharp is actually right in this battle as well. He's a dark horse certainly for this win. Zach Green at points this weekend has been absolutely rapid, almost I would say probably arguably the fastest driver at stages, but Mackie once again to the front of the field, and following him through was Riley Cranham.
Yes, Cranham.
Brown with a move on Aston Sharp.
Riley Cranham started today 7th in points. He was 7th on the grid for the pre-final. He stayed 8th on the grid for this race, doing double duty. No one's going to do, well, we haven't had Junior Road Tax yet, have we?
We haven't. Junior Road Tax is coming up, not after this one.
Cranham and Lewis Goff, sadly, is still circulating. No, he's retired. Sadly, Lewis Goff has come in to retire. Rocco Leon-Shenton has also retired.
Yes.
Spencer Allen is the last driver still running in 30th position for the MDL team. Spencer raising money for the St David's Hospice, the palliative care unit in South Wales that looked after his late mother.
Right.
So if you want to go and look up that would be very, very good of you.
That last lap, Zach Green for Jamie Green Racing Team set the fast lap of the race and dropped Orridge and drove onto the back of the Fusion duo at the front of the field. So he's got good pace, potentially slightly lower on the pressures. That's maybe why he went slightly backwards at the start of the race, just letting his tyres coming in a bit slower, because tyre pressure selection, as I mentioned at the start, will be crucial. If the tyres start going off, at the end of the race, you're going to be struggling. And Zach Green now goes past Riley Cranham to take second place, and Taylor Orridge follows through.
Just when you thought the two Fusion teammates would start to work together, Green and Orridge separate them.
Potentially tactically.
Urgently. Urgent tactics, that is for sure.
Right, Mackie has looked very much in control for large proportions of this weekend. Even when he wasn't in the lead, he always found a way to get back to the front. But I would say arguably one of the fastest drivers throughout the weekend. Zach Green is now chasing him down, and the tow will keep him in check. Mackie set the fast lap on that last lap, but that will not stand this lap, because I'm almost certain if Green keeps going the way he's going, then he'll... I spoke too soon. Henry had a big moment off the bridge, and that's opened up the gap just a tenth or so. But again, the tow around this Paul Fletcher International Circuit is big. Lots of long straights. Was it 1,300 and something metres around here?
1,382 metres. Yes. Aston Sharp is there at the back of the grid. Mick Barrett Racing. They've already got a couple of drivers here this week. They've also got the Ekman's Grand Prix drivers in their awning. Aston Sharp and George Edgar. George Edgar is 10th, but Aston Sharp is there. And we had Mick Barrett's grandson in the commentary box yesterday, just for a little look around.
Right,
let's have a look.
Right, so 6 minutes to go. Just before it starts kicking off, I'm going to have a movers and shakers. Joey Brown up 9 to 5th. We've got up 8, Aaron Richardson to 10th. Also, Jacob Bachler up 10 to 14. He's our biggest mover on the grid, so good race from him after what was a big shunt yesterday as well.
Joey Brown makes the move on his teammate Riley Cranham for 4th. Here comes Aston Sharp, the son of former Formula 3 racer Ryan Sharp from Aberdeen in Scotland. Mackie in the number 21 kart from Attleborough. And then it is Green, Zach Green, driver from Rugby. Now, is he the cousin or the brother of Will Green? I can't remember. It's a family member. We've only ever had 3 sets of brothers win Kartmasters titles. The Wooders, Dave and Luke Wooder. We've had
the Russells,
the Russells, George and Benji Russells, and the Jenkins, Scott and Sam Jenkins. We've had 1 set of cousins. That would be Mike
Move
and
for
James
the lead.
Mills.
Sorry to interrupt, Henry, but Zach Green, I was going to say, Henry, it's a time. If it's the time to go past Harrison Mackie, now might be it. And Green does it. That was a good move under the bridge.
Yes, indeed. And the Norco-sponsored Mick Barrett Racing Kart of Aston Sharp now into 4th, head of Joey Brown and Cranham.
Oh, Mackie comes back on the inside.
Of course he does.
And it's a good follow through from Orridge. Orridge is basically sat here because Orridge hasn't really shown his hand yet. He's kind of let the race happen around him as long as it's not shuffled him back. So I'm thinking that Orridge is just biding his time, thinking about where he wants to be with about 2 minutes to go.
I mean, both the Fusion, well, let's have a look. KR, the Kart Republic chassis, is what Mackie and Green and Orridge are using. Aston Sharp is on a Gillard, which is an OTK product.
Yes, and Sharp sets the fast lap on that last lap, owing to the fact that the front 3 were having a little bit of a shuffle around. Again, still very much a six-way battle, although the two Fusion drivers of
Yellow
Sharp and
flags
Cranham.
waving at turn
Oh
number
no,
one.
someone's been off at turn one.
Yeah, there's an
Two
Optima
drivers
kart,
off.
and that's the number 46 of Alexander Di Benedictis on the right. The Simon Wright Race Developments driver, he's okay. And the Optima kart is Charlie Myers. New leader, Taylor Orange.
Taylor Orange has decided now is the time to pull the trigger, and he's gone to the lead. Riley Cranham moving past Sharp, and following him through is Brown as well.
In Lewis Mackey's old race suit.
Yeah, that's confusing as always when you see them from behind, but Orange to the front. If Orange has been saving something in reserve, this could be a problem for the rest of the field, although it looks like Mackey is just close enough to hold on to that toe. But don't count out Zach Green. He's been absolutely rapid. Every time there's been a gap, he's chomped it up, and now it's already, we're defending with 3 minutes to go. Is this Orange defending for the win, or is this Orange just defending to try and get a gap once again? Mackey points forward.
Yeah, it says go, 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 go. Oh no, Alfie Brown, the leading privateer, out of the race. Well, careful, Alfie, you can't come back. Oh, he went up. Maybe, well, I don't know where he spun off. He spun off almost. You know, going in there. There's a move!
Oh, no!
No! The two friends hit each other! The two friends hit each other! Orange does a 360 in the air! Oh, no! It happened at the Fullerton S's! And that's going to open the door for Zach Green and for Joey Brown.
Joey Brown? How is Joey Brown got in the lead? Oh, no, it's not. It's Mackey. No,
Mackey still leads. Mackey still leads by a long way. Oh, it happens. It happens. The two friends, just as Charlotte Orange on the live chat couldn't watch. I hope you're watching that. We could probably see a replay of that in a moment. But it's Mackey.
Mackey once again with a big lead. He's had this a couple of times this weekend. Always seems to be in the right place at the right time, does Mackey. And just about pulls away from that. Brown had to back off. Green trying to get back some of those positions. It would be good to see that again. If we can't, then no problem, because we've still got a race on.
Yes, indeed. The lead battle is no longer a lead battle. There is Harrison Mackey. Further back, Taylor Orange. Well, Morgan Moore is now on the podium. Premium Karting, Moose Hingham, and the rest of the Premium Karting crew on for a podium here. He's just behind Joey Brown, just in front of Riley Cranham. We're one overtaking move away from a Fusion clean sweep.
That would be, we haven't seen that for a while, especially not Junior X30. Is looking for a cutback. Morgan Moore can't get it done because it was Brown that covered it off, and Riley Cranham goes for a wide line off the bridge to try and get, and they're both pointing forward, all of them saying, come on, Mackey's getting away, but I think Mackey might be dead and gone. Here we go. Right, up the inside. That was actually optimistic from Mackey. I think there might be afters with that one.
I mean, he went for the move at the inside, then he got onto the curb, on the inside curb. When you get onto that inside curb, it just throws the kart across the track here at the ES's.
I think there's going to be afters, Henry. But
Harrison Mackey is leading on the road. Could this be the battle for the win? Who knows? Who knows? It's a battle for second place on the road between Joey Brown, Morgan Moore and Riley Cranham. Could it be the battle for the win? It's under investigation. Harrison Mackey is under investigation. It says on the live timing screen. So this could be the battle for the race win. Who knows? We're 3 wide. It's
Moore to second now, and it is past Riley Cranham, and now Moore's breathing down Joey Brown's neck. We're going to ignore Harrison Mackey because he's either won or he's got a penalty. But this is the battle we need to focus on. Brown defends, and now everyone's fighting in for this battle. It is Brown, Moore, Cranham, Sharp, Orange, Green, Richardson, Edmonds, and Branston. Who knows?
Hang on a sec. There's Taylor Orange.
He's still got a chance
not out
here.
of this one yet, boys and girls.
Oh my goodness, this could be one of the best and most dramatic race in Kartmasters. And also, there's Zach Green, who's up the inside of Orange. Side by side, Green's got their work done.
Oh, Irish eyes are not smiling on Morgan Moore. He's been shuffled back a few places. It's Joey Brown and Riley Cranham, second and third. Look at this battle. 1, 2. This is to the final 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, about 11 drivers. Back to Theo Palmer in 14th place. Mackey leads by 6 seconds.
Oh, Orange and Green come together, and that allows the Optimum driver of
Cameron Edmonds.
Cameron Edmonds to come through, and now Edmonds has come together with Moore. That was a clumsy move.
Moore and Edmonds come together. Here we go. It's Cranham versus Joey Brown.
He's going to do it.
Versus Aston Sharp, is that?
Cranham's through. He's got the cutback. Sharp's going for a double cutback. Can he get it done?
Oh,
He's got a cutback on.
Could he?
He's got it on Brown. This could be for the final space on the podium, or it could be for second place. We don't know.
They go out of view. It's still second. I gotta say, Joey.
No, it's Cranham's through.
Riley Cranham is on his way to second
Whoa,
place.
what a move! That's a brilliant move.
Brilliant move. Harrison Mackie takes the win. Or does he? Who's going to finish second? That could be important for Riley Cranham. He finishes second. Or does he? And finishing third is Joey Brown. Or does he? Aston Sharp just misses out on a podium. Or does he?
The only thing we know is that Fusion Motorsport have won the Junior X30 British Kart Grand Prix because first, second and third on the road. Harrison Mackie still under GP plate, 5-second penalty. So Orange, who finished 5th on the road, 5-second penalty. That will take him down to approximately 14th on the road. So no matter what happens, Mackie, he thinks he's won. He celebrated over the line. That remains to be seen. Drama, Henry.
Absolutely. Cameron Edmonds will inherit 5th position.
Jacob Backler up 15 places to 9th after what was such a difficult weekend.
Your ex-sponsor.
Yes, what an absolute legend, Jacob. When I met Jacob, he was about knee-high. Now he's finishing inside the top 10 in the Junior X30 British Kart Grand Prix. But Fusion Motorsport own the day. That is for sure. Aston Sharp may well get on the podium as yet. They're pointing Aston Sharp round to the right. Whether that's to wait or whether that's to...
Okay, so if there is... so Mackie's under investigation. All right, he hasn't been given an in-race penalty. So as things stand, he is your winner. Okay, provisionally. He will go out and do the... if there's
yeah, carry on.
If there's a steward's inquiry or anything like that, hang on a second, where is the number 11 of Joey Brown's kart? They haven't brought Joey Brown round. And Aston Sharp, look at that, Mick Barrett Racing are on the podium. It's okay. You can let go now. You can let the emotions go now. Mick Barrett Racing on the podium.
11. Have we missed a penalty, Henry? I'm just having a quick look through. So why is Joey Brown... Maybe he was underweight.
Don't know if he was under. Was he
we don't know.
Or was it just because he's got a mullet? I don't know. We just don't know. Harrison Mackie, Riley Cranham, Joey Brown is not there in third. Aston Sharp is in third. Taylor Orange with a penalty. So Cameron Edmonds could take fourth. Sam Branston, George Edgar, Jacob Bashler, Max Ewell, Theo Palmer, Zach Green, Morgan Moore, and from Jersey, Macaulay Guy in 14th.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Henry, I don't know what to say about that one. We said it was going to be dramatic, and it absolutely was. I mean, it makes it easier when we know what's happened to commentate on.
Yep.
Oh, 11 had a nose cone.
Joe. Oh, Joey Brown. So, Harrison Mackie takes the applause. Nicole Sutherland is down there to speak to our champion now.
Here they are then, your Junior X30, 1, 2, 3. Harrison Mackie, I spoke to you about 17 minutes ago and I could tell how much you wanted this plate. Here you are, your provisional 2024 Junior X30 Kartmasters champion. How do you feel?
It's great. It's something that when you're in cadet you dream of, and now being able to do it, it's such a big achievement.
You know, I can tell by the look in your face how much of an achievement this is for you. Who have you got to thank?
I want to thank everyone at Fusion Motorsport over there. Everyone says they're a team, but with me, they're family. I've been with them for so long, and I want to thank Joe at Ventus Power. Without him, it wouldn't be possible. He's such a big work. He put so much effort in, same as everyone else. My mum and my dad at home, my dad here supported me, my mum at home supported me as well, and Nanny June and everyone at home, and obviously my brother. Without him, it definitely isn't possible.
I could tell just by standing there how much this meant to Fusion Motorsport. I can see Alfie Davidson looking over how much of an achievement this is for the team, all of you. Like you said, a big family. Congratulations, Harrison.
Thank you.
We'll head over then to Riley Cranham, number 2. Riley, Fusion 1-2, happy for the team?
Yeah, really happy for the team.
And I know everybody that competes in this event wants to be on that number 1 spot, but number 2 is a huge achievement. Are you happy with that, and who have you got to thank?
Yeah, I'm very happy with P2. I'd like to thank Louis Diamond, even though he's always angry, my big brother, for being here this weekend and help mechanic, and I'd like to thank Fusion, my family, and everyone who supports me.
Congratulations, Riley.
Thank you.
We've got a Mick Barrett driver then as well in Aston Sharp on the top 3 for Junior X30. Aston, happy with that one?
Yeah, definitely. I had bad heat, so I just had to keep chipping away, and I had a pretty good pre-final, but I got a penalty sadly, so I had to work really hard to get third in the final.
And have you got anybody in particular to thank for this achievement this weekend?
Yeah, Mick Barrett, my dad, my mum, my whole family for being here. My engine, Joe, Aventus, yeah, my school, definitely.
And will you be back next year to try and grab that GP plate?
Yeah, try again next year, hopefully end up on the top, but yeah.
Congratulations, Aston.
Thank you.
They were our Junior X30s. Next up will be some Rotaxes. Here they are then on the grid, your first senior final of Kartmasters 2024, and I'm going to catch up with your pole man, Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay, you faced some teething problems this weekend, but you find yourself on the top spot going into this race. How are you feeling?
I mean, obviously starting on pole, you're going to be a bit more nervous than starting 10th. Yeah, so I'll just see what happens. You can't really plan these sort of races, so I'll just take it how it goes.
And through both Rotax and X30, you're one of the drivers that has won a lot of different championships, a lot of different races, but how much would it mean to you to win Kartmasters?
I mean, obviously I won it in junior last year, but I think winning it in senior will probably mean a bit more to me.
Well, good luck to you, Macaulay. We'll head over then to Matthew Higgins, who is Macaulay's teammate. He's starting number 2. Matt, how are you feeling ahead of this race?
Yeah, pretty excited. I think it'll be a hack, and yeah, that's what we all come here for, so yeah, should be good.
And having raced in this personally, I think it's every man for themselves, but do you think in the early stages of the race you've got a teammate in Macaulay?
I hope so, yeah, we'll see.
And then I asked Taylor Orridge a similar question earlier on. You've got new boots on for the final, as has everybody else. Do you think there's a bit of game going on there? Will you be managing the tyre differently, or are you just going to put your foot down?
I don't think I'll be any managing the tyre. I think it'll just be hacked from green to checkered.
Anything else to add?
Here we go.
We'll head down the grid then, because we've got a little bit more time. We've got Jaden Teen starting behind teammates Macaulay and Matt. We've also got Guy Cunnington starting 5th. Guy consistently within British karting is at the sharp end of the field. He is a Kartmasters champion back in 2021. Guy, do you reckon you can replicate that 21 win?
Yeah, of course I can.
Why do you think that?
It's just my sort of race to get stuck in. I think we know we're quick enough, we're in the right position, so yeah, we'll let it kick off in front and pick up the pieces, I hope.
We'll see if it kicks off then, Guy. Good luck. Time to clear the grid then. That is Senior Rotax. We'll head off.
Thank you, Nicole. This one is going to be another brilliant race. Junior X30 was chaotic enough. Senior X30 has produced some of the best action so far this weekend. We had one race that was a little too scrappy, but hopefully all the drivers behaved themselves. We saw in the back of shot while Nicole was interviewing Macaulay Bishop that Guy Cunnington and Caden McQueen were both having an informal chat before the race, so clearly they're in good spirits. But we have a hell of a grid of drivers. Any one of the top 12, 14 drivers, I reckon, could win this one. We've seen Kai Hunter, he's down at the bottom end of the top 10. He could definitely come through, as well as many drivers like Ian Garrity as well. But 2 rolling up laps for the brand new tyres that all of these drivers have to take in this Grand Prix final here in 2024 at the Paul Fletcher International Circuit. I'll take you through the first 8 drivers on the grid. It's Macaulay Bishop, the O-plate, who starts on pole position alongside his teammate or nemesis, depending on which race you look at this weekend, Matthew Higgins. Caden McQueen starts third alongside Jaden Tien. It's Dan Holland Racing 3 out of the top 4. Then we have Guy Cunnington for Guy Cunnington Racing in 5th. Gustav Buzakovs for Hunter Motorsports in 6th. Teddy Pritchard Williams for Strawberry Racing in 7th. And then Jamie Perilli for Jack's Motorsport in 8th.
Newest member of the Tier 1 club, Jack's Motorsport. Jack Lilly and Cian Garrity are on row number 5, Joshua Graham and Kai Hunter, row 6. Armand Hamilton and Brandon Klein-Nagelvort, row 7. Austin Lee and Jack Stedman, row 8.
Row number 9 will be started by Deacon Russell, and Ben Folland for Thule Motorsports will be on the outside in 18th. Row number 10, Alex Adams-Acton, another Jack's Motorsport driver in 19th. 20th, Charlie Morrison-Jones, the privateer. 21st, Ralph Youngling for Dan Holland Racing, and then Liam Hartley, who was very quick on Friday qualifying, hasn't quite found that run of pace the rest of the weekend, but potentially he may find it on these new tyres in the GP plate race. He's starting 22nd. 23rd, Jabba Al-Sabah for XL Motorsport, and then Morgan Hudson for Sam Pollitt Racing starts 24th.
Sam Baker and Harry the Lion Hannam on row 13. Marcus Littlewood and Ryan Ward, row 14. Jack Collins and Lebanon's Omar Ganoum on row 15. Tyler Harris, and Ollie Goodyear on row number 16. Harry Bloor, James Swindell, Zach Heslop and Neo Clark round out the finishers. Senior Rotax made its debut here at Kartmasters all the way back in 2000. Mike Simpson won the first 4 versions of this event. Then Stephen Lane, David Bell-Chambers, John Boyd, Mike Simpson again, Chris Locke, Luke Varley, Jack Holdsworth, Ed Brand, Ash Hand, Oliver Hodgson, Jack Bartholomew, Ben Barnacoats won it twice, Joe Turney has won it, Morgan Porter, Guy Cunnington, and for the last 2 years, it's been Kai Hunter.
Kai Hunter's won it the last 2 years. He's got a bit of work to do today if he's going to do the same. Lots of Dan Holland karts at the front of the field, but also very, very competitive it has been. Are we going to go green the first time? Looks like the field are fairly well organised, and we are green, and it is Macaulay Bishop that takes the lead immediately, followed closely by Caden McQueen, but it is from the outside of the front row. Matthew Higgins into second place already. They came together in one of the heats earlier on, but Gustav Uzakovs all the way already past Jaden Tien.
36 carts go on to the bridge and 36 carts come off the bridge.
Move for the lead already, or look for the lead. Higgins looking up the inside but can't get the move done. Higgins still in second, McQueen third. Already in fourth place is Teddy Pritchard Williams, but looking around the outside goes Guy Cunnington. Can he get that done? Oh, Teddy shows him the grass, but Cunnington still gets the move done. He'll have dirt on his tyres for the next section, so that gap will probably open out to the drivers in front, and everyone else being so far pretty well behaved. No, Pritchard Williams. Oh, that was wheel-to-wheel touching.
Up over the back of Guy Cunnington.
Pritchard Williams joins back in ahead of Tien, so not all is lost. Gustav Uzakovs has had a brilliant start, as has his Hunter Motorsport teammate, Kai Hunter, the GP plate. They are in 4th and 5th respectively, so up 7 places is Kai Hunter to 5th. Up 4 places, there's also Brandon Klein-Nagelvort at the top 10.
There is Higgins, Matt Higgins, second in last year's British Championship, second in this event a year ago. He wears the number 2 plate, but he wants to prove that he's not a number 2, he's a number 1, he's a winner. Caden McQueen, another driver. Hard to believe that McQueen has never won a GP plate. That is almost unthinkable when you think how competitive he is all the time.
Yes, he's always there. He's always there, Henry. Always within the top 5 or so, despite for incidents. But in this race, he's taken the lead early. He wants to lead from the front. He wants to show that KR Sport are also a leading team when there's a lot of Dan Holland drivers around him. But this is an absolute scrap for the lower end of the top 10 and mid-teens. But not just KR Sport and Dan Holland Racing, the 2 Hunter Motorsport drivers of Uzakovs and Hunter, 4th and 5th.
I mean, Sean Butcher's already staked his claim for kart mechanic bingo by wearing the tightest pair of shorts known to mankind out there. And McQueen loses the lead, though.
Kai Hunter up the inside of both Uzakovs and
Matthew Higgins there. Here comes Uzakovs. So it's Hunter Motorsport joining the party up at the front. Behind KR Sport, behind Dan Holland Racing. Then it's Bishop back in 5th, Guy Cunnington Racing. Guy Cunnington, it's only their 3rd year in existence, the Guy Cunnington team, and Hunter Motorsport as well. Behind them, it's Teddy Pritchard Williams, Jaden Tian, Jamie Perilli, and Brandon Klein Nagelvort. Jack Liddy, Jack Stedman, Cian Garrity, and next. Movers and shakers, we've still got, how many drivers have we still got ready?
Have we still got everyone? Let's have a quick look. I'll get my mouse across the timing screen.
We've got 2 drivers, penalties. Austin Lee, 5-second penalty, out of formation. And number 146, Harry Bloor, 3-second penalty, out of formation.
Yes, so it looks like we have only lost Harry Bloor for Precision Racing, unless he's still circulating. Yes, no, everyone is still circulating. But this battle for the lead is growing. Joining the party, Guy Cunnington. He sounded confident on the grid. He said it's my kind of race. He said he's going to let the chaos ensue ahead and pick off the pieces. He's done exactly that already. Past Macaulay Bishop. Challenging on Gustav Uzakovs. Can he go around the outside? He's already tried once around the outside of Pritchard Williams, and he's done it again around the outside of Uzakovs. Now, Macaulay Bishop gets past Uzakovs. Jaden Teen, who's been so quick in the dry conditions this weekend, is still in this. Teddy Pritchard Williams, who went out wide on the first lap, is well in with this fight. But Cunnington just picking his way through, now up into 4th place.
So we talk about 11 drivers have successfully defended a title. Only 2 drivers have ever defended it twice. Ben Barnacote in Senior X30, he won it 2017,
Change for the lead,
18
sorry
and
Henry.
19.
Caden McQueen going up the inside of Higgins, but Higgins has fended him off, or has he? Oh, that's risky going through there. We've seen moves like that end in tears this weekend in a number of classes, but actually, Caden McQueen trying to go up one has lost out to Kai Hunter in the GP plate. This front 3 is broken away. Kai Hunter now under pressure from a cutback from McQueen. That was a naughty cutback. Can McQueen go for the lead of the race around the outside? I don't think Higgins is going to allow that this early on.
Yeah, the only other driver, Mike Simpson, he said earlier he won 4 in a row. Barnacote has won 3 in a row in the same class. If Kai Hunter gets to the front, it would be Simpson, Barnacote, Hunter.
That's
on
an elite
that list.
An elite group of drivers to defend titles more than a couple of times. In fact, not many drivers have defended their title at all. But Caden McQueen gets past Kai Hunter, and closely following in, right on the rear of Kai Hunter now is Bishop.
Yeah, Bishop is back. Bishop, last year's Junior Rotax champion. Guy Cunnington, the 2021 Senior Rotax GP plate winner. And then Kai Hunter, the last 2 years in Senior Rotax.
Right, this is where Matthew Higgins has got an advantage. McQueen doesn't feel safe to use the normal racing line, and the gap has opened out. It says up the top left-hand side it's at 1/10 of a second. It's not. It's more like half a second now.
The switchback earlier, only a 6.5 on the Fleming scale of naughtiness.
I would agree. It was a 6.5. It was solid, but it wasn't quite the 9.5 we saw earlier on from, was it our Junior X30 drive?
Yes, and of course a 10 is something that no human can comprehend.
Only Tom Fleming.
Only Tom Fleming could even comprehend that, yes.
It's the battle for second has settled down in the final section. McQueen has now got his sights set firmly on the back of the number 2 kart of Matthew Higgins. There's 3 different teams inside the top 4, but they're all fighting to keep themselves in with a chance of winning. McQueen defends once again into the bowl, and Macaulay Bishop looking up the inside of Kai Hunter gets the move done.
Higgins is pulling away the Welshman from Trefeglois, the son of rally legend David Higgins, the nephew of rally legend Mark Higgins. And now Higgins, who is racing in GT Cup GT4,
Yes.
something like that.
Yes.
Oh dear, Austin Lee out of the race. Higgins was supposed to not be racing karts full-time this year. Often that happens. We talked about it with Jamie Perilli, how you retire, and then you come back, and you think, oh, the pressure's off, and you go quicker. The same for Matt Higgins. He's racing in Europe as well as we come through the final corner. Higgins checks over. Oh, Caden McQueen is closing in. McQueen, again, Royal Princess Motorsport. The Ka-chow. Teddy Pritchard-Williams is up into...
I'm just laughing at Curtis McQueen saying this is McQueen's all day, boys. Well, I don't think there's any bias there at all, is there?
Unfortunately, Callum Voisin doesn't know how to defend. Right? When you got skills like Fleming, you don't need to defend.
Callum Voisin, recent inaugural winner of Formula 3 race. Callum Voisin, of course,
and former British Kart Championship Minimax contender.
Absolutely, Callum Voisin racing the GB3 Championship, won that last season. Now promoted to the F3 Championship. But let's not talk about car racing.
Yes.
Because today is all about go-karts. Also, talking about go-karts,
Bishop.
a good go-kart move up the inside of Bobby Game from the O-plate of Macaulay Bishop, and McQueen is back.
Ooh, that was McQueen. Did not want to get hung out to dry anymore.
That was as close to having a crash as you can get without having a crash.
Yes. McQueen and Pritchard-Williams had an accident without actually having an accident. And again, that was Caden McQueen. He got Bishop opened the door, Hunter went through, Cunnington capitalised. McQueen was like, right, there's no more, thou shalt not pass.
Henry, you're well acquainted with nearly having accidents, aren't you, this weekend?
Yes.
We'll move on from that. McQueen is currently...
Less than nearly.
Anyway, moving on to go-kart racing once again. This battle for second place needs not to ding-dong too much, otherwise Matthew Higgins' lead of 8/10 will grow. Let's take a look at the first sector. Higgins actually losing a couple of tenths to the battle behind, so this group is closing in. Now, last time we saw Macaulay Bishop try and move for the lead on Higgins, they weren't friends for a few hours afterwards. I wonder if the same thing will repeat. I hope not, because we want to see a good, clean fight for the GP title. I'm going to say, I think potentially the most competitive grid we have for GP plate this year.
I think that would not be an incorrect statement. A debatable statement as the X30 crowd start ganging up outside the commentary box window, but no, I think you're right.
Statistically, look at the numbers.
I think you're right. I think you are right. I think this is senior road tax on one. Sometimes it's a joy to behold, other times it was not.
Yes, there was one particular heat which we will never mention again.
Heat 6, Heat 4 is like Fight Club. What's the first rule about Heat 4?
Don't talk about Heat 4. Right, talking about racing again.
Yes.
Kai Hunter has decided he's quicker than Macaulay Bishop and wants to close this gap down to his Dan Holland Racing, or to call Macaulay Bishop's Dan Holland Racing teammate of Matthew Higgins. The gap has reduced by a tenth and a bit, but that's not going down quick enough with only 5 minutes and 30 seconds plus a lap. Henry.
Yes, up to last year, of course, Hunter, Higgins and Bishop all part of the THR team. Bishop moves up to senior. Hunter goes over to his brother Reese's team to try and bring that on. Kai Hunter turns up at the Dubai O-Plate in January, leaves the Kaya car keys in the hotel room, still wins the O-Plate Championship. Beats Callum Bradshaw, nonetheless, for that race. Goes to Vegas to race a one-off race at the SCUSA Spring Nationals with the Rollinson Performance Group. Wins it. Takes $5,000 in cash money, prize money. Comes back, trying to become a three-time Kartmasters champion. Trying to defend his British title. Trying to go out to Vegas to win the Las Vegas Super Nats in November, the richest kart race in the world. And he's got to get up to Wales, is Matthew Higgins. Two Welshmen have ever won a Kartmasters title. Jordan Chamberlain and Harry Linden, both are here. Are we going to get a third Welsh Kartmasters champion? If we do, I may actually blow a gasket.
Yes. Not for the first time this weekend, Henry, and Kai Hunter probably did the right thing to get into second place, because it looks like the gap is coming down, although I say that, a brilliant lap from Matthew Higgins in that last one, a 57 flat, plays at 56.9.
What's happened there?
What happened? I missed it. I was looking at the timing screen. Let's have a look. That has elevated Caden McQueen into third and Guy Cunnington in second. Where has that come from? There must have been a disagreement in track positioning at the bowl corner.
Could we possibly have a look?
We will very, very shortly.
Producer
but for
Rob
now,
is frantically looking for that there.
For now, it looks like Kai Hunter, our reigning double champion, is unlikely to be able to reclaim his title, although there's still 3 minutes 40 to go, and the one person that's helped is Matthew Higgins. Matthew Higgins' gap to the lead, now over a second to Guy Cunnington. Guy Cunnington said he was confident. It's a type of race to win. Here we go, have a look. Right, so we go. It was, Bishop again. That's almost a carbon copy of the overtake that failed on Matthew Higgins earlier in the weekend. Only the only difference being that he went down and Hunter went up, so Hunter will not be happy with that. No, sirree, he will not. I think Macaulay Bishop are just a bit too over-exuberant into that corner a couple of times this weekend, but he's still in the fight.
Yes, and of course the Hunter family, they run the Karting North East up at Wardenlaw in the People's Republic of Thailand. Next month, 1 week after the World Championships here, the Rotax Grand Festival goes to the People's Republic of Thailand. 2 tickets to the Grand Finals in Minimax and Micromax. The E-plate, the E-plate for Rotax in junior and senior. The winner of the senior Rotax E-plate gets a DD2 ticket to the Grand Finals. Now, anyone from any over the world can enter. You don't have to be British to win the Micromax or the Minimax ticket, but you do have to be a British licence holder to win the DD2 ticket.
Right.
Okay.
Let's have a look at some lap times. Let's have a look at some lap times. Right, Caden McQueen has taken the position away from Cunnington and Bishop. McQueen on that last lap only lost half a tenth with overtake, so I think potentially has a speed advantage over Higgins. Is that speed advantage going to be enough to whittle down that just over 1 second gap? It's going to be hard, but if anyone can do it, Caden can do it.
Okay, yes. Bishop behind him. Cunnington in third. Now, at the side of the track, there is a go-kart that is parked. Who is that in 36th position?
That was the driver that stopped earlier on. McQueen having to defend into Fullerton S's, but they already took they already took a tenth out of Matthew Higgins in the first sector. Let's have a look at the middle sector. 17.9 from Higgins and 18.1 from the rest of that group. This is not enough. Boys, you need to work together if you want to win a GP plate.
Yes, indeed. Now, it's 35 drivers still run. Ollie Goodyear, Harry Bloor, Ryan Ward, Morgan Hudson, Jack Collins are outside the top 30. Jabba Al-Sabah from the UAE is in 28th. Privateer Charlie Morrison Jones 26th. Ralph Youngling 23rd. Omar Ganoum is 24th.
For second place.
Bishop into P2.
Yeah, and also Higgins has seen over his shoulder that they're already fighting. Right, I think Bishop has decided that the win has gone and he wants to get a DHR 1-2.
No, Bishop doesn't know what the meaning of the word win has gone is. He is defending. Here comes Teddy Pritchard Williams. Super Ted. Has he got one more flight in him? But can we get 2 Welshmen on the podium? Oh my goodness me. Super Ted, Welsh by the fact that his dad Damon's got a caravan in Prestatyn. Here we go. McQueen back on the inside, McQueen back on the podium.
Brilliant overtake.
Investigation, Macaulay Bishop. Sorry, Piers.
Yeah, that'll be for the move on the inside of Kai Hunter. That could change the podium positions, but it won't change the win because the gap at the front of the field is now 2.1 seconds. Matthew Higgins is in an absolutely wonderful position. He's got 2 more laps, this one and 1 more, to get his first GP play after what has been a very, very difficult weekend.
Yes, indeed. Coming at the end of the heats yesterday, Matt Higgins thought he was going to be in the repechage. He'd had such a terrible run of it. He had 2 decent results, a retirement and then another poor result. He winds up where did he start? He
14th,
started
I think.
15th in the pre-final. That became second, so he was 15th in the pre-final this morning. Now, here we go. The clock has struck 0. Bishop in second under investigation. This is Matthew Higgins' race to lose. He hasn't won a title since the 2020 British Junior Championship. It's been a long, long wait for Matthew Higgins.
Around the outside goes Caden McQueen. Can he get that done? I think Macaulay Bishop is going to send it in hard on the bridge so that Macaulay can't go on the inside. Oh
my
what
God.
A move. That's brilliant. See you later.
Here comes Pritchard Williams. We're going to have 2 Welshmen on the podium. I've never said that in any kart race
Kai
apart from the
Hunter's still
Welsh
in this.
Championships before.
Kai Hunter and Guy Cunnington go side by side. It's now 3 abreast into the second hairpin. Now Hunter has got the cutback on his teammate of Uzakov's, and Cunnington nearly gets the cutback also on Macaulay Bishop. This is the last lap.
Hunter, yes, goodbye Macaulay.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's a bit of a... Oh, and Macaulay returns the favour. That's silly. That's stupid.
Right,
I'm sorry.
Get to Matthew Higgins. Cumbria Bith. Wales have a Kartmasters champion again. Well done, Matty. And Wales have got 2 flags on the podium. My cup of Welsh joy is overflowing back.
Oh my goodness, drama. You can see the dejection from Kai Hunter. He's got damage on his rear end. I think, unfortunately, Macaulay Bishop being a bit too desperate there, from my opinion. I think both of those moves were over-enthusiastic.
I mean, the first incident between them on the bowl, that was a racing incident, a bit over-ambitious. The second incident, where Kai Hunter came out of the came out of that back, and then, of course, unfortunately, you end up with 2 drivers using 75 miles an hour go-karts as weapons.
We'll not talk about that anymore.
No, we won't, because Matthew Higgins, Caden McQueen, Teddy Pritchard, Williams are on the podium. Wales, England, Wales.
Your theory about drivers, the speed that they go back to the pits, inversely proportional to how happy they are, is playing out, because Macaulay Bishop is already in the pit lane.
Yes, he is. He broke the lap record, came back to the pits.
Yes, and Matthew Higgins is going to be last. I mean, fair play to him, picking up all the rubber he can to make sure that he guarantees himself that victory, and he deserves it. He has had a hard-fought weekend of racing.
That's not deliberate. Again, not everyone does it. These teams, they run the weight limit as close as they possibly can.
As they should.
As they should. Now, Guy Cunnington 4th, Jamie Perilli. Jack's Motorsport, Tier 1 Jack's Motorsport is 5th, and Harry the Lion up to the top 10. Where did the Lion come from for Jack Dex Racing? Just behind Cian Garrity, Jaden Teen, the Dutchman. There he is. Right, he gets a bonus point for doing his winner's interview with Nicole Sutherland in Welsh. That'll upset 99.99% of the audience, but don't worry, I'll translate.
Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers. Well, Matthew Higgins is going to be very happy, and also I imagine our interviewer Nicole will probably have a slightly bigger smile than normal.
Why?
Because she knows Matthew Higgins.
Oh, okay, I don't know, because he's a nice guy, is
he's
what
a
he
lovely
is.
guy.
He's a nice guy, but he's still got to do it in Welsh. Still got to do it in Welsh.
Wow, what a race. What a race indeed. And it was, I mean, to be honest, Matthew Higgins just timed it absolutely perfectly, and you've got to be in the right place at the right time, and he does take the win in provisional standings. Caden McQueen 2nd, Teddy Pritchard Williams rounds out the top 3 in our podium. Guy Cunnington 4th, Jamie Perilli 5th, Gustav Uzakov's in 6th, a good result for him. Joshua Graham in 7th, Cian Garrity in 8th, Harry Hannum all the way up to a number of places, I think 17 to 9th, then Jaden Teen in 10th, Jack Lilly 11th, Macaulay Bishop ended up in 12th, but I don't think that's where he will be in the results. 13th was Brandon Klein-Nagavor, and Marcus Littlewood actually with a good drive up to 14th, up 13 places. Then Ben Follen, Jack Steadman, Neo Clark, a good drive from him, Liam Hartley, Tyler Harris, Kai Hunter, Alex Adams Acton, Sam Baker, Charlie Morrison-Jones, Ralph Youngling, Armand Hamilton, James Swindles, Jabba Al-Saba is the top 27. 28th, we have Ryan Ward, Harry Bloor, Zach Heslop, Omar Ganoom, Ollie Goodyear, Deacon Russell, Jack Collins, Morgan Hudson, and our only non-finisher in that one was Austin Lee. We knew it was going to be dramatic. We were hoping it was going to be for the lead. It wasn't, but still a great race nonetheless.
Congratulations to Mar Lindwall. I'll do this in the Cockney Rhymers Lane, that kart race. An absolute corker with that fella legging it like proper codswallop at Foos Canes like. The other bloke stops back eating his bag as a mash.
You should have been an East London boy, Henry, not from Wales.
Yeah, well, I got a couple of contacts.
Right, I think it's about time.
Here we go. The crowd erupt in applause. Matthew Higgins. The 2 becomes the GP plate. Caden McQueen and Super Ted. Oh, Jax, you're going to get upset at me now, but it's the big 3 on the podium. THR, KR, Sport and Strawberry. Over to you.
That's good to see some emotion there. Of course, they do know each other.
Well, yeah, we all know each other. We're all in karting together. yeah.
Nicole, we'll let you compose yourself for a moment before you to conduct these interviews. I'm sure those cheeks will be a bit rosier than normal, but a great result for Matthew Higgins. And Nicole, are you ready for us down there?
I believe there's Caden McQueen. Now we're going to get three. A Matthew Higgins interview in Welsh. Caden McQueen, any interview is class. And Teddy Pritchard-Williams, who is again a very, very well-spoken driver. And that's what you want to see. The top threes. And don't forget, Pritchard-Williams and Caden McQueen almost had a crash.
Oh, yeah, they did, didn't they? Very nearly.
There they are. There we go. Apologies to Sam Pollock Racing and Jack's Motorsport. Then, yeah, apologies. No, they're not the big three. They were the big three. Now we've got the big five. Nicole Sutherland, time to interview our first winner in Welsh. Take it away, boy Bach, girl Bach. Huh?
There he is, Matthew Higgins, your 2024 Senior Road Tax winner. Matt, you've tried to win this one so many times, and every time you've got so close, but this time you've done it. How do you feel?
Yeah, pretty buzzing, to be fair. Had to let it sink in on the in lap that actually was the final. I mean, yeah, come close a few times, but yeah, pretty crazy.
And I watched you probably with a minute to go. You looked behind you, and I could tell that you knew that you had it. How did it feel when you looked behind you and saw that?
Yeah, like I say, I mean, it's pretty amazing, but yeah, still didn't really sink in that it actually was the final. So yeah, like I say, amazing.
I'm going to present you with this, the blue GP plate for 2024. Congratulations. Who have you got to thank?
All of DHR, Dad, of course. Yeah, all my family and all my sponsors, Time Racing Engines. Yeah, just all the boys, really.
I can see some of DHR at the gate over there. I can see your granddad, and I can see them in the distance on the grandstand. I think a big round of applause for Matthew from DHR. I can see that they're happy. We'll head back then to Caden McQueen, who's on number 2 for this race. Caden, how do you feel?
Yeah, I think we had the speed to win, but it was just a shame that it turned out to be a race for second. I think there was a stage in the race where I was closing in on that, but yeah, it was just not meant to be.
I think just to be on the podium at this event is such an achievement, and you have got another go later on in the X30. Are you feeling ready for it?
Yeah, hopefully we can go one better.
We'll see you do that then, Caden. We'll head over to Super Teddy Pritchard-Williams, who's on number 3. Another podium for the Strawberry Racing team. Teddy, happy with that one?
Yeah, really happy. It's just nice to get on the podium. Bit scrappy, but no, really happy.
You know, like I said to Caden, even just to be on a podium at this race is a huge achievement. I think Strawberry have done a fantastic job so far. Have you got anybody else to thank other than the team?
My mum and dad, they give up so much to let me race, so big thank you to them. Straubs, Cooley, and I'll say Kimber this time, so cheers, Mark.
Thanks, Teddy. Congratulations. That was the Senior Road Taxers, but we've got 2 more races to go. On your screens then you can see our Junior Road Tax grid, and Harry Bartle, the O-plate, will be starting on pole for this final. Harry, we've seen Strawberry have had some really good results so far. Do you reckon you'll be bringing home another GP plate for them?
Hopefully, see how it goes, and hopefully they'll come home.
And are you feeling any pressure, or are you feeling pretty confident that you've got this one?
Pace was good in the pre-final, so pretty confident.
Good luck, Harry. We'll head over to our number 2 man, who is Hugh Moulton, the number 51 for Coles. Hugh, we've seen Coles have been at this event many times over the years. I think they definitely deserve a win, a GP plate. Do you reckon you could do that for them?
Yeah, hopefully I can bring it home for them.
And are you feeling confident up against Harry? You know, he's a fantastic overtaker, really quick driver, but do you think you can put up a good fight?
Yeah, I think we've got the kart sorted for the final, and hopefully we can win it.
We'll see you hopefully try and do that. We've got Joshua Turnbull starting up behind Hugh then. Joshua's just watched teammate Matthew Higgins take the win in seniors. Josh, knowing Matt that has just taken that win and that DHR have got some great power out of time racing engines, you feeling good as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a really hard race, but, you know, you just got to try and get to the front and pull away.
Bell has gone then. The junior road tax will be underway. Let's see them with this action-packed grid.
Yes, thank you, Nicole. We've just seen the senior Rotax. That was dramatic, to say the least. We now have the junior variant. Again, a reminder, all new tyres for the junior Rotax grid. 2 rolling up laps to get those tyres freshly warm and up to temperature so we can go racing once again. We've seen Harry Bartle pretty much dominate so far, but he hasn't had it all his own way. In that previous pre-final, it was Hugh Moulton that led for a good proportion of that. Lewis Goff has been right up there at times as well. He had a little bit of a coming together with another driver in this Junior X30 race 2 races ago. Looked like he was in a bit of pain, but he's made it out for this one. Harrison Whitcomb has been quick this weekend. Riley Cranham also called it. I mean, it's just that grid as always. Green flag for our 2 rolling up laps, and I will briefly run you through the grid in just a moment's time. Drivers have to be careful on these brand new tyres because it's easy to spin with all 20-something horsepower of these junior Rotax engines, but here is the grid for the junior Rotax Grand Prix final. It's Harry Bartle, our own plate, on pole position. Hugh Moulton for Coles Racing in 2nd place. Lewis Goff for Sam Pollitt Racing in 3rd. Joshua Turnbull in 4th for Dan Holland Racing. Harrison Whitcomb in 5th for Argenti. It's the only Argenti man on the grid. Riley Cranham for Fusion Motorsport in 6th place after he was fighting for the win in Junior X30. 7th is Cole Denham for Dan Holland Racing once again. 8th is Michael Walker for JDR Jack Dex Racing.
Then it is Albie Lapper, Lizzie Mentier, your top 10. Charlie Neve and Harrison Crowder on row 6. Kai Clark and Brandon Truman, row 7. Ellis Bell and Harry Freeman on row number 8.
Row number 9, 17th place, Eli Baden for KMS. Arian Bansal in 18th. 19th, Jacob Woods. 20th, Jack West. 21st, Jack Baker. 22nd, William Archer. Someone wide, actually, in the last sector. I'll keep an eye on that. 21st, Jack Baker. 22nd, William Archer. 23rd, Lucas Blanchford. And 24th, Adam Wooden.
Rhys Owen, Aidan Mitchell, Theo Palmer, Aris Mijewskis, Braith Murdoch, Oliver Smith, Lloyd Hare and Joe Anderson are the next drivers.
Someone stopped. Sorry, Henry.
Kai Veach, Jake Flewitt, Alfie Thompson and Corey Fowler.
Someone stationary at the last corner. I don't know if we can get a shot of that so we can get the number.
Oh, yes, it is a green and white cart, which says possibly Tony Cat. We'll have a look on the timing screen. Oh, it's
Eli.
Charlie Neve.
Is it?
Eli Baden has not gone out and Charlie Neve has stopped. There is Charlie walking away. So, junior Rotax. David Bellchambers, Ewan Alice Hankey, Callum McCoy, Chris Brown, Krista Dooley, Mitchell Mayer-Gilbert, Andrew Tooley, Lena Politano, Ash Hand, Sean Babington, Jack Barlow, Toby Sowery, Josh Price, Dave Wooder, Tom Gamble, Miles Apps, Bradley Barrett, Lewis Gilbert, Will Ellsworth, Harrison Collins, Dan Ginchard, Gabe Fairbrother, Macaulay Bishop are the champions in this class.
Harry Bartle controls the field around the last corner. 2x2 formation once again in junior Rotax. Will we go green first time by? Yes, we will, and it is Bartle that leads. Goff follows him through in 2nd place from 3rd on the grid. We work our way under the bowl. It is Moulton in 3rd, Whitcomb in 4th. And they are side by side further down the field up the bowl. I think everyone's made it under the bridge. They have successfully. What about the top of the bridge? 3 abreast coming off the bridge now. And I think everyone has made it through. Congratulations to the Junior Road Tax. We've still got 14.5 minutes to go, but you've done well so far.
Yeah, indeed. Lucas Blandford there where is Lucas Blandford? He's in the privateer drive. It's his mum Gillian's birthday. Sacred Skin Aesthetics is their business, and Lucas wanted me to say happy birthday to his mum.
Happy birthday, Mum Blandford. But we've got a race on. We can't dwell on that too long. Moulton under pressure from Crowther. A little bit of a gap for our first two from Bartle and Moulton. They are... Bartle and Goff. Sorry, Goff nearly in the barriers on the exit of mixed corner there. Very, very close. Had a bit of a swapper, but lives on. Gap at the front. 2/10. Then we have half a second back to third place Moulton.
Good to see Stephen Prentice in the live chat. The first driver to ever win a GP plate in Honda Cadet. So that was a bit of history there for SP on the live chat. That's good to see you back, Stephen.
Yeah, we saw there's a bit of a nod in agreement from Bartle and Goff. Bartle looked over his shoulder, did not defend. Goff nodded his head and said, yes, let's go. They're working together at this early stage. They know they've got a long way to go. And Harrison Whitacombe decides that he has got the pace on Moulton at this stage in the race. And he may be right, because following him through is the 27 of Josh Turnbull.
Yes, indeed. Out of the Bobby Game corner we go. Of course, I was getting a bit overexcited with Matthew Higgins winning a GP plate for Welsh. Yeah. I forgot about Harrison Whitacombe.
Yes, Harrison Whitacombe. Yes,
Harrison Whitacombe. No, he can speak Welsh, and he will speak Welsh when Nicole interviews him if he wins. Or comes to the podium.
Don't know a single word of Welsh, Henry, so I can't give you any response other than okay.
Okay, which is actually how is what in Welsh?
I know that's not true. I know Pop Ping.
Pop Ping is my grade in Welsh.
And
yes.
Cymru.
Cymru, that is Wales.
Yeah, and I think that's it.
It's better than most.
I can speak Essex though.
Really? Okay.
Well, that's where I'm from, isn't it?
Yeah, okay, geezer. There's a geezer. 118.
I don't think geezer and Piers Prime have ever been used in the same sentence before.
And there's Lizzie Mentier. Now, Mentier and the number 26 cart of Michael Walker battling away. Change for the lead.
Hang on, how was that
Lewis Goff goes into top spot. Goff, who had an accident in Junior X30, and there's carts on the grass. There's a KR Sport amongst them. And now, let's look at it. Best privateer in this race, Ellis Bell, 18th position. Goff for Sam Pollitt Racing has the advantage. No, he doesn't. Harry Bartle, mirror signal manoeuvre. Oh, he just literally pulls away. Wow, there is some serious waft in that the cream is rising to the top. Quite literally, that cream engine is very creamy indeed.
Yes, before we start any filthy rumours, of course, it was a good exit out of the last corner from Bartle as well, and Whitacombe is now through on Goff, and Goff is defending from Cranham and Turnbull, so this is giving Bartle a little bit of breathing space, but that's not what this field needs to do. We've seen Bartle at the front of the field for the majority of the Junior Road Tax races, and if they leave him there, he will win the race.
Yes, they have. You know, we've got, Strawberry Racing, leading Sam Pollitt Racing, leading Argenti Motorsport. Strawberry Racing leading Argenti, leading Sam Pollitt, leading Fusion, leading Dan Holland Racing, leading Coles Racing. Up at the front there with the Hugh Moulton in cart number 51 in 6th position, trying to close the gap. Cole Denham, the closer. Cole Denham is 7th. Here's Whitacombe trying to set Bartle up. Bartle sits on the inside curb though.
Bartle knows that Whitacombe is there. Bartle knows that at this stage of the race he doesn't have the pace, but that potentially may mean that he's gone quite low on the pressures and will be quick at the end. So it's
Turnbull.
The drivers that have got some brain cells might be thinking we need to shuffle Bartle back far enough that when his car comes on, that he is nowhere near the front, otherwise it will be difficult to catch back up once again. Ooh, bit of side-to-side jostling once again. That was Cranham and Turnbull, but they both live to fight on. All Whitacombe saying, no, you don't, to Goff on the entry of Bobby Game corner.
And here we go. Tier 1 Jack's Motorsport now turns up at the front with Michael Walker.
The fan club are almost certainly going to go wild in the chat, and if you are in the chat, let us know who you're supporting. It's probably going to be mostly Michael Walker, but other drivers as well. Let us know who
Haverford West are in the house, supporting Harrison Whitacombe.
I think Bartle is doing a Barnacote here. He's thinking, I want to back this lot up and defend, not to save my position, just to create a bit of a scrap. And as soon as the scrap begins, he will bolt. Defending once again into the first hairpin. He'll defend into the second hairpin because Whitcomb is still right there. Goff not close enough to attack Whitcomb, so has to defend from Cranham. Moulton's still there, Turnbull's still there, Walker's still there, Cole Denham's still there. Truman and Kai Clark are 3 seconds back, so it is an 8-way fight for the lead.
Yeah, oh yes, 8-way fight. Variety being the spice of life, as we say. Strawberry, Argenti, Sam Pollitt, Fusion, Dan Holland, Coles, Jacks. Welcome to the party, one and all. 8 drivers separated by 1.25 seconds. They're all looking over their shoulders. And let's have a look there, bang, bang. And
queuing up.
Yeah, queuing up. Bartle is defending at the moment. He's not weaving around, but he is being defensive.
This is proactive defence, this is not reacting to any move that Harrison Whitcomb is making. He is deliberately placing his car to try and make it difficult for anyone to pass and cause exactly what is happening now, a bit of a squabble. The squabble continues further back. Whitcomb being patient at the moment, knows there's still 8.5 minutes plus a lap to go. Oh, Whitcomb nearly getting the switch back.
Now, okay, Dan Ashton giving Bartle the signal. Okay, we got to mention this. Last week at the British Championship round at Shennington, Cian Garrity was leading and defending.
Michael Walker has slowed down. Michael Walker's going slowly.
Oh, the Jacks Motorsport number 26 is gone.
Oh, I think that's a technical. We're not sure what's happened yet, but it looked like he just had nothing on the exit.
Oh, hang on a second.
Chicane. Oh, he's going again. Oh,
hello.
Dear.
Oh, that is Jake Woods going off, looking down at his right front, left front. Harrison Whitcomb, he's got to be. Now, this is where Goff and Whitcomb have got to be careful. Don't fight over second. There's a bigger prize. The more you battle over second, the further away Harry Bartle gets.
Right, so Harry Bartle defended for 2 or 3 laps. He got the nod from our race director.
Oh, Lloyd Hare's also retired. Eli Baden is out there. His transponder's not working. Yes. I apologise.
He got the nod from the race director saying you can't defend every single lap, but he didn't need to. He'd done the job. The guys behind had started squabbling. It's now a 2-way fight for the lead as Goff and Cranham still almost inseparable for 3rd place.
Yeah, I was about to say, last week at the British Championship, Cian Garrity was leading in Senior X30.
Sorry, just seeing out the window, battle for pretty much last place, unfortunately, and someone's rear bumper, the 18.
The 18 car, that is Braith Murdoch.
Yes, he's going to be coming into the pits.
Sorry, so what I was going to say is there was an event at Shennington last weekend where Cian Garrity was defending too much in the early stages, and he was given a 5-second penalty. Technical flag for Braith Murdoch, 5-second penalty for Jack West, 5-second penalty for Jack Baker. It's not the stewards, it's not the clerks, it's the ruling. The ruling is badly written. It's a grey area. So if you can argue once all to you, now it's
Cranham's.
Oh no!
Oh, it's Goff's front bumper. It's got stuck behind his front wheel.
It's got stuck behind his front wheel. He's got to. Oh,
that's it.
Game over. Game over.
His day has gone from bad to worse. Unfortunately, Goff has been right there in a lot of the heats in both Junior X30 and Junior Rotax, and again, just a small error. Popping that front bumper behind his front wheel means that he is no longer going to have a chance to take a GP plate home this year, but he has driven an excellently this weekend.
Here we go, Harrison Whitcomb. The Dragon has roared once already today. What can he breathe fire and melt the strawberry that he's chasing?
He's close behind, but this battling for the lead is bringing Riley Cranham and Joshua Turnbull into the battle. They're not far off the back, and every time that Bartle defends, every single corner, 1.5, 2 tenths lost, and immediately we have Cranham, and Cranham is now at the inside of Whitcomb and is going to lose that place. Whitcomb has lost that place. Turnbull looking at the inside as well, so Whitcomb back 2 positions now to 4th.
Yes, we hear now Whitcomb is still there, and into play now comes the number 55, Brandon Truman. The original Uncle Tyrone for Thule Motorsport. Andrew Thule won this event in 2007. Here we go. Oh, there's a Coles Racing kart. Hugh Moulton, Harrison Crowther, I think, has got Harrison Wiscombe trying to go around the outside. He does one. Not quite. He's going to lose out to Turnbull if he's not careful.
Yeah, well, he's still on the inside, but Turnbull's going to get the run down the straight and going to get helping hand from the Strawberry Racing driver. Oh, no, the Tooley Motorsport driver of Crowther as well. No, not Crowther. Tooley Motorsport driver of Truman. Oh, yes. Harrison Whitcomb with a naughty cutback.
Yes, and then defends from Truman, from Turnbull. Here comes Brandon Truman in the number 55 kart, and now it's 1-2, and Riley Cranham.
Oliver Smith with a 5-second penalty. Oliver Smith not featuring inside the top 10.
Can we just remember this? Riley Cranham started the Repechage 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. He started the Repechage 13th.
Wow.
He retired out of 3 out of his 4 heat races, and now he's pushing Harry Bartle away. This is incredible from Riley Cranham. He won the Repechage. He then started 31st in the pre-final and finished an incredible. Where did he start? Where did he finish? He went from 31st to 6th in the pre-final, and now he runs 2nd. Whitcomb defending, and that's game over for the race win as far as all these drivers are concerned. With 3 minutes to go, Whitcomb defends. Turnbull is 4th. So it's going to be a head-to-head fight between Strawberry, between Fusion, between Bartle, between Cranham for the honours in... what a spin! Who's that?
That was a
Ellis?
DHR.
There's that Ellis, Cole Denham.
Yeah.
The closer, Cole Denham, goes for a spin. Leading privateer, the tiny Carter, Ellis Bell, in 17th place.
Right, Whitcomb has broken free from this little battle now, or at least slightly, so hopefully they will push on and try and bridge the gap to the lead. But no, up the inside, looks... Turnbull, but doesn't get it done. Yet Crowther's following through. So right, Whitcomb now does have a gap, and Whitcomb's going to get his head down and try and bridge the gap to the leaders. But I think he's going to have a tough time doing that.
Warning for Harrison Whitcomb for defending.
Our 2 fastest drivers this weekend, Bartle and Cranham. Cranham was, I believe, wasn't he fastest after qualifying on Friday? He was. No, was he? Yes, he was. He was fastest on Friday. And then had terrible luck in the races. Harry Bartle.
Oh, Bartle's got a warning flag as well.
For defending.
Right, yes.
So he cannot.
Bartle did get a warning flag. He can't do it. Right, in the last 2 minutes, defending is defending. That's
he can't systematically defend from now on. I don't think he's going to anyway.
No, that's fair enough.
But that is information that he must adhere to. We have 2 minutes plus a lap, so we're probably going to get 3 or 4 more laps in this race. Bartle's still not defending. It's a front 2. I think Cranham's happy to sit there for now, because there's plenty more opportunities. The one thing about the Paul Fletcher International Circuit, if you defend, you're not guaranteed to win the race, because cutbacks are a part of racing here at Paul Fletcher International. Cranham still on the rear bumper of Bartle. Bartle's still getting pushed by Cranham down to hairpin number 2, looking out the windows. We've got battles further down the field.
Yeah, that was Ayman Bansal, the Indian driver, passing Lithuania's Aris Majewski.
Up the inside of the 92 Jack West.
Go West, where there's penalties there. As he go West, because you Moulton's... Oh dear, there we go, singing again, sorry.
Oh, that is robust defence. A bit of tyre smoke coming up there.
Can someone quickly explain the defending rule? There's no quick explanation. Basically, you're not allowed to over-defend in the first half of the race. And if you do, you could get a penalty.
Yeah. Also, look at this. The number 17 of Harrison Crowther's made his way up to 4th place. His nose is a bit broken.
His nacelle is not factory spec.
No, it's got some tyre marks on it, so that shows that he's been in the wars, but somehow fought his way back up to 4th place. He's been there or thereabouts, was very quick in wet conditions, but this final wet, it is not. Oh, at the back of the field, drivers off. Who is that?
There is, it's Ellis Bell.
The 146.
The 146, looking over his shoulder.
And there was a green of 48 as well.
Yes, that was the number 48 of Arian Bansal.
Aris Majewskis up 17 places to 11th. Jack West up 13 places to 7th. Does West have a penalty though?
Yes, it's standard. Yes.
Yes.
Someone said if Jack West would be world champion if he just stopped getting penalties.
Right, this is our battle for the lead. Bartle has managed to open up a colossal 0.3 of a second gap, but it's eroded by the time they get to the end of the first sector. But it looks like, from the body language of the karts, Bartle is a lot more comfortable at this stage of the race. It looks like Cranham is hanging the rear of that kart, so potentially my premonition of the tyre pressures being low on the kart of Bartle may be coming to fruition, although Bartle did actually hang the rear a little bit in the first hairpin, and now Bartle feels like he needs to defend. This is the penultimate lap. Right, it comes down to this. Bartle leads Cranham. Everyone else is too far back now, 3 seconds. Only 1.25 laps remaining now. What can Cranham do? All Cranham can do at this stage is keep the pressure on and hope that Bartle falters in defence.
Well, 1 lap to go. The 2023 IAME World Final Junior X30 champion versus the 2022 IAME Cadets Kartmasters champion Piers Pryor. It's going to be Bartle or Cranham.
Cranham looks around the outside. He won't be able to get that done, but he's going to try for the cutback on the bridge. Bartle covers. Cranham still to the outside. Going to look for the cutback off of the bridge. He's got a good exit. Bartle will be forced to defend. Bartle looks over his shoulder. He's got half a kart length. He will need to defend, otherwise Cranham will go. Bartle half defends. He locks the rear tyres, but still gets it stopped. Cranham with a good exit. He's going to look for the cutback. Bartle still defends. Outside this time. Another cutback opportunity. Slight rubbing. Bartle defends the exit very, very well. They're going nose to tail into the Fullerton S's. Again, Cranham looks for the cutback. Bartle has defended well. Can Cranham get on the inside of Bobby Gain? Not quite close enough. That may well be it. That may well be Bartle's Kartmasters Grand Prix victory. Nothing that Cranham can do in the final sector. It is going to be Bartle. He has been the one to beat all weekend. Cranham, a brilliant drive, but not enough. Bartle wins.
And he even had the foresight to put his radiator flap down so you could see the cream logo for his engine builder as do the photographers there. Well done. And let's not forget, Riley Cranham started 13th in the Repechage.
Yes.
The Repechage this morning.
Yeah, Whitcomb also held out Crowder only Whitcomb held out Turnbull only just by 0.02 of a second, so that would have been very, very close over the line as well. Harry Bartle will be over the moon. Riley Cranham will be understandably gutted, but that man, hold your head high to go from the Repechage, and not even the front of the Repechage, to push Harry Bartle all the way over the line. A round of applause will be well deserved. Riley Cranham, if next year things play out differently, I'm sure that you will be challenging once again.
When Riley Cranham was sat on the banking watching the last junior Rotax race of the day after he failed to finish again, if at that point you would have turned around and said, Riley, would you take a second in the Grand Prix tomorrow in this class, he would have bitten your arm off for it, 100%. Sorry for burping live on here, everyone. There was lots of iron brew.
Wow, there's a... Henry, that was an energetic one. It was close, and not a huge amount of overtaking for the lead of the race, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't a good race. It was pressure absorption from Bartle. He did brilliantly. He did everything he needs to. I'd say almost the perfect Kartmasters weekend from Bartle. If we go through his results, second in time qualifying, won heat one, won his second heat, fourth in his third heat, won his fourth heat, then won the pre-final and wins the final, and you can see it means a lot to him. Brilliant, brilliant driving all weekend. His lowest finish at any point this weekend was fourth.
Brilliant.
His second lowest finish this weekend was first.
Yep. Yeah, it's been 5 wins and a fourth. Here is a look, and you can see Rodney the dog on the back of his crash helmet. Oh, he's got to big up Rodney the dog. Let's have a look at the provisional finishing order. Harry Bartle beats Riley Cranham by 0.09 of a second. Harrison Whitcomb for the Welsh on the podium. Josh Turnbull, Harrison Crowder and Michael Walker in 6th position. Jack West, Hugh Moulton, Harry Freeman and Brandon Truman, your top 10. Kai Clark, Adam Wooden, Albi Lapper and Aris Bieskis. And Kai Clark, finishing in the top 12. Very special that family leaves the circuit with a smile on their face this weekend. As we look at the there's Cranham, who is going to be the third kart out? Well, Nicole Sutherland will tell us in 2.1 seconds. Go, Nicole!
Riley Cranham was fantastic there, but Harry Bartle, what a drive. There we can see the drivers congratulating each other. Harry, I could tell how much you wanted that one when I was talking to you on the grid beforehand. It was a 15-minute race, but did it feel like longer?
Oh, it felt so long, but got there in the end and we won, so that's all that matters.
And that's the second GP plate today that Strawberry Racing has captured. What have you got to say to them and the team and everybody else that's here supporting you this weekend?
The team do a lot of me. They've always done a great job, and they always will do. And that's really helped me to win all these races, so it's doing well.
And Kartmasters is such a prestigious event. Is it one that the trophy's going to be a bit further forward on the cabinet, do you reckon?
It's definitely going to be a big one, so...
Well, here is a red GP plate there for you, Harry. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll head back then to Riley. Riley, this is two number twos today for you. What an achievement. You know, just to get one is massive, but two, are you happy?
Yeah, I'm really happy with the result we got today.
And, you know, Harry Bartle, I think everybody on the grandstands was watching, seeing if you were going to go for the move, but, you know, following behind him, how good of a drive did he do?
Yeah, it was really good out at the front. I was struggling to stay with him because he was dropping me for the last sector, so...
And will you be back next year in the Rotax grid?
Maybe.
I think we've got Harrison Whitcomb behind me there. We can see him being congratulated by Mechanic. We'll get him to come over and talk to him. Harrison, congratulations. And number 3, how do you feel?
I mean, I'm a bit disappointed with myself. I think I could have done a bit better, but yeah, still really happy with the P3.
Better in the sense of racing or pace?
A bit of racing. I should have gone in on Harry a bit earlier than I did, and then I just got swamped by the pack, but honestly, still a good race.
It's one of those events there where I think you take away a lot, especially because it's so competitive. There's a lot to learn. Do you think that number 3 then you'll be moving to the rest of this year and taking some lessons from it?
Yeah, for sure. We just need to go win the British Champs now.
Congratulations. Congratulations to all of these drivers. Next up will be our final race of the day, which is Senior X30. Here we are then on the grid. We can see Caden McQueen on the pole spot, put his car in the wrong position there slightly, so he was moving that across. I want to catch up with the croc driver of Fred Green. Fred, we saw your younger brother take a huge win earlier on. Do you think you can replicate what he did?
Yeah, I'd love to win it by 7 seconds, but I don't think it'd be quite that easy. But yeah, hopefully we can win it, and yeah.
And then have you got anything in mind that you're going to try and, you know, any tactics, anything you're expecting to happen in the race, or just taking it as it comes?
Yeah, not at all. Just the basics really, just try and stay at the front and then just do your best, yeah, enjoy it.
Well, best of luck to you. I'm going to head over then to number 3, which is Hare Force 1 of Harry Platten, the BMR kart. Harry retired a couple of years ago, but has come back as a one-off. Harry, you've won the GP plate multiple times. It's a massive achievement within karting. What would it mean to you to win a third?
It'd mean quite a lot, considering how much of a tough weekend this has been. But
it's not over yet. We've still got another 20 minutes till we see the final result, but I'm going to go full guns blazing.
And it might be a question then for you in 20 minutes time, but if you can win a third GP plate this weekend, do you reckon you might come out of retirement?
I think I'd probably end it there, to be honest.
Good luck then, Harry. We've got Cian Geraghty starting alongside Harry, the number 73, sporting the Geraghty Motorsport graphics. Obviously, that's his own team, the 73. Cian, we saw a big crash yesterday. How have you bounced back for that one, and are you feeling confident?
Yeah, we've been quick all week in the X30. Didn't drive the best pre-finals, but I'm still here. So yeah, I'm a threat for the final.
Threat for the final indeed. Board has gone up then. Bell has rung, and for the final time will be Senior X30.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Kartmania is back for 2024 on November the 30th and December the 1st at Silverstone. This is where everyone in karting can come and find out about teams, about championships, decide where you want to race in the new season. There is every expert in the field of karting, both on the chassis, the engines and the clubs. The Associated British Kart Clubs are there to help guide you into this sport. And also the Kart Boot Sale, where you can sell all your second-hand kart parts, and if you're new to the sport, you can pick yourself a bargain up from the experts themselves. That is November and December, but this in 12th and 15th September 2024, the FIA World Karting Championship returns to PFI for the first time since 2017. Please come along and watch as we crown some world champions.
Thank you for running us through those adverts, Henry. We have the final British Kart Grand Prix race of 2024 coming up, and no less than Senior X30 it is. We've had some brilliant racing in Senior X30. This is the grid. Pole position is Caden McQueen for KR Sport. Fred Green for Croc Promotions in second. Third is Harry Platten for BMR. Fourth, Privateer Geraghty Racing for Cian Geraghty. Fifth, Henry Gregory for Vismo International. Sixth, Macaulay Bishop for Premium Karting. Seventh is Oliver Stilt for Crop Promotion. And eighth, Jack Nettleship as a privateer on the TB kart.
On row number 5, Monaco's Oscar Repetto and Alistair Cresswell. Gabriel Stilt and Marcus Lutzio on row 6, Christopher Bingham and Lewis Bird row 7, South Korea's Kuyo Lee and Harry Cottrell on row number 8.
Row number 9 has Ella Stevens for the Jade Racing Team, Luke Taylor for Premium on the 18th, 19th Ty Magia for Crop Promotion, 20th Isaac Marsh for TWM, 21st Freddie Howley as a privateer, 22nd Jack Cox for Jack Dex Racing, 23rd Joel Hull for TWM, and 24th Louis Johnston Cool for Premium Karting.
Outside the top 12 rows, the grid, Tiger Dixon and Dayton Coulthard, Charlie Morrison-Jones and Tristan Powell, Morgan Hill and Evan Spanswick. Defending champion Gus Lawrence starts 31st after an incident in the pre-final with Rylan Eshberg, privateer driver, out as well in 32nd. Aaron Brown, CJ Bennett, and sadly Rashan Chikarimbo has not made the start. We are joined. Well, I tell you what, this class began in 2015. Mark Litchfield was the first winner. Ben Barnacote won it in 2015, and that race in 2015, this race was the race where Ben Barnacote became the first ever driver to complete the double. And Ben Barnacote went on to win this for the next 3 years. No, he didn't, because Danny Curl won it in 2016. Then Barnacote in 2017, 18, 19. Hodgson, Platten, 2 times in a row. Gus Lawrence last year. And we are joined on the online chat by Mr. Kartmasters himself. Ben Barnacote is racing out in Road America. Good to have you on board, Ben. I know that this circuit, this event is very close to your heart, and we hope to see you all. We all hope to see you soon. Good luck this evening. Race number 57, the 57th and final race of Kartmasters 2024 is underway, and Caden McQueen leads a capacity grid of Senior X30s under the Bruno Ferrari S's, under the bridge, out into the bowl and through turns 3 and 4, 3 wide off the bridge. They scatter like cockroaches when they turn the light on all across the track. Somebody asked, is that David Coulthard's son Dayton in the Scottish Cross helmet? Yes, it is.
Good start from Caden McQueen. A small gap ahead of Harry Platten. And right there is Henry Gregory in the PF plate, who's made his way past Green. Of course, that is Fred Green. There's a lot of Greens races. Oh no, Lewis Bird has gone off on the exit of the second hairpin, but joined back on. And Dayton Coulthard has also dropped to the back of the field.
Shaking his head, Dayton Coulthard. The Dave Boyce run right chassis, and Gus Lawrence. There he is, the PF International driver. The number 1 plate car. Ryan Eschberg is also following him up the order as well.
A good start from Jack Nettleship.
Forgot the only other driver to ever do the double here at Kartmasters. Noah Wolf is also watching as well. Well, you'll both, Mr. Barnacle, Mr. Wolf, you'll both be pleased to know that nobody will do the double here today. This is the last race. Harry Platten might become a 3-time Kartmasters champion. Air Force One leading the way. And that could be, well, 3 out of 4 years for Platten in this class.
Big movers so far. Louis Johnson Cool up to 15th, up 9 places, and up 11 places to 18th Morgan Hill, and then most of the rest of the field only up or down a couple of positions.
Welcome to the nearly 1,600 people watching this as we speak. Air Force One, Harry Platten leads Caden McQueen, leads Fred Green, leads Oliver Stilp, the cousin of Gabriel Stilp, leads Cian Garrity on that privateer. It's a Garrity racing cart.
Oh, this could be outside. What a move! We have move of the weekend so far, in my opinion.
Shady number 1 from Caden McQueen, round the outside, round the outside.
Many have tried that move today even, none of whom have been successful anywhere near the front of the field. Caden McQueen absolutely sent it around the outside. Brilliant manoeuvre. Could that move be decisive and take him his first Grand Prix victory? He's got a good gap ahead of Green, who's just passed Platten as well.
I think Caden McQueen has finished 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th in his Kartmasters career. He has finished nearly everywhere in the top 10 apart from first.
Nathan Perkins to
chow. And this is where Noah Wolf points out that he did pass 2 drivers around the outside going into the bowl a couple of years ago, but that was in a mini-max. This was in a full-blooded senior X30. Right, let's have a look.
Here we go, right, so Caden commits early to the outside, knows Platten's defending, squeezes Platten down to the apex, gets it stopped, and on the power early, which is the decisive move.
He did the move and pulled a gap.
Boom.
That was a full Slim Shady and fast forward.
Right, I'm going to keep my eye on this number 11 car of Gabriel Stilp. His pace was electric in the pre-final. He got spun at the start and made his way back up to...
there was a penalty involved. He was 11th.
Well, he was higher than 11th.
But he was 3rd or 4th.
Something stupid like that, because that was definitely the drive of the pre-final. Let's have a look back. Gus Lawrence is already... Gus Lawrence is already up 13 places to 18th. He's not out of it yet either.
Already passing Macaulay Bishop, who I believe is somewhat chastened after his senior Rotax escapades.
Let's concentrate on senior X30, where this number 1 plate. Lawrence looks up the inside. Johnson Cool says, "No, sir, I don't care what number is on your go-kart. I am keeping this position."
Oscar Repetto from Monaco is in the top 10 for the Jade Racing team, who have already won a GP plate today in Water Swift Restricted with Alessandro Salas. Gus Lawrence goes past Christopher Bingham in a very smart-looking S8 racing kart. I hope that George Mayall is okay. And Fred Green has caught Caden McQueen. There are now 2 Crocs snapping at McQueen's heels.
Gabriel Stilp, hang on, Stilp's up 8 places to 3rd. I feel like I missed how that happened.
Well, he drove past them all like he does.
I saw him on the
Oscar Repetto. There's Kuhyo Lee in kart number 222.
On the first lap, I saw Gabriel Stilp go up the inside over the curb off the bridge, move the lead. Fred Green goes inside, and he lost about 3 places on the exit. And somehow,
Stilp. Oh, it was almost. Never smile at a crocodile, because they might take chunks out of each other.
Yes. Stilp is
Where's
definitely...
Harry Platten gone? Harry Platten's dropped to 8th.
Oh, yeah, maybe that was why.
Well, he was got his phone up trying to film Caden McQueen's absolutely Euro move, I think.
Maybe that was why Gabriel Stilt made it a robust move on Platten. Anyway, we haven't seen it, doesn't matter. We're going to continue on with this race, and it is Stilt that now leads ahead of McQueen, and now Green takes second place.
And up into fourth comes Cian Geraghty.
There he is, the privateer, or, well, I suppose technically not because it's his own team, but it's only a small team with him and his dad and a couple of others. So Geraghty had definitely been on form in this Senior X30 class. Not had the luck with Strawberry Racing in Senior Rotax, but he's been there or thereabouts. Fastest lap of the race from number 1. And GP plate holder in this category, Gus Lawrence, a 56.5, which is a good... Well, hang on, he was a second and 1 over a second quicker than our leaders on that last lap. I mean, they were fighting, but still.
He's got his hair clip out, pulled his hair back, got on with the job.
He's got aerodynamic haircut involved here.
Yes. Henry Gregory, the Vismo International kart, the PF plate holder, is doing a good job. He is there in he's been in the top 6-7 throughout Kartmasters week.
We're harmonising, apparently, Henry. We'll continue that going onwards. Of course, I'm the baritone in this duet.
And I'm from Barry. So I'm the baritone. Hey! Right, go-karting.
Yes, go-karting. Right, I'm going to keep half an eye on Gus Lawrence, who's at the back of this battle, currently sitting in 11th place, up 20. That would be... I mean, even if he only finishes 11th, that would be a brilliant drive.
Gregory and Oliver Stilt. That's gone wrong. One more place for Gus Lawrence.
Two more places for Gus Lawrence.
85 of Oscar Repetto in that sort of blue and yellow race suit. Then you got
Lawrence around the outside, gets it done on Nettleship. Cottrell's right there as well.
Yeah, those two TB carts looking rather smart. The privateer TB cart of number 101, Jack Nettleship, and the S8 racing cart of Harry Cottrell.
Yeah, Lawrence had to back off. He's being very smart, is Lawrence. He's picking his manoeuvres. He's going to have another position, or maybe two here on the exit of the chicane past both. Repetto tries to get past Luzio. Oh, that was close.
Okay, well, Gus Lawrence, where are we up to now? It's the order. Eden Spansman is not leading the race. He is actually, I think he's 35 cars still running.
Where Eden Spanswick is.
Still Green, Geraghty, McQueen, Platt in your top 5.
Yes.
2.2 seconds separates said top 5. Then it's Stilt, Cottrell, Luzio, Lawrence and Nettleship.
Lead battle it is now. Cian Geraghty pushing Fred Green to the front of the field. And look who's there. It's now a 4-way, let's call it a scrap. It's a scrap. It's
McQueen 3 wides to the
this
inside.
could end in tears for Geraghty. No, he's managed to hold it off.
Well done, Caden McQueen.
Yeah, and Stilt just a little nudge on the back of Geraghty's cart. Unsettled Geraghty and allowed Stilt on the way through. Right, Fred Green has had electric pace at different times of this weekend. This is interesting to see how the pace is ebbing and flowing at different stages of the race. We've still got 6 minutes to go. Oh dear. That is the 31 and the 88. The 31 is Joel Hull and the 88 is Tristan Powell. They're both okay, but the carts are stopped.
Yes, and right. Stilt, third. McQueen to the lead. What a move, Caden McQueen. He's only... Off the bridge, two of the best moves this week in one race by the same driver.
Caden McQueen really wants to win this race. I mean, that goes without saying, but he came close in Senior Rotax, couldn't quite do it because he was held up by a different driver in that one. He doesn't want to be held up by anyone in this one. He wants to control this race from the front. He knows he has the pace. He had the pace in Rotax. Positioning didn't help him out, and that is Gus Lawrence, our number 1, in 6th place, up 24 places, only 3 seconds away from the lead, and the way it's going at the front, he could well be in with a shout.
This.
5 minutes to go. Still, Henry, there's still probably 6 or 7 racing laps to go. That's a lot of go-karting in the left.
Junior Expert. Oh my goodness me. Stilt to the inside. Naughty switchback.
Oh, and a double.
And a double naughty. Naughty.
Gabriel,
that was almost naughty, very naughty.
Yeah, it's Gabriel. We know if you go in there too late, you come a cropper, because that man there was the result of that earlier on this weekend. But let's look at the lap times. Last lap around. Our fastest driver on circuit was It was Gus Lawrence.
We're three wide. Lawrence is on his way. Lawrence at the freight train, heading towards the front. McQueen, Air Force One, Stilp, Garrity.
Where's Platt come from?
There was three wide coming out of the second hairpin, and.
You quite literally take your eyes off this for 10 seconds and the whole order
Lawrence is on his
changes.
way, and I tell you what, Marcus Lucio in 7th, ahead of Oliver Stilp, Harry Cottrell, Koo-Hyo Lee, then Nettleship, followed by Ella Stevens, the KZ2 gearbox kart.
Oh, McQueen backing it up. He
Yes.
knows that Platten's right there. He doesn't want to get done on the exit. Slightly defensive line off the bridge as well. McQueen will defend down into the first hairpin. Henry.
Newsflash, Gus Lawrence has caught the lead pack from 31st on the grid inside 11 laps.
What an absolute legend. And he's already passed Fred Green. He's into 5th.
They're all on new tyres. This is what new tyres in the final gives you.
No asterisk on Gus Lawrence's drive here. Tyres exactly the same age as everyone else, just pure driving skill, bringing him from the back to the front.
Brandon Carr won this race in Junior X30 from 32nd on the grid. He won it from the 16th row of the grid. He had 2 new tyres on, one new tyre on.
No, wrong. I spoke to Brandon Carr about this, and he said he had one 30-lap old tyre on the left rear.
Okay, right. Well, Gus Lawrence has done from 31st, the 16th row of the grid. There's the current standings. They've all changed, though. They're out of date.
Around the outside goes Stilp on Platten and gets the move done. That's very, very tasty.
Lawrence has done this on exactly the same tyres as everybody else. I mean, not to take anything away from Brandon Carr, which remains, in my opinion, the best Kartmasters drive ever. That is, right.
Yeah.
So much wide. I tell you what, I'll say it now. If Gus Lawrence wins this, it will eclipse Brandon Carr as the greatest Kartmasters drive ever.
I will absolutely back you up on that, Henry, because there is absolutely no asterisk here, but it's going to be hard because Marcus Lizio's made his way through, because this has gone from a 5-kart fight for the lead to, someone's front nose cone has fallen off.
And that is, it's a croc, and it's Oliver Stilp's.
How has that happened?
It's like that Australian comedy with the front fell off.
Yeah, it did. He's going to have to pit because he will not be classified. He knows it already. He's bowing his head. But let's concentrate on this battle for the lead. Will McQueen block the inside again? Yes, he does. Will he stop it at the apex? Yes, he does.
No, he can't. He can't. Platten's there. No, sorry. I thought Platten was having a little sneaky look.
Right, we know Gabriel Stilp's not shy of an outside move. Lawrence back through on Luzio. Lawrence wants to push forward. I think he's right to do so. A quick touch of the car from Cian Garrity, who's kind of staying out of trouble at this stage of the race. Garrity in the yellow kart.
Gus Lawrence will be competing in the World Karting Championship in a month's time. Now, I think that everybody in the community that should be watching this race, they won't know much about Gus Lawrence, and he'll be a rank outsider because of the equipment and what have you. However, a rank outsider won in 2017 in Danny Curl. I wonder, Gus.
Does lightning strike twice? We shall have to wait until September, but we've got 1 minute and 33 seconds plus a lap of racing, so that means that we're going to get 3 more laps.
I know that, Lightning has Caden McQueen. Lightning McQueen doesn't strike twice. Caden McQueen has, with 2, weapon of a move. And he's now defending. Here comes Garrity. There goes Stilp. Stilp and McQueen. Stilp hangs him out to dry. And Lawrence is 4th. There's 1 minute to go.
Look at Cian Garrity at the front of the field. He's just stayed out of trouble the whole race. That's all. I say all he's done. He's done very well at it. But
Lawrence is 3rd.
Right.
Lawrence passes Stilp for 3rd. Garrity, the team that his dad Nigel set up at the start of the year, leads the biggest one-off race in British karting with 50 seconds to go. Air Force One, Harry Platten, the British Open champion for BMR Restart, a double Kartmasters champion is 2nd, and Gus Lawrence, the reigning, and my goodness, he is defending this title, is 3rd.
2 laps remain. This is the penultimate lap as there's 30 seconds over the line. These two, I'm going to hasten to bet that these two will catch Garrity. They are, Gus Lawrence is almost certainly the fastest car on circuit. Platten will know that it's Gus Lawrence and Gus Lawrence wants to win. He will not defend. These are 2 very experienced drivers. They both want to win. They don't care about 2nd place. Look, see, no defensive driving. Lawrence is faster. He goes up the inside. That is not to take 2nd place. That is tactical. Lawrence thinks he is faster. Yeah, look.
Can you imagine the adrenaline? Can you imagine the adrenaline that is coursing through Gus Lawrence right now?
Henry, You don't have to imagine. I've got genuine goosebumps right now. This is going to be an absolutely crazy finish. I'm hoping that Gus Lawrence will catch, not because I want him to win, just because I want a ding-dong battle on the final lap for the lead. Let's keep an eye. Garrity, half a second. That is going to be tough for Lawrence to break down.
And don't forget, Garrity's one of the young guns. Garrity, I think, first year senior, second year senior, not an experienced driver in terms of what he's up against. He's got to hold his nerve, Kian. It got taken away from you in the British Championship last weekend. Now, what have you learned? He's going to have to defend. He's going to have to defend. 2 looks over the shoulder. Lawrence for Paul Fletcher International Racing. He is there. He is there. Half a lap to go.
Defensive goes Garrity into the second hairpin. That's going to give him a poor exit. Does Lawrence look? No, Lawrence is not close enough. The last real overtaking opportunity is Bobby Gain. Garrity, I think, has this sewn up. Gus is going to push on, pushing hard into the final sector. Small wobble from Garrity. The last overtaking opportunity. Mike Wilson. No, can't get it done. Garrity, you have done absolutely brilliantly to put yourself in the right position. Over the line, there's privateer. Kian Garrity wins, and Gus Lawrence goes up 29 places to second. What an absolutely outstanding drive from Gus Lawrence. Harry Platten, third place. Wow, wow, wow. Gus Lawrence, again, we've had so many unbelievable drives today for second place. That one, I think, is the best of them.
Kian Garrity has come of age. He has learnt from his mistakes and he held his nerve. Can you imagine looking over your shoulder, which he did twice, and seeing the driver that started 31st bearing down on you, and the driver that won this event twice sitting just behind him? And then you've got to compose yourself. You've got to compose, and you've got to not bottle it. And my goodness, Kian Garrity did not bottle it, and he is a deserving, worthy winner. My goodness me, and there, drive still, that's one of the best drives I've ever seen from Gus Lawrence.
If Gus Lawrence had won that race, that would have undoubtedly gone down as one of, if not the best, Kartmasters drive in history. It still remains one of the best Kartmasters drives in history. Absolutely no asterisk. Everyone on the same age type.
Yes.
Good to see the camaraderie of the drivers around Garrity. That was Louis Johnson cool.
Kid used to drive for the premium karting team. It was formerly a teammate of Louis Johnson cool.
Let's just also touch on a driver that made his way swiftly back to the pits. Again, the inverse correlation between happiness and speed back to the pits. Caden McQueen led and controlled much of that race. A bold, brash move from Gabriel Stilp on the inside on the bridge, pushed Caden McQueen wide, and that was his second opportunity at Kartmasters today. Victory going south. Unfortunately for Caden McQueen, again, just not right place, right time. Kartmasters sometimes decide who wins, and today it decided that Kian Garrity was the one. He's a privateer. He's down as a privateer on the entry list.
That's the only asterisk. Is he really a privateer? It's a small team. It's a small team
with his own name. How many other? Are there any other drivers running under Garrity Racing this weekend?
Not this weekend. There were last weekend.
Therefore, I think he can count himself as a privateer. Well, I would say he wins privateer from that way. From me, I don't know whether that's official, but for me, he's a privateer.
Do you know what? Regardless, it's a fantastic drive.
Absolutely. Henry, I'll run you through the top 10. Kian Garrity, took the win from Gus Lawrence, just. Harry Platten in third place. Gabriel Stilp fourth. Marcus Luzio, a good drive to hold on to fifth place. Caden McQueen will be disappointed with sixth. Lewis Bird had a good recovery drive from seventh after going wide on the first lap. Fred Green down to eighth. Louis Johnson Poole, a good drive, actually up 15 places to ninth. A good drive from him. And 10th was Jack Nettleship.
Yes, Harry Cottrell, Korea's Kunjo Lee, Ella Stevens and Luke Taylor are the remaining top 14 finishes. Henry Gregory had a penalty as his worst finishes of the week. Morgan Hill up 16th. Rylan Eschberg started just behind Gus Lawrence as a true privateer. It's just Rylan and his dad in an easy up awning. That's a heck of a drive. 17th. Aaron Brown, Macaulay Bishop, Christopher Bingham, Alistair Cresswell. You can see the rest of the running order. Low retirement rates. We had Oscar Repechage sadly retired. So did Jack Cox, Oliver Stilp, Charlie Morrison Jones. But I think it's safe to say that we saved the best for last. And Nicole Sutherland has one more GP plate to hand out, which she will be doing in a little bit. And Cian Geraghty just composing himself. God.
What
when
a
he turns
race.
round, he sees, who did I beat? Oh, I beat the British champion and the British Open champion.
And two-time, don't forget, two-time winner in this class as well.
That is, yeah, 3 out of the last 4, the last, 3 out of the last 4 winners, well, the last 3 years, sorry, there. Wow, well done.
Wow.
Done.
Yeah, brilliant race, brilliant drive from Geraghty. I said it with a few laps to go, he's just put himself in a good position, stayed out of trouble. And then when the trouble kicked off, he was there to pick up the pieces and claim the GP plate. What a brilliant drive. Wow, well, why don't we head down and hear some of the reaction from the top 3 drivers with Nicole Sutherland. Nicole, over to you.
There they are then, your 1, 2 and 3 for the final race of Kartmasters 2024. Cian Geraghty, you're our champion of Senior X30. How much does this mean to you?
Yeah, it means loads. I always thought I had a good chance, but you never know with Kartmasters. But yeah, managed to just be sensible at the start, staying about 3rd and 4th, and then when I got the chance, go for the lead and just kind of manage the gap at the end.
And I'm going to give this yellow GP plate to you. How proud are you to be sporting this for the rest of the year until Kartmasters 2025?
Yeah, it's a special plate to win, probably the best one really, so yeah, it's brilliant.
And you can take that from me then, Cian. Who have you got to thank for this week?
Jamie Tyler, the mechanic, my dad, my mum, everyone who's came to support me, Litchfield Engines, and then Strawberry for the help throughout the week really.
Congratulations, Cian. We'll see you on the podium.
Thank you.
We'll head back then and speak to Gus Lawrence, the PFI supported driver. Number 2 for this Kartmasters. Gus, how are you feeling?
Yeah, that was a good race. I can't fault it really. Starting 31st. I think I had quite a good start and then it unfolded nicely in the middle of the race. And then I just had to catch them up towards the end and yeah, I can't fault it.
And I think next up for you, I'd be right in saying FIA World Finals here at PFI?
Yeah, we'll be attending that. See how we get on. It's be something different, so I'm looking forward to it.
And maybe a P1 there instead of the Kartmasters P2?
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see.
We'll go over then to Harry Platten, who's finished his Kartmasters this week in 3rd. Harry, of course, has returned from a little break. I spoke to you earlier. You said you might come out of retirement if you got the win in. Is it the same case for a 3? Have you got the bug back?
I mean, the race was carnage, which we sort of expected. Just unlucky Cian got a good gap, but he drove a very good race. So, but to be where we are stood right now after where we started on Thursday, I'm really proud of the whole team and myself.
And who else have you got to thank for your number 3 this weekend?
I mean, the mechanic, Harry, the whole team, and all of my family over there supporting me, and my mum, crazy mum.
There she is, over there. Very proud indeed.
Thank you.
So, out of retirement, yeah or no?
I'll probably end up making my mind up next year.
Thanks, Harry, and congratulations. See you on the podium.
Thank you.
That's it then. 2024. I've got Henry and Piers joining me out of the comms box. Henry, how has your Kartmasters been?
Absolutely fantastic. Well done to all the drivers. A big thank you to all the parents and the families, the teams, the spectators were, the banking was so full, and it's just started raining. I mean, I've been doing this a long time. What do you think of Kartmasters, Piers?
Well, I've done it behind the wheel. It's a lot more interesting when you've got a lot of karts to concentrate on rather than just one. But a brilliant whole 3 days of racing, and I think the finals really lived up to the expectation. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, we had nearly 2,000 people watching that last race at one time. Viewing figures over the course of the entire event have been absolutely outstanding. And what have you made of... So this time last year, you were stepping stepping out of a senior Rotax for the last time.
Yeah.
1 year on, and you're on the grid interviewing. What did you make of it?
Yeah, it's my first time being at a Kartmasters in quite a few years, but on the other side of the fence. You know, don't get me wrong, when they go through that first corner at a start, I really miss it, and I'm jealous of the drivers out there, but it's been such a fantastic experience to be able to give all the viewers and all of the audience that insight.
Yeah.
I've loved every second of it, and really grateful for the opportunity from Alpha, TVKC, PFI. It's been a great weekend.
Yeah, trust me, I know what that feeling's like. Piers, you know, it takes a few years to get over that feeling when you go into the first lap and you wish you were out there doing it. Highlights of the weekend, I mean, start with the last race. There was 57 of them, and there was pretty much most of them had highlights, a couple of lowlights, but it's Kartmasters.
Yeah, I think that last race was probably the best final we saw. Brilliant drive from Gus Lawrence. I think it goes without saying that coming from pretty much last on the grid in a senior X30 grid, as competitive as that, on the same tyres as everyone else, definitely one of the best drives I've ever seen in any race ever. To become that close, brilliant drive at Key, and obviously deserved the win. Oh, we saw brilliant drives for wins, podiums, and even just to get inside the top 10.
Yes, moments of the Kartmasters for you? Yes, you're allowed to say senior Rotax, it's okay.
I really enjoyed seeing Will Green take that win. I think he had won it by the first corner, and how calm and collected he was through every single lap. You know, didn't miss an apex, didn't miss a braking point under all of that pressure and all of those eyes. I was really impressed. But I think the highlight for me as well was being able to be right down here on the track and seeing that emotion from every driver and seeing how much it means to them. Harrison Mackie, Cian Geraghty, Matt Higgins, you know, they're all mature drivers, but it means so much to them. They're stood there welling up, and it's really great to see.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we had goosebumps watching that last race. Final word from you, Piers, about Kartmasters 2024?
Absolutely brilliant. I hope I get invited back to do it all over again next year.
Hopefully so. I know that you'll be back. Hopefully I'll be back as well. So, Kartmasters 2024 is finally in the history books. 287 drivers from 25 different nations arrived. 8 of them leave victorious. The rest of them, though, they're not losers. They're winners. Their families, their supporters, their teams have all done a fantastic job to put on a great show. It leaves me to say a huge thank you to everyone at Trent Valley Kart Club, especially the marshalling team, the Orange Army, the best marshals anywhere in karting in the world. A huge thank you to all the organising club at Trent Valley Kart Club, the ladies behind the desk, to Claire Mills, Danielle Short, Louise Brown, Leslie Richardson, Claudia, the rest of the team. Kartmasters this year has been an emotional affair for lots of reasons. We like to remember Sue Potter, we'd like to remember Shelley Barrett, as well as key members of the karting firmament, to Robert King, his family. We miss you, Robert. Sorry to hear about your passing, and Charlie and his family as well. We've got Gerard Cox, his protege Jack Marshall, winning a title for Jack's Motorsport as well. So for everybody at Alpha Live, for everybody behind the scenes, in front of the cameras, on the track and off the track, this has been Kartmasters 2024. We will see you very soon.